preliminary plan includes an additional $2.6 billion for the fiscal 2027 budget since the November plan through additional funding for early childhood education programming, District 75 classes, and summer rising. However, this increase also contains large amounts of mandated spending, areas where the city is covering what the state has not. This plan recognizes the true cost of due process cases, allowing for more oversight and transparency, which we have been fighting for as a council for years. The plan also includes the full cost for class size implementation mandated by state law. But along with this large funding increase comes difficult choices. While the council applauds the administration's focus on budget transparency and providing funding for crucial programming for schools, the mayor's fiscal 2027 budget is balanced by relying on tapping into the rainy day fund this year and raising property taxes on hardworking New Yorkers next year. While we are not all rallying to address this affordability crisis, while we are all rallying to address this affordability crisis, we believe that there is more that the city can do to address this issue with the DOE's growing budget and to avoid a budget crisis. To be sure, it's not balanced on the backs of hardworking New Yorkers. Notably, the city is the only school district in the state that pays rental assistance to charter schools located in private facilities and is the only district dealing with such high rates of due process cases. Both of these concerns point to issues with our public school system not meeting the need of all students in the city. The high number and cost of due process cases points to a broken special education system where students can afford it, have to sue to receive their mandated services and a high-quality special education at a private school. While this plan begins to make investments to help our public school students with disabilities, this is only one small step to reconcile for years of disinvestment. In fiscal 2027, the DOE has budgeted $3.7 billion to charter schools, including both tuition costs and leases. Of this funding, 54% comes from city tax dollars, while only 45% is covered by the state. It is unclear how the city has worked with the state for additional support for charter schools. Beyond charter schools, we believe that the city should leverage its relationship with the state to ensure a state budget that increases foundation aid funding to New York City public schools. The state budget proposals from the Assembly and Senate include additional funding for English language learners, students experiencing homelessness, and students living in foster care. Additionally, the Assembly proposes funding for class size and further funding for 3K. These proposals could bring in hundreds of millions of dollars for our most vulnerable students. The city and the DOE should also do more to show support for crucial state legislation for school bus contracts. The DOE recently extended the school bus contracts for another 3 years. This has been a recurring issue. Old contracts from the 70s do not work for the 21st century, especially for students with disabilities and students in temporary housing who rely on this transportation. In order to fix it, the state must pass legislation that includes labor protections for school bus drivers in any new contracts. If this legislation is not passed this year, it will make it very difficult to negotiate new contracts before the current extension runs out. The city spends $15 billion more on education than 10 years ago, but we continue to face high chronic absenteeism and inequities in test scores and graduation rates. The city funds a good deal of programming that it does not have concrete assessments for. Without these assessments and evaluations, how do we know where these billions of dollars really make an impact on our students? The DOE's budget relies on contracting, which can lead to ballooning costs instead of efficiencies. Procurement methods. This process is attached to mayoral control, which is currently being negotiated in the state budget. With additional oversight on contracts, the city may be able to decrease contracting costs and ensure that we are only funding what is effective for our students. Another critical aspect of the DOE's budget is the early childhood education system. Over the last decade, DOE has focused more and more resources on early childhood education. DOE relies on community-based organizations and other contracted care to provide these services to our youngest New Yorkers. However, the DOE and the administration have not publicly stated meaningful targets or how success will be measured. With $700 million added for early childhood education programming in fiscal 2027, it is critical that the Council understand how the DOE is ensuring that this funding is spent appropriately in an effort to stabilize the system while expanding the number of seats for 2-year-olds. It is the Council's responsibility to ensure that the city's budget is fair, transparent, and accountable to all New Yorkers. It is essential that the budget we adopt this year is also reflective of the priorities and interests of the Council and of the people that we represent. This hearing is a vital part of this process, and I expect that DOE will be responsive to the questions and concerns of Council members. I look forward to active engagement with the administration over the next few months to ensure the fiscal 2027 adopted budget meets the goals the Council has set out. I want to acknowledge my colleagues on the committee who are present: Councilmember Schulman, De La Rosa, Wong, Zhuang, Joseph, Lee, and Hanks. I would also like to thank Jenna Klaus, my Chief of Staff, Theo Solter, my Legislative and Budget Director, Andrew Lane Lawless and Grace Amato, the committee's financial analysts, Alejandro Carvajal, the committee's counsel, Chloe Rivera and Katie Solana, the committee's policy analysts. I would like to remind everyone from the public who wishes to testify in person that you must fill out an appearance card, which is located on the desk of the Sergeant-at-Arms in the back of the room. Please fill out the slip even if you have already registered to testify in advance. Public testimony will begin after both the Department of Education and the School Construction Authority have testified. When you are called, please limit your testimony to 2 minutes, whether you are testifying in person. I'm also going to ask my colleagues to limit their questions and comments to 5 minutes. I will now administer the oath to anyone testifying from the DOE. Please raise your right hand. And if you plan to testify later, please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions? Thank you. As a reminder to all of our witnesses, please state your name prior to your testimony for the record. Okay, thank you. You may begin your testimony.
Kamar Samuels. Good morning, and thank you for inviting me to testify on the fiscal year 2027 preliminary budget. Thank you, Speaker Menon, Education Chair Dinowitz, and members of the Committee on Education, and Early Childhood Education Chair Gutierrez, and members of the Subcommittee on Early Childhood Education. I am the New York City Public Schools Chancellor, Kamar H. Samuels, and I'm joined by my first Deputy Chancellor, Daniel Ginta, Deputy Chancellor of Family Partnership and Community Support, Flavia Puello Padermo, Deputy Chancellor of Early Childhood, Simone Hawkins, Deputy Chancellor of Inclusive and Accessible Learning, Christina Fody, Deputy Chancellor of School Operations, Kevin Moran, and Chief Financial Officer, Sarita Scott. I'm honored to serve in the Mamdani administration and to lead the nation's largest school district. I look forward to discussing the fiscal year 2027 preliminary budget as it relates to our city's students, staff, and families. For me, serving in this role is the culmination of more than 20 years devoted to our schools. I started as a New York City teaching fellow in the Bronx, where I realized that education would become my life's work. and later served as a principal, deputy superintendent, and superintendent. I'm also a proud NYCPS parent. These experiences have shaped my perspective profoundly. But as I refined my vision for our schools, the greatest influences have been the conversations I've had with our NYCPS community since taking this role. I've been to every borough and soon every superintendency, visiting our schools, and by this point, I've seen 36 and counting. I've seen New York City Reads and Solves in action, and students' artistic and creative talents on full display. I've watched our youngest learners develop their literacy skills and our oldest learners prepare for college and careers. Whether that's by building robots or checking someone's vital signs, using aircraft simulators, or broadcasting a news program. On each of these school visits, I've met with families, elected officials, staff, and community members, listening to their concerns, their ideas, and their hopes. I'm also more than halfway through a 10-stop community conversations tour, where I've gathered insightful feedback and a wide range of perspectives from students, families, staff, and community members across every borough. Tonight, that tour continues in Manhattan. Tomorrow evening, we'll be in Brooklyn. And finally, earlier this month, I announced a comprehensive and schools at the center of our work. My new cabinet, an experienced, diverse group of public servants, is here with me today. Together, these conversations and perspectives have informed my vision for our school system, that every school should be safe, academically rigorous, and truly integrated. And as I've demonstrated in my initial months as chancellor, this work can only be done by listening to and partnering with families and communities. My first priority is safety. We know that students cannot learn if they do not feel physically safe and emotionally safe. So we are taking a comprehensive approach to student well-being. With our cell phone policy, we are prioritizing students' mental health and creating the distraction-free classrooms. And our work to leverage technology responsibly continues with our foundational AI guidance, which will be released tomorrow and will include opportunities for community input. With our summarizing program, we are keeping our students safe, engaged, and learning year-round. We recently launched applications and are gearing up for a fantastic summer. And with Project Open Arms, we are embracing and supporting our immigrant students and their families, reaffirming our commitment to every child's right to an education. Moving forward, I am committed to these strategies and others, such as community schools, support for students in temporary housing and foster care, and more, to ensure holistic student safety. My second priority is academic rigor. Across every classroom, students should be challenged, engaged, and pushed to reach their fullest potential, all with appropriate support and guidance. That's where our core academic initiatives, New York City Reads, New York City Solves, and Student Pathways come into play. This work is already transforming our system and producing real outcomes for students. I am determined to deepen and strengthen this work as chancellor. With New York City Reads, we're implementing a multi-tiered system of supports, or MTSS, to determine the highest leverage interventions for each child. With New York City Solves, we are maintaining our focus on conceptual understanding while promoting automaticity and foundational math skills. And with Student Pathways, we are aligning our work to New York State's Portrait of a Graduate to ensure students gain the competencies that will not only earn them a diploma, but will also serve them well in college, career, and life. This includes an emphasis on financial literacy, starting in kindergarten with our partners at NYC Kids Rise and continuing through high school. Academic rigor, I should note, is not only the purview of K-12. This administration has taken significant steps towards universal early care and education, including 2K and 3K expansion, while simultaneously stabilizing the system, because we are committed to engaging, enriching educational experiences from the earliest ages. My third priority, true integration, is especially relevant to our New York City context because our schools should reflect our rich diversity and multiculturalism of the city we call home. This is about expanding robust, rigorous programs, many of which intentionally foster diversity in every sense of the word, from bilingual education to specialized programs for students with disabilities, from international baccalaureate programs to early college, high schools. It's about thoughtful enrollment policies and school utilization, especially as we meet the class size mandate. And it's about interdisciplinary, culturally responsive learning experiences, leveraging materials like Civics for All and Respect for All programs. Let me be clear, Respect for All is more than a slogan. It's something we live every day in NYCPS. Our students deserve to see their stories recognized and uplifted, and to celebrate the identities of others. To that end, I am proud to announce that building on the Council's investment in culturally responsive resources such as the Black Studies curriculum, the Latin Studies curriculum, and Hidden Voices resources, we will be launching a comprehensive professional learning plan to expand the use of these materials in classrooms across the city. While all schools have access to these resources, access is not synonymous with implementation. I am committed to supporting our educators to make that implementation seamless and impactful. I want to thank the many members whose support has been instrumental in bringing culturally responsive education to our schools, and I ask for your continued partnership. This is only the first step in my broader integration vision, and I'm excited to share more about how we are fostering equity and true integration district by district in the upcoming months. So, as you can see, we have hit the ground running, and the FY 2027 preliminary budget will enable us to accelerate this progress. I am deeply grateful to the Mamdani administration for their support of our schools, students, and families. This budget dedicates over $1 billion in new funding to our school system this fiscal year, a sum that will grow in the outer years, demonstrating this administration gets it. The mayor and his team are listening and recognizing our needs, stabilizing the system, and creating efficient, effective, and sustainable pathways to long-term transformation. To start, this budget addresses operational necessities around technology, transportation, and more, laying a critical foundation for the rest of this work. The budget then builds on this foundation to advance the broader vision, making significant strides towards safe, academically rigorous, and truly integrated schools. With $106 million in baseline funding for Summer Rising, we will keep our children engaged and safe year-round. With investment that support early childhood, $300 million this fiscal year and even more baseline, and students with disability baseline at $226 million. Academic rigor will start early, and the bar will remain high for all students. Also meaningful in this baseline investment in reducing class sizes, allowing us to hire more teachers. In addition to this, we are closely collaborating with the School Construction Authority, unions, and elected officials to analyze our physical footprint brainstorming capital and operational strategies to meet the mandate. To our City Council members, I want to thank you for your ongoing support, partnership, and dedication to our school communities in all these areas and many others. I also ask for your advocacy with state lawmakers as they pursue their own budget negotiations. We strongly support both houses' additions of foundational aid weights for students in temporary housing and foster care, and increased weights for English language learners, which I spoke to at the state budget hearing in January. These updates are long overdue and will allow us to better support the needs of some of our most vulnerable learners. Moreover, both houses are proposing increased early childhood investments, and the Assembly is proposing class size funding, all critical needs. At the same time, we hope the state will consider a regional cost index increase in the foundation aid formula and weights for students with disabilities. Additionally, as the state considers an extension of mayoral control, I ask for your help in making clear to the state lawmakers the importance of this governance structure. As I testified to the City Council last month, mayoral control allows us to pursue big, bold, system-wide goals to ensure equity across our system and to respond effectively in moments of crisis. Both the mayor and I believe that mayoral control and family empowerment can and must coexist. Our children deserve both: the centralized oversight and execution that allow for real impactful change and local input, and decision-making that give our families a meaningful say. A thoughtful balance of the two will lift our system to new heights. To close, I want to thank this council for your continued partnership and dedication. It's been a pleasure meeting you and seeing you in your schools these last few months, and I know we will continue to partner in service of our school communities. I look forward to answering your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor, for your testimony. It has been exciting to see you get around some of our schools throughout the city, and I'm excited for the new team. You really have a lot of good people supporting you in your work, so I'm very excited for what this DOE has to offer. I want to start with class size. The class size implementation in 2026-27 school year, DOE needs to meet 80% compliance for class size, and currently sits at 64% compliance in the school year. The administration added $542.9 million in city dollars and $57.1 million in newly recognized state funding for a total of $600 million invested in class size in fiscal 2027. Does the estimated funding for full implementation take into account any possible enrollment or demographic shifts? Why or why not?
Yeah. So thank you for your question. We are committed to ensuring that we are moving towards this law as aggressively as possible. This is something that's very, very important to us. And first, given our enrollment challenges, we do need to think about how we're using the buildings that we currently have to their maximum capacity. And so the first thing that certainly was top of mind for me was developing a plan for our current building utilization, which does take into account where our current enrollment is. When it comes to projections, I know that we're thinking about some of those projections, but first we are partnering with the School Construction Authority as well as our union partners to make sure that we're thinking about the compliance because I think it's going to be very difficult to get to 80% by September. But I want to turn it over to Erin, to talk a little bit more about some of the considerations that we've had for a class size.
Yeah. Three things. One, I want to acknowledge we've also been joined by a number of council members, including Councilmember Banks, Felder, Ressler, and One. Second, I just want to make sure, if yes or no, does it take into account the possible enrollment or demographic shifts? And then when you answer, please state your name for the record.
Erin Jahant, and we are considering flat enrollment in our projections right now, just because we're utilizing responses from the principal survey. So again, in advance of FY27, we put together the most comprehensive class size survey to date. We received, developed the survey in response to, or in partnership, with both U of T and CSA. We received responses from all of our District 1 through 32 schools and are utilizing that information because, again, we believe principals understand, as they worked in partnership with their community, how best to plan for class size implementation.
So you're planning for flat enrollment?
Yes, and using responses from the principals
Using the
themselves.
response from the principals. Thank you. Now, of course, there's space constraints, as was acknowledged. We'll be asking the School Construction Authority later about that. But how, from your perspective, can you talk more about how you are planning around your space constraints that currently exist?
Yeah, so as Erin started, we asked all of our principals to respond to a survey that asks them several questions. If you have the space, what resources will you need to get to class size? And then also, if you don't have the space, we are looking at what are some of the options for schools. And those range from small room conversions to thinking about does a school need an annex, or is there a capital investment strategy? I think first we have to look at the working with the School Construction Authority as well as our union partners to really explore those in a very rigorous way in each district. And Erin, if you have anything to add.
And adding on, again, we've shifted our approach and kind of built on what our partnership before to kind of invest in a more intensive planning approach. Again, taking our internal New York City Public School teams alongside SEA, going school by school, also integrating results from the principal survey to determine what the best path forward to compliance would be around identifying more space.
Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge we've been joined by Councilmember Brewer. When you say identifying space, does that include repurposing art rooms, art studios, dance studios, theaters as classrooms?
So that's a great and interesting question. Well, we are taking a localized approach and working with school communities in thinking about the best ways. I, for one, certainly as a superintendent, saw some of those trade-offs very, very close and upfront, and have worked to avoid those in some proposals. But school communities will be engaged in thinking about what those adjustments could look like.
Yeah, it would be a travesty to lose any of our art spaces, our dance spaces, our theater spaces. And I would like to know how many art rooms are being taken away to comply with the class size law. In the current year, DOE, U of T, and CSA agreed to a range of exemptions, including for the 9 specialized high schools. How did the DOE decide on exemptions for this year? And what discussions had the DOE had with the U of T and CSA about exemptions for next year?
Yeah, so the conversation is ongoing in terms of thinking about what possible exemptions are. And, I think we will be looking at, and we're having conversations about some common sense flexibilities and exemptions. But Erin, you want to add?
And again, just thank you for that, and thank you for raising that. We do meet very regularly with both U of T and CSA on class size reduction. We are working towards the deadlines outlined for our FY27 class size reduction plan. And just as a reminder, the law asks that, or the law requires that exemptions are jointly developed by New York City Public Schools, U of T, and CSA. So it's a partnership.
This is my question. Okay. In fiscal 28, And the out years, funding for class size jumps to $942.9 million in city funding and $57.1 million in state funding. How did the DOE estimate that 100% class size compliance will cost an additional $1 billion on top of the over $400 million in investments already made?
Yeah, well, so part of the thinking about class size is this idea that obviously you're going to need space, so there's a potential capital investment, and then there's also the hiring of teachers, right? As we continue to make sure that we are fully staffed in our positions, we do know that there are significant shortage areas, so that will require significant investment both in creating a pipeline as well as making sure that we're covering the attrition that happens typically, and like thinking about the certainly in the high schools and the middle schools, all of the licenses areas that are really hard to find. So when we think about the space and when we think about the human capital that is going to be required to meet the mandates, I think those that obviously are significant costs.
Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge we've joined my council members Farias and Narcisse. And lastly, the out-year funding. Does the out-year funding take into account possible demographic shifts?
I'm going to turn it over to Sarita to talk about the out-years funding a little bit.
Yep. Sorry, Sarita Scott. And so, yes, the estimates reflect the projected staffing needs that are required to ensure that we're in compliance with the law. And it takes into direct account the school level data, which again takes into account our hiring needs and other costs associated with ensuring that we are meeting the mandate.
So you are looking at demographic shifts.
We are constantly looking at demographic shifts.
Yeah, and I'll bring it up at any hearing I can since you're in the administration. If this administration, like previous ones, is not building 2- and 3-bedroom apartments, if they're not building housing for family, we're just going to keep losing families. Might make your class size law easier, but it's not good for our city to continue to lose families. The preliminary plan worked to correct under-budgeting in key areas such as due process cases and class size. The DOE's budget continues to have areas that appear to be over-budgeted. For example, the budget for books has been consistently over-budgeted when comparing actual spending to the adopted budget. On average, the DOE has underspent $43 million on books each year. Has the DOE looked at over-budgeting in the budget and object codes within the budget, and which areas seem to be over-budgeted when compared to actual spending trends?
Yeah. So, just before you go, as a former principal superintendent and thinking about school budgets, I would say this is something that we have been contending with for years, thinking about making sure that we actually make use of all of our spending, and there are rules and processes that help us to do that. But specifically when it comes to what you're talking about, I'm going to turn it over to Sarita.
Sure. So yes, we are definitely looking, I would say actually turning over all the couch cushions to see where there's underspend, especially now that we are under the executive order to achieve savings. So yes, we are definitely looking at all of those things.
And how do you plan to correct over budgeting in certain areas of the budget? And have you identified which budgets, like the budget for books, are continually underspent when comparing to adopted budget actuals?
Yep, so I just want to make sure that we're, in the way in which we've been looking at savings, I want to make sure we're being careful because we want to ensure that there's no disruption to any school level services. So we have to be very strategic in all the places that we're actually looking for underspend. And so while we are still in the beginning of those conversations, we're focusing on like what's workable, again, with the focus on not disrupting any school level services.
Well, I think none of us want disruptions, but I'm just asking, what are some of the areas you've identified that have historically been over budgeted where you can find the savings?
So we've been looking in different programmatic areas, just looking whether or not those different programs have yielded the desired outcome. Again, if the funding was actually,
I'm sorry,
Sure,
so
no.
can you just provide some examples of some of the areas in the budget that are consistently over budgeted that you are looking at to, thank you.
Understood. I don't have the list in front of me, but I can provide it to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's an answer. Not the answer I love, but that is an answer. Thank you. You know, this is a working relationship where we have to find the dollars to make sure that they're going to our students and that we're not over budgeting because we need to know where our dollars are. The DOE's contract procurement process includes the Panel for Educational Policy, which is a voting body of mayoral appointees, parents, and other community members. We want to talk through this process as it's tied to the mayoral control extension currently being negotiated. And as you know, you were here at the hearing last month. One of the sources of contention was the Panel for Educational Policy and its role in contracting, the oversight that exists or doesn't exist there. How does the DOE's procurement and contracting process differ or not from other city agencies?
And thank you for that question. And we'll continue to work with the panel, but I wanted to turn it over to Alicia to talk specifically about the relationship, the difference between our procurement processes and other agencies.
Good morning, Alicia Balui. In terms of the procurement policy and processes, I think at the last hearing I had mentioned that our procurement policy differs from that of the city primarily because we are bound to at state law. But in saying that, our processes don't differ very much. It's really more about the steps in the process. For instance, other city agencies aren't required to present contracts on a monthly basis to the Panel for Educational Policy. So that adds steps into our process. I would say about probably 8 weeks to the process. But in most instances, our procurement processes and solicitation methods are very similar to that of the city.
Can you outline some of the specific ways in which they're the same in terms of timeline and in terms of oversight that the public or city agencies have over the contracting process?
Well, I can't speak specifically because I'm not an expert on the PPB, but we have done some comparisons in terms of the solicitation. So we have RFP very similar to the city RFBs. The areas where we differ is we have listing applications, right? And these are what I would classify as sole source procurements, and that is primarily for textbooks and educational software. And the reason why they qualify for sole source is primarily because these are proprietary materials that you cannot purchase elsewhere. So that's one example.
Yeah, one of the sources of contention is that there's not enough oversight over the PEP, and even the PEP members themselves don't see the contracts or necessarily know what they're voting on. One of the contentions is that there is not sufficient time for public feedback before there is an actual vote, whether on contracts or anything else from the PEP. Would the DOE be in favor of adjusting the PEP contracting process to increase transparency, for example, by providing additional information to PEP members or by hearing contracts before voting on them at the PEP meeting? And does the DOE have any other recommendations to revamp this process, to provide the transparency that we deserve in our city's budget?
So,
Well, I think I'm going to be in ongoing conversations with the PEP. I'll consider some of those proposals that they're raising, but for now, I'm not going to commit to changing any part of the process, but I am open to listening to the concerns that they have.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it over. I'm going to turn it over momentarily to Chair Lee of the Finance Committee.
Hi, good morning. Great to see you all. Sorry, I was just looking at more of the specific numbers from the OMB report and just was curious as to, for example, code 436 where it's school facility OTPS, right? For FY 26 and 27, there seems to have been a decrease there. And then for fringe benefits and PS, there seems to be an increase. And then just overall, when you look at the full-time position, pedagogical and non-pedagogical headcounts, between FY '26 and '27, it seems like they're relatively flat, right? So I guess my question is, where is that main increase coming from between the FY '26 and '27 numbers? Is it new needs? Is it programs? Like, where is that coming from?
So in terms of the headcount, it's associated with new needs, and I can give you the specifics on those. In terms of the headcount not being adjusted yet for the out years, that's something that we'll continue to work with OMB on. And then I want to get more information on the U of A 436 that you flagged, and I can come back to you with on that.
So the FY '27 headcount as it stands, where it's 127,927 for, or 120 million, I think these are in millions, and 12,603. Those are not updated with the new needs for FY '27, or are they?
I will get back to you on that.
Okay, because I just want to have an understanding of where the increase in the almost $2 billion is coming from. If the headcounts are the same, is it supplies? Where is it coming from? Fringe, health insurance costs, those kind of things. So if you could get back to me, that'd be great. And then also, when I look at the contracts, right? Same sort of issue. It seems like actually there's a slight decrease in the number of contracts between FY '26 and '27, but yet there's an increase from 11.4 to 12.8. So that's another question I have is, where are the main sort of increases? I know that, for example, payment to contract in corporate schools for handicapped kids, that one is increasing quite a bit. Just looking at these numbers, same thing with the charter schools. But if the number of contracts are decreasing, just curious as to why the per contract average is increasing. So if you have information on that as well, that'd be great.
So just want to make sure I acknowledge that, yes, we're seeing some increases due to the funding that was put into the budget for related contracted services, also for our early childhood, and you named another one, but just want to acknowledge the increases that we're seeing in contracts there, but I can give you more information on where we're seeing the fluctuations between what is budgeted versus, what's coming down versus what's going up. But we are seeing a number of investments that do actually have an impact on our contract spending budget.
Okay, and if you could just give us a more detailed breakdown in terms of what, like you said, the fluctuation.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, perfect. And then just going straight into chief savings officers, because the DOE budget comprises of 29% of our city's overall budget. And then when you add fringe and other costs, it's actually 40% of the entire city's budget. So I just want that to sink in for a second. Preliminary budget greatly increased the department's fiscal '27 budget from $35.4 billion to $38 billion, a 7.4% increase compared to the November plan. And there are areas that are continually underspent, as the chair mentioned, but continue to be budgeted at current levels. And additionally, the administration asked, of course we know, all chief savings officers to identify savings and the report that was due last Friday. So I know the chair already sort of asked this, but what were the details of this report and what specifically was proposed?
Yeah, so with regards to the chief savings officer, we've obviously designated ours, and we had significant deliberations on where we want to be conscientious and find fund savings for this year. The mayor was clear that vital services need to be protected, and so we, as much as possible, we are cognizant of not impacting schools, but we have been working and submitted our preliminary savings costs.
Yep, the only thing I'll add there is that the submission included a wide range of options across administrative efficiencies, programmatic adjustments, areas of underspend, and operational cost controls. And again, as the chancellor just stated, with the focus on preserving classroom instruction.
Okay, yes, and I want to emphasize that we are on the same page. We want to make sure that the services themselves are, remaining at the same levels, and so I just want to emphasize that point. My favorite topic, the mental health continuum, which I bring up every year. So I noticed that it did not include funding for the continuum for the $5 million across DOE, H&H, and DOHMH. So Just out of curiosity, how many schools currently have access to mental health centers, and what is the total number of mental health centers and clinics open with this funding?
Yeah, so thank you for that. And we're committed to the mental health continuum. In every school, we have, every school has at least a guidance counselor, social worker, or a mental health organization that is a clinic that is connected to. And I'm going to turn it over to Deputy Chancellor Flavia to talk a little bit more specifically about the data that you asked.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Flavia Puello Perdomo. Thank you, Councilmember Lee, for your question. So currently, we have 50 schools that are supported through the Mental Health Continuum, primarily Central Brooklyn and the Bronx, South Bronx, and parts of the Bronx where we had high needs. Specifically for those 50 schools, we developed 16 school-based mental health clinics that are dedicated to support 16 out of the 50. But in addition to that, 34 of the school gets their support through H&H, through their local clinics. So there's like a combination of support services, as you highlighted, where some of the services happen in the school in the ground, including robust professional learning for the staff, but the more clinical acute services for those who are not happening in the school happen to community-based clinic. And I want to emphasize that this is in addition to the nearly 250 mental health clinics that we have supporting approximately 400 schools.
How many students are served? And those are the Article 31s?
Yes.
Okay, so those are the Article 31.
The additional 250, yes.
And how many providers are those 250? Because I know it's not 250 providers. So in other words, it's probably multiple satellite sites that they have?
So for the continuum specifically, there's the 16 clinics
Right.
that are specific for the continuum. The additional clinics that I mentioned, the over approximately 250 clinics, are mostly the school-based clinics that are in DOE building open to the campus. So for instance, when I was a principal in the building that I was in the 3 schools, we had a clinic that provided both mental health support services and other clinical services.
Right, through, let's just say, Catholic
Montefiore,
Charities or
yeah,
Montefiore. Okay.
correct.
Okay. And how many students are currently utilizing the Continuum program?
For the mental health continuum, for the 50 schools, it's approximately 20,000 students.
20,000, okay. And would you be able to still provide it if the funding were not available?
We will not, because
Okay.
we wouldn't be able to maintain the same level of fidelity of support, but also the mental health continuum specifically was anchored in schools that didn't have that kind of support.
And do you think the funding's enough to meet the levels, or what would you say is the appropriate amount of funding that would be able to meet the current needs?
What I can say factually is that those clinics have been able to support nearly 6,600 appointments that otherwise would have probably been delayed and would have not been received. I think it's really looking at all of the assistance that we have to support students, and also making sure that our families and our students are aware and consistently looking at the gaps and the needs, just like we're looking for everything else, because they do change and they do shift, and we have to keep an eye on our communities and what their needs are. And we know that since the pandemic, mental health challenges has really escalated, and we need to continue to stabilize our students.
And just moving really quickly over to state budget and funding. So obviously, as mentioned, Chancellor, the State One House bill does include a number of proposals that would increase the amount of state funding coming to the city. And both the Senate and Assembly included proposals to increase the weights in the foundation aid formula for ELL, English language learners, from 0.53 to 0.6, and add a weight for students experiencing homelessness and living in foster care. And the Assembly includes further proposals for additional funding for 3K and class size. So the IBO, Independent Budget Office, estimates that the state and Assembly ELL proposal would add $69 million in foundation aid funding in fiscal '27. Has DOE conducted their own estimate? And if so, where does that land compared to IBO's estimate?
So yes, we've conducted our analysis and we agree with that estimate.
Okay, perfect. And then IBO also estimates that the Senate proposal for added weight for students experiencing homelessness and living in foster care would add 93 million in funding, and that the Assembly proposal would add 486. So what was the number that you came to?
So we're slightly off from the Senate's proposal. We estimate about 75 million, and we're in alignment with the Assembly's proposal.
Okay, perfect. And what are Dewey's thoughts on these and other educational funding proposals in the One House bill? Are you advocating for this at the state level? And of course, that's something we talked about when we went up also for Tin Cup Day as well.
Yeah, we are. We are advocating for those things. And before you move on, Councilmember Lee, I think Sarita want to address something.
Yep, I wanted to address your headcount question.
Yes.
So the headcount that was included as far as the new needs and preliminary budget was in part for early childhood education to align with the expansion, and then also in support of our IESP efforts. That one is only in fiscal year 26, and that's the reason why we see, we don't see
shift.
the amount right in the out years. And so that's what we'll continue to work with OMB to adjust the budget.
Okay. And then just a final question about just curious, do you do group purchasing across all your schools and systems and everything? I see a smile on your face. Only because I know that some agencies have done that, which actually helps towards mitigating a lot of the costs involved. And for example, for Department for the Aging, for our senior center back in the day, they actually extended their group purchasing and health insurance fringe benefit rates to the nonprofit providers, which greatly helped, because obviously it increases their numbers and it lowers the cost. And so I was just wondering how that works. Or if
Yeah, so I smile because that's something that we're certainly top of mind for us, something that we're thinking about, particularly in future years in terms of some reforms that we have coming up. But I want to turn it over to Alicia Ball.
Sure. Good morning, Alicia Balui. Thank you for that question. So when I think about group purchasing, it's a contract that you would have with other school districts to achieve scale and best pricing. It's not a common practice at the DOE, but it's something that we're exploring as one of our procurement reform strategies to ensure that we're spending our dollars efficiently.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. We've been joined by Council Members Krishnan and Epstein and by Speaker Menon. I'll turn it over to Speaker Menon.
Thank you so much, Chair. Really appreciate that. And thank you, Chancellor, and your whole team for being here today. So a number of different questions. I want to start with universal child care. So obviously, universal child care is an enormous area of alignment between the council and between the mayor. And so in that vein, now that funding has been allocated for early childhood educational programming, the council wants to ensure that the implementation is both high quality and cost effective and truly universal. So what is the DOE doing to address chronic issues, including provider payment delays, multi-agency coordination, staffing shortages, and seat misalignment?
Yeah, thank you so much for that, and thank you so much for your alignment and our universal belief in that childcare is something that's super important and it's way too expensive, and we're addressing that on behalf of our families together. I'm going to turn it over to Deputy Chancellor Hawkins to talk specifically about some of the concerns you've raised, because we are working through some of those as a system.
Good morning, Simone Hawkins. And so thank you, Speaker, for those questions. And so we've been doing a lot of work to improve payments. That begins with the contracting process. And as you know, with your support, with the support of many others, including the Comptroller's Office, we've been improving and streamlining that process. Once a contract is registered, then they have the ability to begin invoicing us. And so my team has been improving the way that we just engage with providers, specifically our CBOs and family child care partners, to make sure that they have the supports they need. We've been talking with the Mayor's Office of Child Care about how ways we can partner to help folks build their back office, right, muscle. I said this before, a lot of folks get into this work, they just want to love and care on the children and not necessarily want to be an accountant. And so we need to recognize that and make sure that they're properly supported. And so where we are seeing kind of the biggest backlog in payments is where there is still a contract pending, not necessarily where there is an invoice being, can take action on. Where there is an active contract, we are still working with providers to honestly submit budgets. They do need to submit a budget in order to begin invoicing. So again, those are things we're doing to support providers around payments. You asked other questions, Speaker. I'm so sorry. I just
Before you
wanna
go
make sure.
further on the payment system, I mean, we're still getting tremendous number of complaints and concerns about this. So what exactly is a timeline to try to rectify late payments?
So I'm not aware of late payments. So I want to be
Okay.
very, very clear about that. And so if there are any, please do reach out to our office. We will look into them. That is something we take seriously. We can't ask folks to do this
Okay.
work if they're not properly resourced. Another issue is the technology. We started the pre-KIT system, which is one of the primary systems we use for our contracted providers. It had its particular use at some time. We've been growing ECE, and so now we need to also grow our system capabilities. And so thanks to the council, we're able to, hopefully at the end of this calendar year, launch a new system called the Early Childhood Management System, which will give increased transparency and visibility into the process of payments for our providers.
Okay, the other areas were multi-agency coordination, staffing shortages, and seat misalignment.
Yeah, I'll start with the last one because that's something that's really exciting. So for a while now, we've been working with each of the providers, mostly to age down. A lot of communities, as you probably know, they really are in need of infant and toddler care. And so where we have been seeing persistent underutilization in pre-K and 3K, and where providers are willing and capable, we've been working to modify their slot configuration based on the needs of their communities. So I'm really excited. We made a lot of progress, and we are looking forward to doing that more. And we honestly use the CTL transitional contract, previously Early Head Start and Head Start, to really make a dent in those efforts. And so wanting to make sure that we are continuing to do that as we look for 2K, and launching 2K. And so what I will quickly introduce is the fact that what we did with existing providers was release a survey. And so we are allowing them to look at their current portfolio of seats to say, hey, we want to participate in 2K. We want to leverage this opportunity by modifying our slot. So we're doing that with that as well, in addition to our RFI. I'm taking up a lot of space. I don't know if
That's
this
fine. The little kids take up a lot of space.
Sorry.
Great.
I want to really spend a lot of time talking about contract spending because DOE has the largest contract budget, of course, of any city agency at $12.9 billion, which is, as we all know, a third of DOE's operating budget. Unlike other city agencies, the DOE contracts flow through the Panel for Educational Policy for approval. We have heard concerns about the process and its transparency, and we've also heard concerns about the size of DOE's contracting budget, and we want to better understand the full landscape of DOE's contracts. So the first question is how many contracts are related to mandated programming such as contract-related services and due process cases and charter schools?
Great. Alicia?
Good morning, Alicia Balui. Thank you for the question. I'll start by saying that the Division of Contracts and Purchasing, which I oversee, processes around 1,700 procurement actions annually and has done this for the nearly 3,000 active contracts with annual spend of about approximately $7 billion. We're always working to ensure that we're getting the best value for goods and services procured by New York City Public Schools, inclusive of working with nonprofits and small businesses, including many of our MWBEs. I welcome the opportunity to have a broader discussion on the topic and to help you understand the full landscape and the policies that dictate how procurement works at the DOE.
Can you speak a little closer to the microphone,
Yeah,
please?
thank you.
Absolutely, sorry about that. But in terms of your specific question about the contracts related to mandated programming, there are 227 contracts for mandated services across multiple categories, including related services, special education assessments, assistive technology, translation and interpretation and transcription, and the combined value for these contracts is approximately $17 billion over the life of their respective contract terms.
What is the contract value associated with these 267 mandated contracts?
The 227 is 17 billion.
I'm sorry, could you split?
17 billion?
Could we get a breakdown provided to the committee of the contracts and of the associated value?
Yes, I can.
Are you able to provide the contracts? That would be very helpful too.
The actual contracts? I'll circle back with my team to see how much of a lift that would be, because I think that the contract the individual contracts are probably like 200, 300 pages, so we'll work and figure out how we can get that to you.
Okay, what is the contract value associated specifically with technology contracts?
So there are 73 active contracts for technology, and
I'm sorry, did you say 73?
73.
Okay.
And their contract value is approximately $2.3 billion over the life of the contract.
And why are there multiple contracts for laptops, tablets, and other hardware?
So given the scale, the size and scale of the DOE, we often award contracts to multiple vendors for same or similar services, and that's to create redundancies to reduce operational risk in the case that there are any capacity issues, which often happens. One recent incident that I can recall is when the cell phone ban mandate was rolled out. We had to ensure that our vendors had the appropriate technology, the pouches, available for the schools in a very short period of time. And even with that proactive planning, we still ran into some delays, primarily because tariffs were imposed, and so some of the inventory got stuck on the water. So having those options allows us to pivot in real time without having to go through a lengthy procurement process.
How many of all the contracts we're discussing, so not just related to technology, to be clear, how many of the contracts are no-bid contracts, or other words, contracts that were procured outside of an RFP process?
So out of the contracts awarded, 96% are primarily competitive, and only 4% of those contracts are what we would consider non-competitive, or what you stated, no bid.
And so the 4%, what were those contracts? Who were they awarded to, and for what purposes?
A majority of those contracts are for negotiated services for early childhood education. That includes the 4410s and some of the UPK contracts. In addition, I mentioned earlier that we have listing applications, which I had classified as sole source. That's for textbooks and educational software.
So two things. So that 4%, what does that constitute in terms of a numerical value? What does that constitute in terms of how much those no-bid contracts were?
Hold on one second. I can get back to you on that.
Yeah, if you could get back to us, and we'd like an answer this week before the OMB hearing, which is on Wednesday, so we'd like an answer before then.
And let me just restate. No, I think it's 94% that is competitive, and 6%
Okay,
that's
so
non-competitive.
6%. So if
Yeah.
we could get before Wednesday's hearing a list of the 6% of contracts that were no bid, who were they for, what were the value and the purposes of those contracts?
Absolutely.
And if you could provide it both to the chair and to myself, thank you. So how many contracts of this whole bucket that we're talking about are with outside consulting firms? Like constitute consulting firms?
So I want to ensure that I'm providing adequate responses to this particular question, so I'm going to say that we have numerous contracts for a wide array of what I would define as consulting services, including but not limited to professional development for teachers and administrators, IT consultants who support infrastructure projects, and educational consultants who provide direct support to schools. Now, the DOE also has 2 contracts with one major consulting firm, Ernst & Young, for auditing and forensic accounting services with a combined value of $17 million. Now, I'll pause here to see if there are any clarifying questions, because I do have some data on what I would consider contracts for consulting services.
I do have a question about the Ernst & Young contract. So because a third of DOE's budget is going to these contracts, what does the Ernst & Young audit show that there are areas where maybe there are duplicative contracts, or there are areas of potential savings around these outside consulting contracts? That's really what we're trying to get to.
I'm unable to answer that question.
Well, but you mentioned that Ernst & Young did a $17 million audit. So, I mean, what were the findings of the audit in terms of the consulting contracts?
Sorry, if I can just chime in there. So the work Ernst & Young is doing for us is not in terms of looking at redundancies across the agency. They actually do a C4E audit for us, which is mandated by the state. So
I
that is
see.
one
Okay.
of which ways that they service us.
Was there any audit overall of consulting contracts?
Not that I'm aware of.
Because it seems like that would be a big area of opportunity for the agency to really look at, are there areas where perhaps numerous consultants are duplicating work, and I recognize that many of these contracts are from last year. So again, I'm trying to get to that issue.
Yeah. So I think, first of all, thank you for the line of questioning. I think you're coming up on some of the things we are discussing with our chief savings officer and the plans there to really take a look at what are areas that are duplicative and so on as we move into the future. So those are conversations that we are having now.
Okay.
Not sure how much we had those conversations before.
Okay, thank you. I want to move on to due process cases. So with the addition of $500 million in fiscal 2026 and the prelim plan, the budget for due process cases, also known, of course, as Carter cases, is now $1.49 billion. So this is an area that had been under budgeted in the past, which I know the administration has highlighted, which is very important. So we want to really better understand that. In fiscal year 2016, the budget for due process cases was $312 million. Can you speak to the increase in spending on due process cases over the past decade, both for tuition and for services?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question, Speaker Menon. We're actively and deeply working on our due process cases and how they project into the future. And I'm going to turn it over now to our Chief Legal Officer, Liz, to talk a little bit more.
Good morning, Liz Vladeck. Thank you for the question. I can't overstate its importance, and I think it's really critical to set forth the context. I think there's a lot of misinformation and misunderstanding about this phenomenon. So the context is that from year to year, we used to see an average of between 5,000 and 6,000 total cases being filed, due process cases. That's the overall rubric, which, you know, the premise of which is that a family is seeking something to support their student with a disability that they are not receiving directly from us. I was a parent who filed those claims. When Mayor de Blasio took office, he instituted a policy whereby DOE was directed to settle all cases where it wouldn't practically be malpractice to settle. He took the view, you know, totally fairly from my perspective, that families who felt the need to bring a legal claim shouldn't then be battling through the legal process. And I think that was well-intentioned, but it had some pretty damning consequences. And so we saw that average of 6,000 cases a year start to jump, and we saw exponential growth year over year over year. So we hit a high of 26,000 cases in FY24. And so again, those cases, they went up, 5 times in 8 years. The common narrative that attached to these cases turned out to be badly off base factually, and I think has done a real disservice to the tremendous progress that my colleague DC Foti and her teams have made in serving students with disabilities. The narrative that took hold was that this is a further illustration of DOE failing to provide for the needs of students with disabilities. But in fact, as we started to understand our data better, what we discovered is that up to 2/3 of all cases being filed were not Carter cases. So the terminology is Carter cases. This refers to a Supreme Court decision that established the premise that a family where they want a public education for their student with disabilities, they are entitled to it. And if the school district fails to provide it, then the school district is obligated to pay the tuition for the school that the family on its own identifies, the specialized school. IESP cases, which is a nomenclature language we didn't even have really 5 years ago, are cases where the family is not seeking a public education. They are not looking for a placement in a public school, no matter what services and programs we may be able to offer in our public school. Instead, they are because of their family, their personal desires, whatever it may be, they are choosing a private school that is not generally a specialized private school. That may be a religious school, it may be, one of the private schools on the Upper West or Upper East Side that we all know the names of. But they're seeking to have the DOE, what the law requires is to provide services for their students. New York State did a funny thing about 15 years ago, and I'll say what I mean by funny, not ha-ha. In seeking to support the rights and needs of students with disabilities who did not want public education, they removed the funding cap, the financial cap, on a school district's legal obligations to students who do not want a public school education. Our obligations to Carter students is to pay whatever it takes. We get a federal IDEA grant, but if that grant's not enough for us to meet each individual student's needs, we've got to find city tax levy monies, we've got to get help from the state, we've got to pay whatever it takes. That's not how IESP cases work in the rest of the country. And if you look at the law and the history, clearly no one ever conceived of IESP cases becoming a huge cost center. But that is what happened. And so in fiscal year '24, we spent almost $400 million on IESP cases that, again, students who did not seek a public education. And unfortunately, we've identified a tremendous amount of fraud and abuse and simple misunderstanding that this is not just, free money. And so we've taken extensive steps to tighten up the process. We've made numerous criminal referrals. And so where we're really seeing a drop in due process cases is on the IESP side. We were down 40% last year over the year before. A lot of that is the tremendous work, again, by Deputy Chancellor Foti to make unheard of investments, tens of millions of dollars, it's in the preliminary budget, into directly serving IESP students, cutting out the middlemen, lawyers, agencies who've benefited enormously from this phenomenon. But the other thing that's happening is that the Carter cases, the tuition cases, while they haven't exploded in volume in the same way, they're creeping up in terms of annual tuition cost. And so the average cost of a Carter case right now of tuition is $100,000 a year. On the other hand, the average cost of a case where there's an autism diagnosis is $144,000 a year. And autism cases are now a third of Carter cases. So the money is a huge issue. Now, we think that the progress we've made in bringing case filings down is going to start to be reflected in spending. We're optimistic. But I think the more important point, and the one that we are focused on, is that the $100,000 over here in a Carter case, or the $30,000 a year over here in an IESP case, there are no results to be gleaned from that spending. There's no accountability, there's no reporting as to the quality of those programs, the graduation rates of those students. So when we keep that in mind, then we look at DIAL's special education programs and services, programs like the NEST program and the Horizon program, programs where we've got waiting lists and we've never even advertised. We have remarkable graduation rates for those students, and we're spending half, a third of the cost of a Carter case. So what we really need, we're doing all that we can internally. We're working incredibly hard. I'm even going to tell you that Cheryl Williams and Emily Minarsik on my team and their teams have slept, and breathed this issue for 4 years. But what we really, really need is help with the big picture, help with getting the public to understand what effective special education programs and services look like, getting them more exposure to how high quality our programs and services are, and ensuring that we're able to scale up those programs and services, because we serve over 250,000 students in our schools with IEPs. And we do it despite the public narrative that's attached for many years. We actually do it really well. And early childhood programming has, because we've been able to start interventions earlier at a younger age with students, we're seeing those investments start to bear fruit.
Thank you for that overview. A couple questions on that. So, specifically on Carter cases, like what specific steps is DOE taking to manage the growing cost in that area? And have you partnered, for example, with Oath on any legal strategies in that regard?
Yeah, so we're very, very proud to have helped to lead the creation of the Oath Tribunal. We worked very closely with the state. And part of how the boon got so bad was that case processing times slowed to a crawl. And frankly, that operated to the advantage of the bad actors. So we are really proud to have gone from, in some cases, more than a year to move a case through the system to under 90 days on average, which is the legal obligation. We're really doing great there. Where I do have concerns is on some of the kinds of fraud control measures that we think are really critically important, where we in Oath don't see eye to eye. Now, I don't think people always understand, of course, DOE defends cases, but we have a separate function on case administration. So what Oath does is actually a delegation of our legal obligation for that case administration. And we think that things like requiring a parent to appear at a hearing and confirm that they asked to have the case brought is important.
Okay, I just want to interrupt because I want to push back, though, on this timeline of the cases closing, because the MMR reflects something different. It says it really reflects that many of the cases that were settled or closed in fiscal 2025 were filed several years prior, a few date back as far as 2007, meaning the students are literally now well past school age. What is the reason that a case would take this long to complete?
Yep, it's a great question. I paid close attention to this. When I started, we had 11,000 cases that hadn't even been assigned a hearing officer. At this point, when cases are taking a long time to close, it could be any number of things that are specific to the case. For example, it may be that there is some complicated thing about the case and the parties have agreed to extensions, which is totally lawful, timeline extensions. It may be that we really strongly disagree, or the family does, with the outcome of the hearing, and so there are many rounds of appeals going up and down, first to the state review office, then to state or federal court. There are plenty of cases that fit that bill, but those are specific to the cases, not to the process.
Okay. I mean, I think you're going to hear a lot more from colleagues about this issue. I mean, there's a real concern about the ballooning costs around this, so
Yes.
I know many of my colleagues will also continue to ask questions about this. I want to move on to a different topic about paraprofessional pay parity. We've talked, obviously, just now about the cost of the due process cases, but the backbone of that whole system are really our paraprofessionals, and they have long worked for too little pay. The council has proposed a bill, Intro 692, which would provide paraprofessionals with much-needed additional pay, as the current starting salary for paraprofessionals is $32,000. It is far too low. In terms of the data on current DOE headcount that was sent to the council last week, it indicates that there are currently a little under 26,000 paraprofessional positions that were filled, about 1,200 of which are for hourly positions. So my question is, what is the current vacancy rate for paras?
So we value our paraprofessionals throughout the department, and we see their value, and we thank the council for raising this issue of pay parity. In terms of our filling paraprofessionals roles, I don't know, Christina, do you have any data on that in front of you?
Yes, Chancellor, I have data from the office that oversees para hiring. Currently, we have 2,100 paras. We have 5,520 paraprofessionals.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? Say that one more time?
Currently, we have 2,100 that we have hired. We have 5,520 paraprofessionals operating as sub-paras. And in terms of the vacancy rate that I was provided, it's 1,324, and sub-paras are available to cover these vacancies on a daily basis.
Can you please just state your name for the record?
Christina Foti.
So 1,300, you said, in terms of the vacancy? So what can be done? You know, this is really a dire situation for the paraprofessionals. Again, we are totally 100% committed to raising the pay for the paraprofessionals. What is DOE's plan, you know, in terms of this, and what can be done given the vacancy rate and the low pay rate for paras?
Yeah, I think, you know, we do so much around recruiting. We make sure that the paraprofessional portal is open as much as we can. We're connecting with, we have principals connecting with local community members to really try to do outreach there. And again, you know, we're open to thinking about paraprofessional pay raises with the support of the council.
Is someone else say? Okay.
No, I think that's good.
Okay. I mean, I just want to be clear about this. I mean, our strong feeling is that until we raise a paraprofessional's pay, which absolutely has to happen, we're going to continue to face this crisis in terms of the vacancy rates. It affects, obviously, the students who are most in need, who need the paraprofessionals. So I can't overemphasize the important and our strong commitment to raise paraprofessional pay. I have a lot more questions, but I'm going to turn it back over to the chair so that other council members can ask.
Thank you, Speaker Mann. One follow-up question about the Carter cases, and then, I'm sorry, the due process cases, and then we'll go to council member questions. I'm trying to understand a little bit, Ms. Vladeck. Maybe I'm a little biased. I think we have great special education programming. I think you agree. I don't think that narrative exists. But you say there's a narrative that's dissuading people from engaging in the special education programming that we have here in the city. And also at the same time that even without advertising, your NEST programs are doing extremely well. You have lines out the door. I'm trying to reconcile those two things. And also, if we know that these programs work, which I know we've testified here before, this has been my line of questioning before, and it's in the long term going to save money by having fewer students with those private school tuitions, why aren't we pumping more money into schools or programs specifically for students with autism?
Yeah. Can I just, so look, I think overall, when we think about what we need to do in special education and you know, making sure that folks know about our programs, we also need to create more programs and invest in more programs closer to home for our families. We see that when we've done that, those programs are high quality. I visited one in District 12 quite recently, and that also cuts down on something I'm sure you'll ask later, which is the transportation of kids from school to home. And so we need more high quality programs closer to home. Yeah. And I'll ask Christina and Liz to follow up on that. But just overarching, I think the investment going forward is what's really critical here.
Yeah. So I just really need us to get clear on this. Number one, Liz just mapped out, and it is worth spending time on this, she mapped out what the last 15 years has looked like in terms of funding. We have been operating under a system of policy and process where the New York City Public Schools has been asked to do anything by all costs to settle cases. These are students that never entered New York City Public Schools. We didn't fail them. So, my question, and I just want to put it back, have we been operating under all, doing anything necessary to fulfill the funding requirements of mandated services? The answer is no. And Chair, I have the deepest, deepest respect for you. When we call our special education system broken, that means our children are broken. That means the educators in the system are broken. That means our schools are broken. And I argue to the absolute opposite, that we are at 93% compliance because of the deep competency of our schools and our educators and of our brilliant children. Now, when we have funding coming our way, we are able to do things like create world-class programs where kids with autism who come in not speaking graduate in 4 years at 97%. When we have funding, we open up 11,600 specialized programs seats. When we have funding, we hire 500 related service providers this year, 800 special education preschool seats, 20 preschool assessment teams that speak children's languages in their communities. Now, if we want to get to a place where we say by all means necessary special education will be funded, then we will not be out of compliance anymore, and we will have competitive options for our charter schools, for students pursuing charter schools. So that is the real story here, and we can continue to talk about how quickly we pay our charter schools, or we can continue to talk about how we are a broken system out of compliance, or we can make the decision finally to holistically take care of our kids. And Councilmember Lee talked about fair student funding and raising rates. Well, guess what? Fair student funding never gave us money to support psychologists, related service providers. We do that locally, right? So when we talk about special education, I really just am asking folks join in our narrative about how brilliant our schools and educators are, and how a broken, larger fiscal ecosystem that we've been doing everything possible to make up for, that you've been doing everything possible to make up for. We get piece-by-piece investments, and when we get those pieces, we make gold out of it for children. But we have to start from the whole. And so that's the answer, and I know it's long-winded, Chair, of when we have that, we have hundreds and hundreds of children waiting who want specialized programs. We have families in China saying that I want to relocate because I heard about this program. We have Denmark replicating our programs. So when you give it to us and when the city makes this choice, it is brilliant. And so I would say that we have a deeply functional special education system, a fiscal ecosystem that needs the larger help.
It sounds like we're saying the same thing, though, which is that when we make the investments, we do amazing things, and you've testified to that. So we agree. My question is, where in the DOE budget are the investments? It is the right thing to do by our students, and it is the right thing to do by our city budget to save money on what is otherwise going to private schools. So that is the question. Where is the money in the DOE budget? Where is the administration investing this money?
I think we can't gloss over that point about the money that's going to private schools that quickly. In addition to the fact that people may not know about our programs, there is a very well-funded set of folks in our city who do plenty of advertising and outreach to recruit people to outside programs. That's why there are kids who never show up in our schools. I switched my kid back out of a very well-known charter school because they gave up on him, and a New York City public high school got him over the finish line. The schools that all this money is going to, and by the way, the provider shortage, IESP cases equals related services. So we have a provider shortage. Why? Because we went from a few hundred IESP cases a year to almost 30,000 IESP cases a year. So please, when DC Foti talks about the ecosystem is not just OMB's material online about what money coming to us. It is also the outflow of public dollars for private education that is not accountable for general education standards, and not accountable for giving a student with disabilities what they need. And I'm saying that with respect to Carter and IESP schools. That's the part that we really don't control. But really, $1.5 billion a year, the number of seats that we could create in DC Foti's programs, never mind the advertising campaign that we could do, that we do for early childhood, that we could do for Nest and Horizon programs, the money's going out the door, and it's not accountable. So and we need help figuring out why.
So is it the DOE's position then that you would like to reinstate the cap for service providers?
No, I don't think that's what I'm saying. It's our position that any dollars being spent on special education should be accountable, right? So that any tuition money we're paying, any services money we're paying, there should be some obligation on the part of the schools, the programs, to demonstrate that those kids are getting what they need. It's why the tens of millions of dollars we're now spending to support IESP students who never wanted to come to public school, all of those dollars, all of those providers could be going into our schools. And New York State, by the way, which decided to take the funding cap off of IESP cases, has never put in a dollar to supplement those costs. We're paying 10 times what the federal law requires us to pay.
Right. So I think we should talk more. I want to get to council member questions, but there is this question about the cap, which I think that it sounds like the DOE can take an official position on and can do advocacy with the council to the state. If that is a real one of the elements of the challenges, the financial challenges to these due process cases. I'm going to turn over to council member Schulman.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I just want to, I have some questions about early childhood intervention, but before I get to that, I want to say since I've been a council member, I've been asking the same questions about the Carter cases. And what I do want to say is that I have programs in my district that are wonderful for D75 and for kids in need. And we have to replicate those. That's my position on this. So early intervention is a critical program administered by the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene that serves children from birth to age 3 with developmental delays. As children age out of the program, the DOE plays a key role in ensuring a smooth transition into preschool special education services. During the Health Committee fiscal 2027 preliminary budget hearing last week, DOHMH highlighted the importance of this transition, and I would like to get additional clarity around timelines, coordination, and service capacity. DOHMH stated that 81% of individualized family service plans are developed within 45 days. What is the typical timeline for DOE to evaluate and place a child referred from early intervention, and where do delays most commonly occur?
Thank you for your question. Certainly, when we think about early intervention, that is something we are certainly invested in. When we think about how programs have been done in the past and things that we want to rectify, these are areas that we're really thinking about. So I want to turn it over to Christina. You want to address some of that?
And I'll start, and then I'll tag you in. And so, as you mentioned, Councilmember, early intervention, that is a process handled by the Health Department, but there is a small but mighty team on my team, the Division of Early Childhood Education, that supports with the transition from EI through the CPSE process. Timelines is something that is managed by my colleagues in Dial on getting them evaluated. So I'll pat out. Yes, thank you, Fody.
Of course. So as DC Hawkins said, we work very closely with early intervention and early childhood to make sure that handoff is as smooth as possible for families. Not to be a broken record on this point, but again, we've been making up for a lack of fiscal infrastructure on the preschool point. That means, what that turns out to mean for families is that the handoff from early intervention to CPSE needs a personal touch via the CPSE workers and outreach coordinators that work directly with families. Now, when those CPSE workers have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of cases, that personal touch is a little different than when a worker is able to, an administrator is able to work hand in hand with a family. And so with the recent investments that you all helped advocate for, Advocates for Children helped, and certainly the city made a wonderful investment in, we've been able to hire, we're hiring 80 additional evaluation teams, almost 47 additional administrators, and other essential staff. And so we thank you for that investment, and that is what is going to make the handover as smooth and supportive as possible for families.
Thank you. So I have a follow-up, which does DOE currently have sufficient staffing and capacity to meet the needs of children transitioning from early intervention, and how are caseloads managed across providers?
Thank you, Councilmember Schulman. Yes, that is through those investments. That is how we are getting there, and we're seeing our compliance rates increase over time, but that hiring is happening this year via the current investments. We're going to expect to see our numbers look much better and have a much clearer baseline in the upcoming school year.
Okay. During the Health Committee hearing, DOHMH stated it would follow up on how many staff are dedicated specifically to background clearances for 2K programs. From DOE's side, how many staff are required to support or coordinate with this clearance process? That's part one of the question. Part two, is there a shared system or database between DOE and DOHMH to track clearance status in real time?
That's me. So very intimately aware of this process. So we do, for our programs, require PETS clearance, which is different from independent programs which go through DOI. And so can get back to you around how many staff currently support the PETS process. That is outside of my division. But what we have on my team is a policy staff, also small but mighty, that actually support with managing as the liaison between the provider organization and the PETS team if there are any delays. I will say it moves very quickly, and in certain situations in the past, we have allowed for some concession for folks to go to DOI. That is not something we can allow it continually, but we do allow, we do have supports within my team to support with the process.
And I just want to, so I remember when we had the previous hearing, we talked about getting together with DOHMH at some point. So I want to follow up with you
I would love
on
that.
And I also want to, sorry, Chancellor, I got so bogged down with the previous conversation, robust talk. Welcome to a hearing. I just wanted to say that.
It's okay. That's okay.
And that's it. But thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we have Councilmember Joseph.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Happy to see you all. I have a couple of questions, so I'm going to go fast because I only have 5 minutes. In the last hearing from Children and Youth Committee, interim commissioner said they would be having a conversation with you around foster care youth transportation. Can you give us an update on where that conversation is, or are you still having that conversation?
Okay. I'm going to turn it over to Kevin Moran as well.
Good morning, Mr. Moran.
Good morning, Kevin Moran, and thank you, Chair, for your advocacy in this space. It's so greatly appreciated. We've been spending a lot of time talking with ACS about more responsive transportation options for all our students, specifically students in temporary housing and those in foster care. One of the things we found of great success was our rideshare program in terms of meeting the immediacy of transportation. And so that you'll see somewhere in the budget increase from $12 million upwards of $22 million. So that service is very much appreciated by families and foster as well. We've been sharing that data with ACS to inform potentially future procurement on their side to help with the immediacy of transportation. We do think we'll be reducing routing times in the future drastically, but as an interim step, we'll continue to meet with ACS. We've given all the data to do some modeling, so we'll come back on a more wholesome response.
Okay, we can definitely talk about that, absolutely. DC Foti, nice to see you. Thank you so much. I just want to emphasize about the AIMS program in my district that we opened. Yep. I mean, it's a game changer. And you came to the grand opening and you saw parents were crying. A 4-year-old had to get on the bus at 6 a.m. in order to get the services, where we're keeping the services in the community. Thank you to you and your team. And we're opening that building on the weekends for SEED program. I mean, come on. So, of course, you know how I am. I'm a teacher. I do the grows, and I do the glows. Is it a perfect system? No. But is there room for improvement? Absolutely, with the right investments. And we've been making the right investments from the last budget and in this budget, baselining a lot of the services that our students need. So my question is around pre-K special education wait lists. In previous school years, we've seen long wait lists for pre-K special education students for classes and services. There have been tremendous efforts to address the issue with a $55 million restored and baseline in fiscal 2026. For additional classes, another $70 million restored and baseline in this plan for additional services. How many students are currently receiving all of their mandated services? How many students in ECE students are currently waiting for one or more of their mandated services to begin? How many of the ECE students are enrolled in special education classes? And how many students are on the wait list for a classroom?
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. So in my previous answer, I should have pointed out to you that based on these investments, we have already increased the number of evaluations provided by 600 cases this school year. So pretty remarkable. In terms of students waiting placement, let me first give you, we have 62.9% of preschool students receiving all of their related services. Again, we do expect to see increases as we continue to hire in the upcoming year. Nonetheless, it is currently at 62.9%, 12.7% receiving some of their services, 24.4% receiving none, 50.7% receiving SEAT services. We recognize that this is we agree that this is far from 100%, and as we receive those additional supports, we will can ensure you that children will be assigned and will receive their mandated services. In terms of seats, we have. Sorry, Chair. Did you mean through the investment? I apologize. Okay. Thank you. We opened 802 seats via the most recent investment, making sure that every student with a disability in preschool was able to start school on time.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry. Can I just add?
Yes, please.
Councilmember, just to piggyback. And just to add, I believe we have about 100 to 150 students currently waiting for either a special class or integrated setting. DC Fody and my team, we're working in real time to identify classes we can open even in this year, and then anticipating need for the upcoming school year. So that work is happening.
So that's the timeline from now to the school
Correct.
year. Any child being placed in between as the school year, even if we're in the middle of the school year?
So we're doing it on a rolling basis. So when we and where we can identify classrooms to be opened, we are opening those classrooms and then enrolling children. Sorry, I didn't mean for you to run out of time. So yes, happening in real time.
Okay, thank you so much. Immigrant family outreach engagement, student success centers, community schools, I can go on. And why we're not baselining mental health continuum? And what happened to Learn to Work? It wasn't in the preliminary budget.
Okay, so.
I know, fire.
Yeah. So really quickly, in terms of our immigrant outreach, as an immigrant myself, I'm very committed to making sure that our students who are new to the country and immigrants in general are protected. Our principals know exactly what to do if non-local law enforcement show up. Flavia, I'm going to ask you to address some more of that.
Yep, absolutely. So for the funding that Council provided to support immigrant outreach, it has been leveraged to hire CVO, community-based organizations that are directly connected to families to make sure that they are aware of both the fact that we speak their language, the 12 languages that we have resources available. We also have enhanced our technology through the Hello app to make sure that right then and there we can translate for family. This has also allowed to provide direct interpretation services at school. And I know you also had, I don't know if it was a specific question about community school as well?
Yeah. Can you talk a little bit about community schools, where we are, how many we have? Do any providers have to be paid or?
Okay, so community schools, we are at 419 community schools across the city. In all boroughs, pretty much you have representation in community schools across most districts. We have done, thank you to council and also thank you to our leadership support, have really doubled down on our efforts to support contracts, registration, and payment for community school. As I had testified here previously, one of the biggest challenges was that community school doubled in number, but we had the same or like 2 people less supporting contract and supporting procurement and everything else. So you couldn't expect the same quality of level of support. As of today, the 269 CTLE contracts for community schools that expire in FY25 have all been successfully registered and renewed. We also are working to close out the few remaining amendments, and the Controller's Office is always on point when those amendments are in for registration. Usually the timeline is expedited. So far this year, we have put in the hands of our providers around $52.5 million in payments. We took full advantage also of the fact that we could do advances to make sure that we could pay our providers in time. And I think the piece that I'm most excited about too is, as we know, community school is going into 10-year anniversary of the work. And what we have seen is that across the board, community school graduation rates when compared to citywide were higher. We could see that even after the pandemic, when chronic absenteeism increased, that rate didn't increase at the same rate in community schools. We could also see that ELA and math proficiency when comparing community school to non-community school, community schools saw higher increases. So when we talked about contract, when we talk about accountability, not only are we improving our services and the alignment to those to the chancellor's priority, but we can actually say with numbers that this work is creating an impact on our students and our families.
Yeah, and so finally you asked about learning to work. Learning to work is one of the critical areas we look at when it comes to overage and other serving those students. We continue to have ongoing conversations with OMB about, with respect to the funding needed for FY 2027 and in the out years. I wanted to give Jane a chance to address anything else there when it comes to learning to work.
Good morning, everyone. Jane Martinez Dowling. Well, first of all, we just want to start by recognizing that Learning to Work has been a cornerstone of support for overage, undercredited, vulnerable students for many years. And we're deeply grateful to our school leaders, our educators, and our community-based partners, and many of you up here who have really helped us with the commitment and the care to our student success. At its core, LTW is about ensuring that students have the relationships, experiences, and opportunities that they need to graduate with a strong plan and a path forward to long-term economic security. LTW is grounded in a youth development framework centered on strong relationships, trust, and meeting students where they are. The program funds contracts with community-based organizations, and those CBOs place additional staff in schools to work alongside school leadership and staff to deliver advising, work-based learning opportunities, and post-secondary planning supports as Learning to Work falls under the Office of Student Pathways. We currently serve 9,000 students in transfer schools and several thousand students across YABCs, including both full-time evening students and shared instruction students who attend YABCs part-time. The central message on this RFP is that it's going to be a modernization of the program, not a departure from its core values. The relationship-based foundation remains. What is changing is the effort to ensure that these relationships are supported by stronger systems, clearer expectations, and more consistent student experiences across sites, which align very much with the Chancellor's priorities. This redesigned RFP also expands access to LTW, including additional transfer schools and new charter transfer schools, allowing more students citywide to benefit from these supports.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Councilmember Joseph. Next, we have Majority Whip Hanks. And we've also been joined by Chair Gutierrez on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Chancellor, and everyone else. Everybody okay over there? Okay. And thank you for everyone for joining us today. I want to start by talking about holding harmless. Typically, a school's budget is tied to the enrollment and additional weights based on population through the Fair Student Funding formula. During COVID-19 pandemic, the city began holding schools harmless to any enrollment changes compared to their original projected enrollment, therefore projected budget for the year. Originally, this process helped students during the pandemic where any cuts to schools would be detrimental. Enrollment at public schools continued to decline, with 22,000 less students in our school system this year. So my questions are, does the DOE plan to add an additional hold schools harmless allocation for the schools in the upcoming school year? What is the projected cost of holding schools harmless next year? And what discussions has the DOE and the administration had about mid-year adjustments and holding schools harmless after the October 31st enrollment registers?
Thanks so much for the question, for something that's really important to the city. When we think about declining enrollment, we see the impact of that across our schools, and specifically many of our schools who serve the most vulnerable populations. And so we ought to be looking at ways going forward for making sure those schools are sustainable and can withstand the impact of declining enrollment. When it comes specifically to hold harmless, we are having conversations with OMB about various issues, including hold harmless. And Sarita, I want to turn it over to you.
So just to answer your question around projections, so there are no projections at this time to share. A lot of the data that goes into inform the policy, but most importantly to inform initial school budgets are not finalized until later in the spring.
So later this spring, we will have a real number of the projected cost?
Yes.
Okay. Chair. Thanks. So then we're going to pop over to class size and mandate and staffing challenges as it relates to my borough. In FY 2027, the plan includes $6 million to support class size, getting us really to meeting the 80% compliance under the law. And despite this investment, District 31, Staten Island, is only at 58% compliance. And this reflects not only the gaps, but also the facility constraints and teacher shortages, particularly in specialized subjects like science and world languages. And so, critically, while the funding anticipates hiring 6,000 new teachers, the DOE is not aligned in headcount, budgeting, raising concerns with implementation feasibility and transparency. So for me, while meaningful progress is made and while we're doing what we can on class size and compliance with goals, District 31 is still 50%, classrooms is about 50% classroom size compliance, which is significantly below the 80% classroom compliance despite citywide progress. Is there any plan to shorten this gap?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. And the class size issue around the city is something that is very, very important to us as we move towards the compliance towards that law. Number one, we have our principals fill out a survey about their space needs as well as their staffing needs, and we try to match those as much as possible. Now, there's significant, like you've pointed out, significant issues or concerns regarding our pipeline, and that's our teacher pipeline, and that's where we find that specifically for high schools and other licensed areas, very difficult to sometimes meet those needs. And so we've made significant investments. We've hired more teachers. We hired more teachers last year than ever before, 3,700 just new teachers, and we have plans to expand that amount in the upcoming year. And I want to, specifically around teacher recruitment and getting teachers, I want to invite Amy Way from DHR to speak to that a little bit.
Please turn your mic on and state your name for the record. Thank you.
Good morning, Amy Way. Thank you so much for this question. Having a talent pipeline to support all the programs that we've been talking about, and particularly for the class size, is really essential. We have been investing in different pathway programs specifically to address the shortages in our special education and math and science, which have been a challenge for us even before the class size reductions. So this is a place where we're able to attract new talent into the system. I can say for District 31, we have been partnering with the Empire State Teacher Residency, which is a way to support grow your own talent within a district. And so that's been a great partnership with the College of Staten Island and Wagner in your community in particular. So we've, we recognize that there are challenges with these shortage areas, but we have plans in place to be able to build out that pipeline over time.
Thank you. And specifically to address some of the space concerns on Staten Island, I want to bring Erin back because we have been looking district by district across our city very closely with our partners, both at SCA and with our union partners soon. And so I wanted to invite Erin to address some of that.
Great. Yes, so as I had shared before, well, first, thank you for the question, Erin Jahan, if I need to reintroduce myself. Thank you for this question. This is something that we recognize as the next phase of the work is critically important. I do want to point out there was a huge amount of investment in Staten Island in terms of teachers last year, and we saw market growth, particularly in the schools that we provided funding through the Schools Up model. And Staten Island was at 31% in the prior year, so there was pretty significant gains. And I think, we've heard from principals and teams down there that the schools have just made tremendous progress. With regard to this space, again, we have, we're continuing our work with School Construction Authority, but deepening that partnership and being a lot more intentional in our approach. We've met, and again, as the Chancellor shared, we've gone through every school that has a space need, many of which that are in Staten Island. We're looking to blend how we're looking at non-capital and capital strategies to be as efficient as possible and work with great urgency around this. We utilize results from the principal survey where principals specifically requested us to consider them for annexes or look at room conversions in their school. That information was drove a lot of the conversations that we're having with SEA as well.
Thank you. Sure.
So I'm going to stick around and we'll talk about the School Construction Authority piece, and so I'll be back for that. But thank you for your answer.
Thank you, Majority Whip
Thank you.
Hanks. Thank you. I will now turn it over to Councilmember Ressler.
Thank you so much, Chair Dinowitz and Chancellor and team. Good to see you all. Congratulations to all of the new folks in your, or reappointed, new, whatever, official roles you're all in. Congrats. And Chair, thank you for leading this thoughtful hearing. I think it's really been productive. I just want to follow up on the whip's questions, and the Chair asked about this a little bit as well on hold harmless. As Chancellor, you may recall, this was the issue that torpedoed the relationship between our previous mayor and our previous speaker, and I hope that we don't have similar problems in this budget. My understanding is that the hold harmless funds are not generally incorporated at prelim, so we're not surprised that they're not there today, but we are concerned, recognizing we are seeing shifts in enrollments in our schools, and there comes a time where we're going to have to reflect that in our budgets. The average hold harmless funding, if I understand it right, and Ms. Scott, please correct me, is about $280,000 per school. And so just want to understand, are conversations happening now around gradually shifting funding for hold harmless amounts? Are we expecting to see full reductions in hold harmless funding? I've got a great public school, PS 261, that receives $66,000 a year that they depend on critically, want to make sure that they're supported. These could be major challenges for the schools to face if they see a significant reduction in their funding in their budgets in June. Can you give us some insight into how you're approaching this issue?
Yeah. First of all, thank you for raising the question, and also Councilmember Ressler, thank you for what sounds like an acknowledgement of a thoughtful wrestling with the idea. Nobody wants to think about removing funds, if you will, from a school, and so I respect that. That's like a really thoughtful approach. Certainly, internally within DOE, hold harmless is a conversation that happens every single year. And so we're continuing to have the conversation.
No, I think the Chancellor said it best. Everything that you just outlined are all a part of the conversations that we're having. No final decisions yet, so nothing to obviously share with you, but we are definitely being thoughtful in our approach in the way in which we're thinking about hold harmless, as we do every year.
Yeah. To be clear, this issue is so important, it has impacted how council members vote on the budget. So there are not many individual issues that we will discuss at any of these hearings that impact our collective vote on the entire $127 billion budget. That's how important this is. So I really want to make sure we're not in a situation where we're seeing school budgets a day before the vote and getting an understanding of where our schools are that's informing whether we need to vote no on a budget because our schools are getting screwed. We can't let that happen. So it's really important. We're only in March. We've got 3 months to have direct dialogue and real conversations with the chair, wherever he went. Thank you, Minority. Thank you, Whip, for filling in, but I'm pointing at him somewhere in the ether, and the Speaker and all of us, because it's that important. So I just really want to make sure this dialogue is in place. We're not getting surprised by school budgets at the last second, that we're working and talking together about a thoughtful plan to solve for this issue.
I appreciate that, and we'll engage on that at some point.
Okay, I appreciate it. I will hold you to that, Chancellor. I want to ask about a bunch of different issues, but I got 122, and I imagine that my friend from Staten Island is going to start screaming at me. So I'll go to school bus contracts. The PEP didn't approve. Nice to see you, Kevin. Congratulations. Deputy Chancellor, sorry. The PEP last year, in their wisdom, did not approve the 5-year extension. They only gave a 3-year extension. It was retroactive, so we're already basically 2 years out from the end of these school bus contracts. My understanding is that you're looking for legislation out of Albany that Senator Jackson and Assemblymember Udoka Tapia have sponsored before kind of deciding on how exactly you're going to proceed. But I want to make sure that we're not boxed in to having to continue with the corrupt school bus landscape that has harmed our school bus transportation system for decades, and want to make sure that we're planning now for a better school bus system moving forward. Can you give us some insight into how we're looking ahead? It will take years of planning. Are we starting that process now? Thank you.
Yeah. First of all, I think we're on the same page. We agree that any kind of thoughts around what we need to do with our bus contracts should begin now, and the planning should begin now. And we're in that process, certainly within DOE. And I'll say, we bus 150,000 kids, 9,000 routes daily, and we have a lot of room for improvement. And we've already started some of that, and I'll turn it over to Deputy Chancellor Moran to talk us through a little bit more.
Thank you very much. So the desire to improve school bus transportation is ever present. It was my first briefing with the Chancellor in this administration. It is top of mind. We will continue to stay in touch with families, CECs, our CPAC, our CCSE, as informed partners, those who experience the system, our school principals, and our transportation coordinators locally. It's important we get this right. To your point on timing, here we are looking at like 2 years away. We're looking at June 30th, 2028. So we've galvanized a really good team here at New York City Public Schools to focus on this issue, and we'll be sharing new and exciting updates soon. But I would say our modernization efforts continue. Schools will be, or school bus companies rather, will have scorecards that will actually have transparency and accountability embedded in that. And schools now can see ridership tracking when a student gets on the bus. We're introducing that pilot this spring. And also we're cutting over on our modernization to a new routing system this fall. So we know and acknowledge there needs to be, to the Chancellor's point, improvements, and quickly. We also know we need a longer term strategy, and look forward to coming back and working with you on that.
I really appreciate it. I would love for us to be engaging together with stakeholders, council, and the DOE on how we can envision a better school bus transportation system. We're working on legislation that I'm hoping to introduce in the next few weeks to improve public sharing of data on on-time school buses, on-time performance, better identify problematic vendors, make clear the data so that you all can throw the book at bad vendors that are failing to do their job and failing to deliver for our kids and families.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Ressler.
I'm going to go for round 2. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Banks.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, congratulations again, Chancellor. My questions are always going to be hyper-local. When it comes to the Thomas Jefferson High School, we're going to, I guess, revisit the YABC issue. When it comes to Thomas Jefferson High School, which has helped about 1,800 students complete high school through the YABC program, Jeff has been taking or left off the RFP as a potential site. What changed and why was the site removed? And has the DOE thought about the potential impact of this decision, especially the potential of an increased dropout risk when students may now have to commute 2 hours round trip, sometimes longer, just to finish high school? And the RFP deadline is also, we believe it's also set for April 29th. For a community like the 42nd Council District that has relied on this partnership with Medgar Evers College for years, were any impact studies done or conversations held prior to this decision with the school leadership or students before making this decision? And finally, I want to get this out. Will the DOE reconsider removing this program from Thomas Jefferson High School because losing it would be a real setback to our community, and this program provides access and opportunity and something our students really need?
First of all, thank you for your question and thank you for your support of Jefferson, and it was good to be there with you
Yes.
a couple weeks ago. I really appreciated the time I spent there and the questions that the folks from the community had. And so I'm going to turn it over to Jane to speak a little bit more specifically about the program you're referring to.
Jane Martinez Dowling, nice to see you.
Pleasure.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. You may
Okay.
begin.
So a couple of things. There were actually 5 sites that we thought to consolidate as we kind of thought about the YABC programs and the attendance that we had and those that had to remain fully staffed with DOE personnel, including assistant principals, teachers, and counselors. So just to make this clear, students are going to continue to receive core advising, credit accumulation support, post-secondary planning, and college and career advising through SAM funding. So the students who are at Jefferson will continue to receive that.
No, but the question is, it's being removed from Thomas Jefferson. The students will have to travel to Bensonhurst. Students from East New York and Brownsville would have to travel to Bensonhurst. That makes no sense.
So let me clarify again. If students want to receive the work-based learning opportunities and the sort of modernized thing that we're doing with YABCs, it won't be at Thomas Jefferson High School.
Where would it be at?
But it will still be a transfer high school available.
Where would the location be now for the students that are enrolled in the program or enrolled at the center at Thomas Jefferson High School?
They are able to go to another center in the borough. So it's a.
Where's the location at, ma'am? In the borough. I need to know the location. Because what it's being said to us is that they have to travel all the way to Bensonhurst, which is 2 hours away.
That is
And
not incorrect.
so what is correct?
What is correct is that it's a youth borough program, right?
I need
And
you
so-
to answer my question. Where is this new program going to be that the students from East New York and Brownsville will now have to travel 2 hours away?
So the students who choose not to do the Learning to Work program,
Is it Bensonhurst and Coney Island?
they would go to Coney Island if they decide not to continue at Thomas Jefferson's transfer school.
Has an impact study been done as to how this may impact those students?
Yes, so you had asked about how we socialize the information. We had over 30 meetings over the past 18 months with principals, school leaders, the YABC programs themselves, our CBOs, and we have had additional meetings since December We very recently had, to answer your specific question about Thomas Jefferson, had a meeting with Assembly Member Lucas, and we are going to be meeting with her again because we're considering putting it into the amendment. So we are considering it, what you're
Okay.
asking about.
Well, we definitely hope that you reconsider.
Thank
and
you,
that the-
council member. I'm going to
You
move on.
reconsider that the students have the opportunity to have the program there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, council member. Council member Brewer.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank you for Civics for All because it's fabulous. And I live with people who do go to Learning to Work, and the social workers there are phenomenal, so I'd hate to lose that program. It's excellent. So one of the questions I have is just on math, as a former math teacher. Are you putting extra dollars into trying to find more math teachers? Are you looking at other ways to increase the math instruction? Because you do talk about the need to have extremely good academics. Math is part of that.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Brewer, for that question. All right, so absolutely, when we think about New York City Solves, we are very clear that we need our young people to be more engaged in conceptual understanding in math, sense making, and fluency and automaticity. And in order to do that, we've started in the last couple of years with high schools and middle schools thinking about this work, but the expansion that has to happen is the expansion to elementary school. Our elementary school teachers really need to be able to get really strong professional learning in math content and conceptual understanding in math, because there is a lot of fear in our neighborhoods and our communities about math, and as I've been saying a lot, it's no longer okay for us to be telling our kids that we're not math people or they're not math people. We all need to be math people, and we all are. Otherwise, people shouldn't go shopping. So I'll say that I'll invite Amy Way back to talk a little bit about our recruitment, but a lot of our thinking around this, Gail, centers around our work with our New York City Fellows program, which you know is the part of the reason I became a teacher, and so we're expanding a lot of work with that. We've seen increased. I want to claim responsibility because we've seen an significant increase in the number of applicants that we've had into our New York City Fellows program. But
Okay, I'm ready. I don't have much time, so go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Well, I'll share the big reveal on the numbers of applications. So we've had over 5,400 applicants to the Teaching Fellows Program, which is a 44% increase over last year.
How many of them teach math, though?
So within math, we have a cohort, I can get you the percentage, but that is a strong focus. That and special education and science are the primary areas for the Teaching Fellows Program. And in addition to the work we're doing with the Teaching Fellows Program, we have worked with traditional higher education where we recruit other staff, and we're focused on aligning our student teaching and fieldwork experiences so that our teachers in training can have exposure to the practices that the chancellor spoke about in mathematics and in literacy.
Okay, so I kind of understand what you're saying, a little bit gobbly, but I would say that you're working to get more math teachers, but I would say you have to do some marketing, outreach.
Yes.
I would take people who don't have the credentials and then get them the credentials, but are you doing that?
Yes,
That's the Tony Alvarado way, like how we used to do. Go ahead.
Yep, so the Teaching
For
Fellows
those of you who've been
Program.
around for a long time. Go ahead.
Teaching Fellows Program does directly that, attract people who have maybe a major
No,
or
I know.
related major. We also have a Teach Where You Belong campaign that launched on social media.
Okay, so you'll give us at some point how many have been recruited
That's right.
next
Math,
year?
yeah.
Right, specifically. Art teachers. So my understanding is that students in the 8th grade are not necessarily meeting their requirements in terms of arts education. So how many schools do not have a full-time or part-time certified arts teacher? What are you doing about it? Where are students not meeting their state-mandated level of arts instruction? How will you update the blueprint, which I love, that was some time ago? And then how many, what's the percentage or number students enrolled in arts education. I'm a huge supporter of arts education.
Yes, Gail, and I know that well.
Yes, you do.
We've hosted many programs with CBOs at Lincoln Center and so on. So thank you for your constant support in this area. I'm going to turn it over to First Deputy Chancellor Junta to talk a little bit more about our arts work.
Good morning, Danielle Junta. So, in passionate agreement with you, every child in New York City Public Schools deserves equitable access to an incredible arts offering. To some of your questions, we have 99% of all of our students are receiving arts instruction and support, some through certified arts teachers and some through great organization partnerships, as you know, in our cultural organizations, grant-funded initiatives, and then district-provided arts programming. For recruitment, we received about 391 applications from teachers in the arts last year. I don't know if Ms. Wei has an updated number, but we're keeping an eye on that as well.
Okay, because my information here is 31% of eighth graders don't meet the learning requirement, and then what about the blueprint?
So with regards to that, so 8.4% of schools serving 7 to 12, right, do not have a certified art teacher, and that's part of what we're talking about in terms of using CBOs and so on to really try to fill that gap. And the blueprint conversation, I think we can get back to you on that. I'm not sure.
Okay, I wanted just quickly one more thing, if I could ask, because the chancellor talked a lot, so I lost some time. So I want to know about G&T, because you didn't mention it.
Okay.
I love G&T, not everybody does. And secondly, how many more 1972 Broadways are there, and how much rent are they paying, and are they vacant?
All right, so I'm about to turn over that conversation to the conversation about 1972 Broadway. Just to give some context, there are some buildings which included 1972 Broadway at one point that were pre-K buildings that were empty, and Gail and I, when I was a superintendent, worked to make sure that that building is now occupied. The conversation on G&T is something that's very important to many of our families across the city. I am super committed to making sure that our families have access to accelerated opportunities in schools. We'll be launching soon enough in the upcoming weeks and months an engagement conversation around specifically regarding G&T, starting with schools like the Anderson School and others around the city.
I would like to be part of that conversation.
Yes, you will be, Gail, I
Okay,
promise.
what about my 1972s?
Yeah.
Councilmember looked directly at me for that
Yes,
answer.
I did.
We have 20.
And Lincoln has a 1972 also.
There are 27 1972s, and for folks who may not know what that means, they're city-owned or leased buildings that are currently unoccupied. 1060 Flatbush was once 1070, thank you, was once a 1972, and it now has an Ames program.
Okay.
And so, as you know, Councilmember, that number was once 40. It is now down to 27. And so we are getting that number down as we continue to get additional resources and investment.
Okay, but those are all paying rent, I assume.
Not all. Some of them are owned by the city.
Okay, can you get us the amount that is dollar rent is being paid?
So we have to confirm that with SCA. We do have some limitations in sharing lease costs and terms because it can impede negotiations with the landlords, but we will confirm that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brewer. Councilmember Narcisse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity, and I want to say congratulations again, Mr. Chancellor and Deputy Chancellor. As we're talking about enrollment, slot configuration, I hope that my zip code, some of the zip code that I have, is in need for that dying need. So many questions that I have, but I'm going to keep it tight for you and try to answer it as much because the time is not on my side. The state's new temperature law, which took effect September 2025, now prohibits occupancy above 88 Fahrenheit and requires that mitigation at 82 degrees Fahrenheit. DOE is therefore out of compliance in their own building. How many schools currently have no safe alternative space for students when common areas are overheated and that specific capital investment plans are there to finally bring the gyms, cafeterias, and the clinics into compliance?
Yeah, thank you for that question. We have, over the last number of years, had significant investment in ACs through our schools, and also through the help of so many of you on the council, a significant investment in RESO-A grants for common areas. But if, Kevin, I don't know if you want to add anything else.
Yes, very much plan to be in compliance with the state law here. Our schools are equipped, our custodians are equipped with several mechanisms to measure indoor room temperatures. I would say we benefited greatly from the AC for All initiative that ensured air conditioning and electricity was brought to each and every single classroom, over 69,000 classrooms.
Thank you for the classroom. I'm specifically talking about the common areas, cafeterias, gym, because I have many of them in my district right now. When I go in the summertime, they are heated badly.
Yeah,
they need to be fixed.
And in part why I was bringing up the classrooms is because there's some 69,000 classrooms where we would bring kids for breakfast or lunch if we had to in an egregious heat wave. Or we could do Move to Improve and do exercise within said classrooms. So part of our contingency plan is like, if you cannot use the said gymnasium, or said, can you use a classroom? So we do have classroom and other spaces. We're well over 50% in compliance with public assemblies. We do require infrastructure development and significant capital investments in those classrooms, gymnasiums, and I thank all the
I appreciate it. Let's say specifics. I have a few questions. You cannot play basketball in the classroom. You cannot have a play in the classroom. Given the federal uncertainty around Title I and other education funding streams, what happens to schools that rely on federal dollars to purchase textbooks and classroom supplies if those funds are cut or frozen?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think all of us are concerned with our schools and their funding, and that's why it's great that the vast majority of the funds that comes to NYC public schools actually end up directly in our schools, and specifically in thinking about what we what happens in terms of Title I. I don't know, Sarita, you want to add anything there?
Yep. So just wanted to add, like, we're very well aware of all of the uncertainty that's happening at the federal level. And so any reduction in our federal funding would be disastrous, especially since it actually supports some of our most vulnerable students. I think it would definitely initiate conversations with both our local and state partners to ensure that we are maintaining those critical resources to our schools.
Okay. For the paraprofessional, we're talking about recruitment and retention. You can recruit, but if you're not paying, you cannot retain. Now we have so many classes, so many classrooms that need support, and they, according to the teachers, they're not getting the support. Paraprofessionals, we know they're very essential with IEPs receiving their mandated services. What is the current vacancy rate for the paraprofessionals citywide? I think you say about 1,300, 1,340 something. So what, compared to year before, how many was it?
Well,
because now I think it's 1,300 something.
Speaking to that issue a little bit, we have to also acknowledge, like my cabinet pointed out earlier, there's a structural impediment that creates even a greater need for paraprofessionals, and so we applaud and we appreciate your desire to push for increased pay. The council, we thank you for that. But in terms of specifically what it was last year, I'm not sure we have that, but we can easily get that to you.
Okay. Thank you. How many schools, if any, currently lack a full-time dedicated school nurse?
Yeah. Kevin, do you have thoughts on that?
Every school has access, and any student has access to health services for any student enrolled at the school.
Okay, I appreciate it. For the IEP, thank you so much for this young lady that kind of put it out for me. I always wonder about EIP program, and you give it to me. The cap we're talking about, I am so not with it, because we're spending a lot of money while New York City actually our DOE can get the job done without going to private. What are we doing actually to reach the level that we can be advocate with you and encourage back to make sure the children are in DOE and we're not being penny wise, dollar foolish?
Well, first of all, thank you for calling me young lady. I'm definitely going to be sharing
I don't
that
know the name. You all
with my
young.
son, Liz Vladeck. Thank you. So
Everybody young.
as the least informed person at this table about pedagogy in particular, I think the real partnership we need is to understand the quality of programming, is to understand what it actually takes for a student with disabilities to succeed. You know, I think DC Foti could not be more clear how well she and her teams understand that. And the distinction that I've been drawing is that we don't see that same kind of information, transparency, you know, grades, test results, when for all of the money that's going outside of our system. So I think that's where we really need some help, is to see more public interest in what's actually happening with all those dollars that are going out the door. Because remember, while we have a total of, this year I think we'll be in somewhere around 16,000 cases, each case is assessed individually by a hearing officer who isn't concerned about what's going on at that particular school or what could we be doing. They don't see the bigger picture. So we need help with that bigger picture assessment and setting public expectations for what our dollars should pay for.
Yeah, because I have a case right now in my office that's coming back and forth, and it's a simple thing. The recommendation was done by the therapist, by everyone that assessed the child, to have a phone, to use the phone because that eased her up in the classroom. And we did not do that, and that probably costing you over, probably you say 144,000, I don't know. So now we're gonna have to do better with that. So I see my chair give me a hand, even though I'm excited whenever I'm in front of DOE. So thank you so much for all your work. I appreciate you. Thank
If
you.
I may, council member, we would love to follow up. We use those when people raise up, oh, I have a particular case. We really like to get in and see what's going on so we know, oh, did something just go wrong here, or is there actually something that we need to fix? If you wouldn't mind reaching out, we'd like to follow up.
I'm ready to work with you. I love
Great.
my children in New York City. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Narcisse. It seems very clear we on this committee care a lot about our kids with disabilities, kids with IEPs. We are also interested in making sure we have the investments to make sure that our public system can and does provide the services to our kids who need them. I think we're all in agreement there, and we'd like to see the investments made. Turning it over to Councilmember Wong.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chancellor, and members of the panel for coming today. Before I get to my district questions, I just want to talk about my experience in attending PEP meetings because I serve on the school board, CEC 24, and after that I serve as budget director, the former Councilman Robert Holden. I attended a lot of PEP meetings, and quite often they talk about contracts. They vote on contracts, but one thing I noticed that there's no mentioning of how many students it impacts. We have contracts may impact a few hundred, and then there are contracts 1,000, and there may be contracts that affect 100,000. Is this something you want to consider including that on voting on contracts? Because if I don't know, I'm sure to the parents, a lot of them would be clueless, but they're very concerned about these issues. Can you address that?
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. And I think, when we're thinking about what the PEP wants to look at, and when we're thinking about contracts, people do want to know what the impact is, and I think that's something we can look into and take back and consider.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Okay, I'm going to move forward to my district questions. My district, District 30, includes some of the most engaged public school families in Queens. Families in Elmhurst, Maspeth, Middle Village, Ridgewood, Glendale, and Rico Park. Families who also rely on parochial and non-public schools that are now facing closures and added pressure. I also represent PSIS 128, when the school community has serious concerns about a proposed lithium-ion battery facility being built directly across from the school. In a situation like this, the department cannot sit on the sidelines. We need to know where DOE stands and what it is doing to protect that school community. At the same time, we're heading into a FY27 budget with real fiscal pressure. If we are asking schools and families to do more with less, we need to start by looking inward. We cannot keep expanding central bureaucracy while classroom feels the squeeze. So my first question is, PSIS 128, has DOE conducted any safety assessments for PSIS 128, given the proposed facility that's across the street and is right next to the annex of the school?
Yeah, thank you. And, you know, whenever things arise close to our schools, they're certainly of concern to us. And so I'm going to turn it over to Kevin Moran to see if there's anything that we've thought of there.
Yes, thank you for the question and understand your concerns regarding battery storage. This is an evolving technology and an evolving infrastructure in the city of New York, and it's heavily regulated. We would defer to our partners at the Department of Buildings and Department of Health for a follow-up here. Certainly want to learn more about that actual location, but I have seen, as many New Yorkers have seen these insofar as being close to gas stations and then causing concern. So I want to learn a little bit more about this specific issue and then come back to you.
Okay. What is DOE's position on this facility? Do you have one?
We're not the regulator of the facility, but we're going to follow up with our interagency partners to come back to you.
Okay, thank you. Next, last week in IS 93, there was a carbon monoxide incident in which I got updates from Speaker Julie Menon's office and from the FDNY and from the superintendent's office. But there seemed to be a conflict of stories where one message said students were evacuated, another said the students were in the cafeteria. When did DOE first become aware of the issue, and was there a full evacuation?
Yeah, each school has a building response team, and the principal is a part of that. We notify first responders of any incident like this. FDNY does come to the building and recommends evacuation or not. They also give us the all clear. In that specific case, students were relocated and students were allowed back in the building after it was given the all clear. If you want a timeline of the notification from the superintendent and the FDNY, I can provide that to you.
Yes, please do.
Absolutely.
Please do.
And usually the BRT, the building response team, they have a note taker that actually should outline a timeline.
Okay, thank
But
you.
we can get
Because
that to you.
parents call our office first when they heard about it, and then we gave them conflicting answers, and we couldn't explain the inconsistencies. Thank you. The next. I talk to principals, and I hear from them consistently that in my district that decisions are still being driven from Tweed and not from the school level. Do you agree that DOE is still operating as a top-down system? Chancellor.
Well, first of all, thank you for that question. And there are times, one of the things that I think is a challenge for any chancellor, and certainly something I'm thinking about, is at what points are we a system of schools? That means individual schools have the autonomy to be able to do the things that they see fit. And at what points are we a school system? That means that there ought to be some citywide things that we believe are baselines that we need at every single school. And so one example is New York City Reads, where we're saying, look, we need and we believe that all of our young people should have access to grade level content, and we should be clear about the interventions that we're doing when our young people are off track. And so that, I make no apologies for that. I think that should be a citywide conversation. And there will be other times when certainly schools can add their own topic or their own flavor, if you will. Each district has its own flavor. Each school has its own unique concerns. But there are times, and we want those times to be when they're high leverage times. So when we're talking about what's our city's response to students with disabilities, what's our city's response to multilingual learners, those things are fine to be things that we stand on because we believe that they're that important. But then there are other things that certainly schools can have an individual response to.
Okay, thank you, Chancellor.
Thank you,
Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Wong.
I'll wait till my next-
Yes, well, I'll put you down for the next round. Councilmember 1.
Thank you so much. It's a little confusing, right? Wong and one.
No, it was
It's good
fine,
to
it's
see you
fine.
all. Thank you so much to Chair Dinowitz. I want to go into my district numbers for the 2025 to 2029 capital plan. So according to your report, right now for District 30, there's 1,146 new total funded sites in progress. Can you help me understand which schools this is referring to? Because for the One LIC project and for previous land use development in Long Island City, we have had outstanding investments. And I know that right now in the executive budget, my district is missing the Department of Education funding for $152 million outstanding for 5-46 46th Avenue, the middle school. That is long overdue. And then $367 million outstanding for 2 elementary schools that are badly needed because the amount of development that the district has taken in, with the amount of wait lists for my children, as well as understanding how we have to adhere to the fair class sizes rule. So can you help me understand, one, why is the $152 million plus $367 million missing in the executive budget, though promised by the admin, as well as supported by the current mayor, who represented this district prior to becoming mayor, and what the current budget is for District 30 that you're accounting for?
Yeah.
So trying to understand the difference.
Okay. I think Kevin or Aaron, you have thoughts?
My preference on this question in particular is to hold it to the SCA capital hearing. They have the latest figures. We actually just met with them on this very topic on Wednesday. So I'd prefer the SCA president opine here.
Okay, because I do speak closely with the president and her chief of staff, and I want to make sure that the written promises are kept for my district, because for the last 10 years, for all the schools that were promised, they were all delayed because we did not have proper funding. Another question that I have is, well, I'll ask during the SCA hearing as well, but the BSGE high school, so Baccalaureate School of Global Education, is fully funded, so I just want to make sure that that's confirmed on record. And I also want to understand, what is the plan going forward to also think about right-sizing our schools or creating space for existing buildings? For example, PS 111 in my district services mostly Queensbridge houses and Ravenswood houses residents, yet they have been fighting back on the co-location of Voice Charter School, and they've been asking for the school to be no longer co-located. So as we try to adhere to the fair class sizes rule, how are we also looking at spaces that are being forced to co-locate with charter schools to make space to adhere to this mandate?
Yeah, that's a great question. And so something that we've, over the last number of weeks, and something that as I came into this role was really deeply thinking about, which is how do we make fully use of our existing spaces? And so we've had significant conversations with our SCA partners around this, and we're developing a citywide utilization strategy that's actually going to address exactly what you're talking about. Specifically for District 30, I don't know if you had anything to add there, Aaron.
Well, your specific question around co-location.
Yep, of charter schools being
that's right.
removed from public schools.
That's right. So currently, we follow the law, the charter law, which requires us to offer space or pay rental assistance. So I understand your question. There's no intention right now to remove co-located schools as a policy matter, but there may be school utilization proposals in the future that do contemplate that. Also, there could be contract vendors themselves or charters themselves that look for rental assistance, something we would support.
So I want to make sure that it's on record that PS 111 should be a standalone school to make sure that our children, especially of the lowest income, are being accounted for. And if we're going to adhere to fair class sizes rule, that means that we have to remove Voice Charter School from that school so that we don't have to build a whole new standalone building, but we should just relocate the charter and pay for their rent elsewhere. If you could keep an eye on that.
Noted.
We've also, for the last 4 years, have invested over $100 million for our school upgrades for buildings that are over 100 years old that continue to remain unspent. Can you help me understand why there is such a delay in capital funding being spent to maintain our schools for simple things like sensory gyms or wall dividers for the auditorium/gymnatorium so that kids can play freely? What is the holdup? Because year to year, I continue to be told by SEA that we just have to wait, and there's no clarity on why for 4 years it hasn't moved.
I could do this at the Capitol hearing, or I could do it now if it's helpful. Wait, do it now. Okay. So that's an excellent question. At the heart of the matter was a broken system in our capital reimbursement program that essentially took all the RESO-A grants and introduced a we'll pay for it with tax levy first, reimburse at the end of the year later with capital dollars. What happened in that process was largely disallowances and problems with us losing money year over year. That process was since changed. I testified last year we had 700 some jobs in the backlog and roughly $50 million going into our new capital reimbursement system. We recently just crossed the $210 million capital threshold system. In that, we have no disallowances. We have dollar for dollar projects going out the door. There are currently, I was saving this for the Capitol hearing, about 73 jobs left in our backlog. And so what we're doing now, I could provide to you for the first time ever a full list of where every project is that you funded, and whether it's in scope, design, award, or what phase in construction, and it'll be member specific. So I could send that to each member, and it goes back. So you'll have a full allocation. I'll tell you, this time next year, we will not have a backlog. It'll be project for project. We'll make sure those critical investments happen.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Councilmember One. We're going to go on to round two. Councilmember Banks.
Thank you, and I would be remiss again, Chancellor, for not thanking you and your team for coming to Thomas Jefferson High School. We appreciate that. Back to the young adult borough centers. I just want to relay some of the concerns that was expressed to me by parents and some of the students. They said it is unsafe for students who are over age and undercredited trying to finish high school hours for the YABC from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. to now have to travel far out of Brownsville in Eastern York to Bensonhurst and Coney Island. They said South Shore has a gang problem. Some of these students have gang issues. Medgar Evers School in Thomas Jefferson creates a safe corridor right on Pennsylvania for these students. And I just want to reiterate the needs. Should have been an impact study done or conversation earlier on before we were removed from the RFP. To me, this to me makes no sense. That a district that has historically been left behind now to add insult onto injury and to continue to hurt these students by having them have to travel close to 2 hours into Bensonhurst and to Coney Island. I don't want to belabor that anymore, but I'm hoping that you seriously reconsider that and you stop this injustice from taking place to our students in the 42nd Council District. Now, turning to pupil transportation and student safety. Over the past 2 years, my office has received multiple complaints from parents about the serious transportation failures, students being left on buses, routes changing without notice, and overcrowded buses where children, including those with IEPs, do not have proper seating or accommodations. And in each of these cases, the students required additional support. What is DOE doing to address these failures, particularly for students who rely on these services the most?
Yeah. Well, two things. I will be looking into the issue you raised before. I was a deputy superintendent in Brownsville. I recognize that Brownsville to Coney Island is far, and so that
in East New York.
Yeah, right, exactly. And
Bensonhurst.
so that's I can see that difficulty, and so we'll look into that issue. When it comes to pupil transportation, that's something that, as a former principal, superintendent in 2 districts, that was one of the things that was constant, no matter where I worked in the city. That there was significant concern with pupil transportation. I think over the last year or so, and certainly recently, we've been working on some modernization efforts that I think have contributed positively to some of this work. So I'm going to turn over to Kevin Moran to talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah, this is so vital for our students that rely on yellow school bus transportation. For the 9 out of the 10 kids that do not get a yellow school bus, we also want to provide them opportunities like ferry discounts, Omni cards, 4 trips a day, 365. Also want to see how far we can expand that to the 1 in 10 kids who rely on yellow school bus. And the goal with the yellow school bus service is to improve each and every day. One of the things we did foundationally, and this was basically at the prodding of the City Council, Local Law 32, 33, and 34, was introduce a modernization effort, one that parents can track and find data where they need it to be and actually hold people accountable.
Yes.
The first thing was the New York City School Bus app, so I encourage everyone to go to NYXA, download that app. Now we'll be able to time what time they get on and what time they get off, and the routes will be much more efficient going forward. But we do want to have other places for parents to file a complaint, so we're going to try to have the app do that.
Right.
We'll actually roll up all that in aggregate on the website so parents can see how each vendor is doing. We could then use corrective action to hold vendors accountable, something, quite frankly, we haven't done a good job at.
And that's what I want to horn in on the accountability, because there are parents that have the app, but they're finding their child to be left in the bus lot where the child should be home. I have had multiple situations, and we've advocated for parents who the child has been left on the bus. Or have been dropped off at a location that they shouldn't be dropped off at, and then nowadays, that to me, for most parents, that's something obviously that is unacceptable. So if we can, see more reforms done there, so we can put our student safety first. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you,
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Banks. Councilmember Hanks.
Hanks Banks. Thank you so much, Chair. I just have a few questions. In your testimony, Chancellor, I was excited to hear the administration will be building on this council's investment in creating culturally responsive resources for Black, Latino, and Hidden Voices curriculum. I find that to be fantastic. You said that you'd be launching a comprehensive professional learning plan to expand the use of materials in classrooms across the city. So I just wanted to understand a little bit more, like, what is that plan to ensure that all schools across the city are going to be equitable in that and getting that information? How are they going to get informed? And how are we going to make sure that the resources are implemented seamlessly and impactful? Because you just said it was going to be seamlessly and impactfully implemented, so I want to know how that magic is going to happen.
All right, thank you so much for lifting this. It's something that's I'm really passionate about. We, as a superintendent, I implemented the Black Studies curriculum and started the Latinidad curriculum in my district. And there's one thing, though, to make the curriculum available to everyone and resources available to everyone. It's a different thing to say, let's make sure our teachers, with everything that they have going on, understand how to seamlessly weave what the work is into their lesson plan, or else it won't be used as efficiently. And so we've seen significant interest in this from teachers. There's a huge number of downloads of the Black Studies curriculum in particular, a lot of resources for Hidden Voices. And so we have three different layers of providing professional learning. There will be professional learning provided by the New York City Social Studies Department. There will be work that we're going to be doing with partners such as Facing History and others. And then there's also work that's already being done. This is the work from the City Council's work with Burke as well as the Eagle Foundation. And so, I'm going to turn it over to our First Deputy Chancellor to talk a little bit more about process and making sure that we try to get this as much as possible into classrooms.
Thank you, and thank you so much for your excitement. When I was a superintendent, one of my schools had a student equity team that presented me with a letter about making sure our libraries had books that were windows and mirrors. I'm sure you've heard that frame before. And so I've been just so excited that the agency has built out the Hidden Voices curriculum, that your support has allowed us to bring in the Black Studies and Latin A curriculum, and also that we've built tech sets that are available digitally through our Soarer library to make sure that these culturally responsive books are in the hands of our students and their families to really get at that CRSE. So now that we have HQIM through the high quality instructional materials in our schools, and we have these resources, we want to have a more intentional approach on how we support our teachers in aligning those curriculum, not replacing HQIM, but really lifting up any gaps or making the CRSE approach more rich. So we're going to be thinking about this in different phases, piloting some districts. We already have the Black Studies curriculum started in 2 pilot districts. It expanded across 18. There are 32,000 downloads of the curriculum. We have momentum over access and use, but what we need, to your point, to Chancellor's point, is that strategic, coordinated approach. And so some steps that we're taking is also thinking about how we do crosswalks, where we show our teachers in this unit, whether it's your ELA unit, and we're preparing for all 3 curricular choices across the city, or within Passport, where you can use these units and these resources integrated seamlessly. We'll start this in some small scale. We have a long-term plan to scale up from there and then make sure that we're touching every one of our schools.
Thank you so much. I have one more question before my time runs out. So families in Staten Island often lack access to 3K seats, forcing long commutes. We also did not get any 2K seats as a part of the administration's rollout. And is there a reason why, that this rollout happened the way it did? And is there an opportunity to add 12 to 15K seats in Staten Island if we have a provider to do so? We can talk offline. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
You can answer.
No. So just real quickly, I think the 2K piece is a first step. This is a part of a longer-term strategy, and certainly in the next go-around, Staten Island will be on the list. And I want to make sure that Deputy Chancellor Hawkins, if you had anything to add.
Yes, I'll do it Brooklyn quick. And so for 2K, we hear you, but we also heard loud and clear from providers who've been through 3K, been through pre-K, that there are a set of independent providers who want to remain viable. And so we have to consider them as part of the larger ecosystem of care. And so we want to be thoughtful in how we roll out programs across communities as to not, put other publicly subsidized programs at risk. But we hear you. We hear our Staten Island partners loud and clear. And for 3K, we are including additional 3K as part of the expansion.
Yeah, that sounds like a communication thing. So, yes, we will. Thank you very much.
Of course.
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you. And to follow up, just for clarity, and I appreciate you bringing up the Black Studies, and in your testimony, Latina Studies, the Hidden Voices.
Hidden Voices resources, yeah.
3 questions. One, is AAPI included in that?
Yes.
Okay.
So the Hidden Voices resources has 9 identity groups, inclusive of AAPI.
There's a reason I'm asking that one
Muslim
specifically,
and Jewish.
which I'll get to. And I also appreciate you understanding, and everyone here understanding, it's not just about providing a resource, but what that integration looks like.
That's right.
What is the DOE's plan to evaluate, whether from the teacher side, from whether this is being implemented, and from the student side, whether the education is having an impact?
Yeah, it's a great question. So first, one of the things that we're going to do is also invest in our superintendents in terms of their work and professional learning around this, as well as, and the superintendents will also work with their principal around this work. So first, in any kind of evaluation, you have to make sure that you're tracking, right? So the first thing that we're going to do is track the use. We're tracking that in the beginning through downloads and so on of the curriculum, and then I think through our superintendents and principals, the progress monitoring of how that's actually happening in schools, we're looking into and thinking about an implementation tracking mechanisms. Like we use them very consistently for our core curriculum, and we're thinking about ways that we're going to be doing that going forward. I think finally, I believe in inspecting what you expect, and I think when it comes to our principals and our superintendents, like that's going to be the core measure, and seeing that when you think long term about proficiency rates and achievement gap closing, those are the things that we're thinking about. Add anything?
I mean, that was exactly right. We really built a great muscle for our monitoring over the implementation of reads and solves using like our implementation checks so that we have clearly delineated what we need, what we're looking for, what we hope our teachers are being supported in, and our superintendents are able to really give the principals also that professional learning. So we learned so much from those, that implementation, that we're gonna apply it to this.
It has constantly been the sort of the response of DOE in the past to look at all these things we're putting in. Right. And it has rarely been the response of what we're getting out. That's right. And I would add the experience of so many students and teachers and principals is about what's being measured. You mentioned the core curriculum. It is the experience of so many that, well, they're coming in, look at all the great, we're doing Hidden Voices, we're doing the Black Studies curriculum, we're doing arts, and then the superintendent comes in and measures your math and ELA scores. And so unless there is, this conversation does need to continue, because unless it really is part of the evaluative structure, it's going to continue to rest on the same few elements that don't really measure all of what our students need to do. So I'm encouraged hearing this. I'm encouraged hearing about the expansive nature of what evaluations can and should look like for the benefit of our kids.
Yeah, I mean, Chair, I think we as superintendents and principals and
or in your case, former superintendent.
Yeah, me too.
Former
right. Former once a superintendent, always a superintendent. But there are multiple ways to measure how a school is doing. We have qualitative ways for doing that and quantitative ways for doing that. We conduct probably the largest survey nationally of our parents and families, and we use those surveys in discussion with principals, in discussions with superintendents. And so I think we already do so much, but I agree with you overall that sometimes we end up focusing too much on inputs and not enough on outcomes. And I think when it comes to the Black Studies curriculum and the Latin and that curriculum, as well as our Hidden Voices resources, that we are going to start thinking about monitoring, measuring, and impact.
Right. Good. I'm glad we're on the same page. It is the constant question asked at every hearing is how are you evaluating? So I look forward to those continued discussions, because again, if it's not being evaluated, there isn't the incentive to implement it fully. So I appreciate hearing that. And lastly about this, and then I'll go back to council member questions. The council currently funds Black Study curriculum through Education Equity Action Plan. We also fund the Latinidad curriculum, AAPI curriculum, about $7.5 million. What are the conversations like with OMB for the administration to fund these initiatives?
Yeah. So as you know, so many of these conversations are ongoing with OMB. These things they do come up, and we have constant conversations around them. Okay.
I'm glad the conversations are happening. No, for a program, the council often initiates these important programs and show how important they are and that they work. And it should be picked up by the administration from this point going forward, especially since it's being implemented and expanded widely.
Appreciate that. Yep.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to Councilmember Joseph.
Thank you, Chair. my next topic is something that we haven't touched on, and we need to really look at it and see how we could come up with a comprehensive plan, right? Chronic absenteeism. We have not addressed that. I'd like to know, what is your plan? For example, students in temporary housing, they are 56% of chronic absenteeism. What is the plan? I know we have shelter-based coordinators. That's something the council worked with the administration. We must get our students back into school. Are we using every tool in our toolbox? Are we partnering with social workers, parent coordinators to make sure that the students are in school? And whatever the barrier is, are we working to remove those barriers?
Yeah. Look, chronic absenteeism is a huge one. It's a huge issue for us, and you've gone rightly to our most vulnerable young people. But I'll tell you, across every single demographic in our city, one thing that is clear about our young people and families right now is that our students are attending school for fewer days than they did prior to the pandemic. We've seen an increase, and we're increasing attendance and a decrease in chronic absenteeism over the last number of years. But this is a citywide issue, a statewide issue, and a national issue. And so we have to make sure that we are very clear around how we're getting to our most vulnerable young people. What we've done is, one of the things that we've done is to shift our attendance teachers to superintendent to be supervised by superintendents as opposed to like more central supervision, and I think that's yielded some really good results, because then you're closer to the community of schools that you have to visit, and that that supervision has been strong. But I want to turn it over.
What's the current caseload for a shelter-based coordinator? What's the current caseload?
Turn it
Because that
over
also will help determine
Deputy-
if you don't have enough.
Yeah.
Then you're not reaching everyone that you should be reaching. And students in temporary housing, we should not only be buying stuff for them, what are we doing to support them academically?
Yeah, and when you talk about every child and families, know that we're thinking, we're continuing. I think that's important there. But Flavia, you can address it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember Joseph, for the question. So let me start by addressing the question about the ratio. So we have 180 community coordinators supporting our shelters, and this is nearly 300 shelters. So even though some of the shelters, the hotels, have moved now and they're taken over, managed by the Department of Homeless Services, still our ratio could improve, but I think is really looking at like all the ecosystem of support. Where I do want to begin by addressing is that while there is significant work to do in this area, we went from having nearly 41% of the students in the whole system being chronically absent to 33.3%, so 7.4% reduction.
But your students in temporary housing are still at 56%.
Absolutely, it went, you are correct. When you look at all STH, we started with 54.2% of them being chronically absent, and now we are 48%, so 5.5% reduction. And the only subgroup in our system where we actually have lower chronic absenteeism than what we had pre-pandemic is students in foster care, which is a direct correlation of the investment that was done with your partnership of creating an Office of Foster Care, which is one of probably the only 2 offices across the nation, small but mighty, dedicating to these supports. So I think what we see here is when we invest, we see a return for our investment. I also don't want to miss this opportunity to highlight the critical work that community schools and looking at wraparound supports provide to mitigating challenges of chronic absenteeism. When we look at our data and we look at the recent codes, we look at national research, why are students out? There's 3 factors that come up often. One of them is when students are chronically ill and have other circumstances that keep them from coming. Another one is aversion, which includes mental health challenges, students who just like feel like they don't belong, that they rather stay home and not be in school. Then the third one is disengagement, and disengagement ranges from not having that adult connection to also not being challenged or being supported by the content. So when we talk about combating chronic absenteeism, in addition to increasing the support, The magic is our school communities need to know every child well.
Are we doing that training? It can't happen by a wand. Is that conversation happening? Are we engaging families and parents and school-based or agencies talking to each other? Is DHS talking to you? Is ACS talking to you? So these things need to happen.
Absolutely, 100%. And I just had a meeting with leadership at DHS last week. We continue to meet with them. We are also discussing which was a good thing, closing the hotels to move students to more stable homes, but that also created challenges in terms of now we have children in the middle of the school year and at different times that are having to move from where they were. And while they continue to be allowed to remain in the school that they were currently enrolled, that also creates another set of challenges. So I agree with you 100%, and I'm committed that this is work that needs to be done in an interagency support, but also we need to be really pointed about what are the root causes why children are out.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember
Thank you.
Joseph. Councilmember Wong.
Thank you, Chair. I want to start with the Summer Rising program because I, again, as member of the CEC, I was visiting schools and I hear a lot of feedback from parents. What happens is the attendance of the Summer Rising program drops significantly after the first week. And it's always my belief that either DOE or somebody from the school would reach out to the students, hey, you should come to school, and if you're not, reach down the others in the waiting list that want to come to school. But I didn't see that. I didn't see that for several summers. So can you talk about your remedies? Because it's just really distresses me to see a school open but so few kids attending Summer Rising. Can you address that?
Yeah, so first of all, Summer Rising is a wonderful program that we are happy to make available for parents. It's universally a very popular program for families. But you do raise a significant concern, right? The attendance in Summer Rising, it's not a mandatory program for families, so it ranges in the mid 60% in terms of attendance overall. And I do believe that's a constant concern for us, partly because many of our families sign up and they know that they have gaps in the summer. They might be going places, they might be doing other things, and so it's very difficult then to give a new spot to families. But we are constantly working with our schools. Our schools are really thinking about ways to make sure we're serving as many families as possible. And so I want to turn it over to Kevin to add anything else there.
Yes, and Councilmember Wong, as mentioned earlier, as a follow-up to your question, it was a relocation within the building at 96. One of our rooftop units had a fan issue. The CO2 readers were detected in the classroom, so we relocated out. FDNY cleared it when we went back in. So
93.
That was fixed. Yes, absolutely, for 93. As it relates to Summer Rising, by the way, for all here and watching at home, the deadline for applications is March 27th, so encourage friends, families, and others to apply. We're very excited about the program. We, at the end of every year, work with our research and policy group to survey families, to talk a little bit about what do you like in the program, where should we improve? And I do note, like the Chancellor, parents do have commitments through the summer season that sometimes draw them away from the program. That being said, we'll continue to work with our CBO partners and DYCD to increase outreach to families to make sure we're filling the seats, the 110,000 seats we're offering. And across our sites, we're increasing our sites from 360 to 379, so hopefully we'll reach families where they are too, to alleviate any transportation issues traveling to and from.
Okay, thank you. And on to topics, difficult topics. Hold harmless policy. DOE has continued a hold harmless funding model where schools with declining enrollment maintain their budgets. At what point do we acknowledge are we funding empty seats? And is there a long-term plan to phase this out, or this is now a permanent policy? Can anybody answer that?
No, I will attempt to. But But you're raising, like Council Member Ressler did earlier, the difficulty of this time and this and that proposal or that policy. And so we're continuing to have those difficult conversations within DOE, and no decision has been made on hold harmless, and we'll continue to work with our City Hall partners as well as OMB to think it through.
So is there a plan to phase this out, or this is now permanent?
No decisions have been made. We're going to continue to have conversations. As you know, the projections that's used to calculate hold harmless formulas will figure out down the line. And so this is the time to have the conversation, and we're continuing to think about that.
Okay, yeah. Moving on. It is difficult to talk about this, but it's a fact that we have schools that are under-enrolled, and I've been keeping track of them. There are schools that enroll fewer than 150 kids compared to 4 or 5 years ago where there's several hundred kids. Is consolidation being actively considered where there are multiple under-enrolled schools in close proximities?
Yeah, so first of all, Councilmember Wong, thank you for the question. It is a tough question, but I don't think it's a secret to anyone. We've lost over 200,000 kids, and so if we're going to lose a high number of students, it's going to impact many of our schools, and it's going to impact our schools that serve demographically families who are leaving the city. It's going to impact them disproportionately, right? And so we have seen significant numbers of schools declining enrollment. When I look at across our city, I do think we're going to be discussing, having serious conversations about areas that we can see opportunities for, like you said, consolidations and so on. And that's also a part and parcel of thinking about the non-capital strategies as it pertains to our plan for class size.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Ressler.
Terrific. Thank you, Chair. I really appreciate it. And I tried to go to parks, but there were too many people, so I came back to have fun with you guys.
More people at parks than here. No, kidding.
You know, well, you got started early. So I wanted to ask about a few things. Firstly, it feels like things are really moving in the right direction on early childhood, which is great on a number of different fronts. And I'm so thankful that we have more seats coming in Greenpoint in 11222, in Brooklyn Heights and the surrounding neighborhoods in 11201, in 11217. A lot of District 33 is covered. We did send a request for data. Perhaps we were not clear. We didn't get all of the data we requested, so I'm just going to follow up. I don't think it was an intentional, but DC Hawkins, I will bug you about that later today. Thank you in advance. But thank you for all the progress in early childhood. This is the first time where I didn't just spend almost all my time complaining about it in 4 years. So it's a good thing.
You can pay attention to your own early child.
There we go. That's it. You know. I want to shift to class size, which I'm very anxious about, and there are a number of schools in my district that are struggling on compliance. There was, including some of the District 13 schools that you know well, Chancellor. So last year, schools were able to apply for, and a number received additional funds to facilitate class size compliance. Are those commitments, multi-year commitments, or I know schools are applying again, principals are applying again for new ways for resources to help with compliance with the law, but will they are the funds that they received last year in place for next year as well?
Yeah, because they hired a teacher, right? So you can't hire a teacher for 1 year. Yeah.
I imagine you're tracking, like I'm tracking, losses of art, music, libraries, and other, really, essential enrichment programs that are no longer being able to be accommodated by some schools to comply with the class size law. How is that? Well, let me actually ask the question. How is that being tracked across the system, and how concerned are you about this?
Yeah, so when it comes to what you're talking about, arts and those programming that in many of our schools is a huge part of the identity of the school.
100%.
We do have to manage a local conversation with superintendents. So I'll give you an example of when I was a superintendent thinking about a particular school. We decided that we were going to go in the way of truncating the middle school of that school because it was under-enrolled, and we wanted, partly because we wanted to protect their OPT room, we wanted to protect their theater room and their arts programming. And similarly, when we look at another program in my district, instead of doing that, we decided we're going to, in my old district, we're going to do a proposal to recite a middle school so that the elementary school there could keep those pieces of programming. I really do think it's very critical that we are having that conversation locally, because SLTs and schools and superintendents and principals can often make the best decision based on what they see in front of them. And I'll turn it over to Erin to add anything around specialty rooms and so on.
Just briefly, if you can, because I got a minute 30 and I got.
Sorry.
I'll be quick. Hi, Erin Jan.
Just-
Thank
we
you
got
for the
it.
question. FY27, the way we designed the survey, we asked the principals ask for resources that would result in no program reduction, so they were intentional in how they asked. Additionally, where there were requests for room conversions, we were clear no reduction of programming in that. And then we're doing secondary looks at that with we're not reducing, we're not converting classrooms that would otherwise be art rooms or specialty
I mean,
programs.
I can tell you, I've got schools that are losing art rooms, losing technology rooms, that it's already happened, and there's more that are going to happen to comply. I want us to reduce class sizes, but I want to also protect these programs. So I appreciate the approach that this previous and the current administration are taking of asking principals and school leadership teams, what do you want to do? How can we comply? What recommendations you have? They know best about their schools. But there's a tension here that I'm very concerned about, and I'm not really hearing how we're solving for it. Just a little bit more broadly, I really struggled with the previous administration on citing new schools, on class size compliance challenges where SEA was involved. And I think part of the challenge was that SEA had a direct reporting line into City Hall and wasn't reporting into the DOE or didn't have a dotted line to the chancellor. And it was immensely frustrating. We had school options for new schools in Williamsburg that are desperately needed, that were just that were in new developments, that were rejected without ever talking to me or anyone in my community, that were agreed to in rezonings. So I'm just trying to understand, as I look ahead, I've got high schools that are bursting at the seams where we need new space, where they need to grow, like the Harry Van Arsdale campus. I've got needs for new elementary school capacity in District 14 in Northern Greenpoint and in the north side of Williamsburg. I've got a meeting set up on Wednesday with folks from district planning, but who should I be really coordinating with at the most senior level in the chancellor's office on these issues? If we're not getting cooperation from SCA, which hopefully that will change, it's a new administration, but who should we be coordinating with on these
That
issues?
would be Deputy Chancellor Kevin Moran.
Okay. Kevin, we will be in touch. Always good to see you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember 1.
Thank you so much, Chair Dinowitz. I want to go back to talking about equity and due process cases, so formerly known as Carter cases. I've been having a lot of conversations with our parents who have special needs, so especially children who are twice exceptional, who just have not been able to find a school that is adequate for their needs. What is the long-term plan here? Because it takes a lot, it costs a lot of money for these parents to have the lawyer to sue, and it just is not sustainable long-term. What is the Department of Education or New York City Public Schools' long-term strategy to meet the needs of twice exceptional kids and not just punting them to private schools to meet their needs?
Yes, it's a great question, and we've had, and certainly as a superintendent, had several conversations with families who were in that position, and really it boiled down to a really thoughtful approach from each school to meet individual needs. But I'm sure there's more of this happening across the city, and I just want to turn it over to Christina Fode to address that.
You know, Councilmember Wong, we've done so much work on the autism front, given the explosion in autism numbers we're seeing nationally and locally. And the next layer of our work really has to focus on neurodiversity, and which is often what we're seeing with our twice exceptional students. What we've been doing is taking components of what we see kids struggle with, sensory issues and executive function, and doing wide-scale training on both of those things. So, for example, this year we did 2,127 attendees for executive function training. The reason why this is important is that we've never done a citywide effort to help educators know how to develop skills that twice exceptional students often struggle with. The same with our sensory spaces, and you mentioned those before. I was delighted to hear. It's another area that our twice exceptional students often struggle with. And as you know, the priority is making sure that kids have both the social emotional, the academic, and the special education expertise all in one building. As the Chancellor said, this is often done locally. I just wanted to share some of the things that we're doing systemically.
So you want to bring the students back to public schools, and you're preparing
Absolutely.
for it? Because I know the governor has asked for due process cases for the cost of it to be brought down. So what is the plan here during a budget crisis to bring that price down?
Yeah, it's exactly what we talked about earlier, is opening up more of the programs that parents are asking for. And as we spoke about earlier, investments in those programming allows us to expand, and those are the most competitive options to allow for families to who want to seek a public school placement.
So for School District 30 and District 24, you have plans in place to expand those programs for the children?
Yeah, you probably know how much expansion we've done in both of those districts. It's pretty phenomenal work that both have been doing. And again, with additional funding for specialized programs, we're able to do that expansion.
Okay, can you give me a dollar amount of how much more we can expect this fiscal year coming up?
I certainly, in terms of what we're going to be doing this year to expand specialized programs,
Within
dollar
the
amount.
school district? For District 30 and District 24?
Either our CFO or can do that, or we can get back to you.
Yeah, so we continue to have ongoing conversations around specialized programming with City Hall and OMB, and so while I don't have a particular dollar amount for you, especially specific to the district, we can get back to you, but again, these are ongoing conversations that we are having about these important investments.
Okay, I just want to make sure that it's on your radar that District 30 and District 24 has seen a tripling of the number of students who need these programs, so we want to see at least double of what the funding has been in the upcoming fiscal year.
I'll be sure to let OMB know that.
And can you help me understand, I know Deputy Chancellor Hawkins is here, and we're so grateful for your partnership for having increased our school seats for 3K and pre-K by over 175 in District 30 and District 24, but we want to understand, right now I'm getting a lot of emails and phone calls from early childhood providers who are elated with the news from the mayor and the governor saying that we're going to have full funding for 3K and pre-K across the whole entire city. So right now, from my conversations with the early childhood education providers, is that they have submitted an RFI, but they have not been given an RFP, but it seems that parents and providers are under the impression that we're going to be opening these 3K and pre-K seats by the fall. So can you help me understand, because you and I have been on the phone multiple times where we know how long the RFP process takes.
That's right.
From an RFI to an RFP to all of the approvals and permits from Department of Education, Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, and FDNY, DOB. So how are we going to do this by fall, and what is the plan here and strategy for how we're going to have children enroll into those schools by the fall? Because it's not on myschools.nyc for them to have applied to it. So
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand your process
No,
here.
I appreciate those questions. And so the RFP process, to your point, is very involved, and that is something we are planning for the future. That would be a larger procurement effort that is not available right now, to your point. What we did release to leverage this opportunity to launch 2K and expand 3K in places where we don't currently have a contract or don't currently have care in a district school setting was release a request for interest. And so we are that RFI you mentioned. In addition to that, we did send surveys to family child care networks and contracted CBOs to determine if they would like to also participate in the 2K and 3K effort right? And so what we are doing is two things: leveraging existing contracts where we can convert underutilized seats to support either and 2K and 3K where appropriate, looking at, for 3K specifically, application data, where there's been a history of unmet demand where we can place seats. We also believe in continuity of care. So where we may launch 2K in the fall, we are looking at providers and locations that already have a permit. To your point, it is a big lift to get permitted by our lovely health department partners, not to their fault. And so we are planning forward for that for year 2 of 2K and in supporting 3K along the way. So right now we're leveraging existing contracts, existing spaces with 3K and also school settings, so district schools and pre-K centers.
So am I understanding correctly that by fall, these 3K seats will be open?
That's our commitment. And so, and like years prior, if there are new sites that come online, sorry, Chair, sites that come online after the 3K and pre-K application process, we notify families through an alert system through My Schools, and then families can always add themselves to the wait list, but it is a rolling process.
Okay, because I just want to put on record, Bean Sprout and Woodside is waiting for their 3K seat, especially because we're getting rid of the Mosaic 3K seat and pre-K seat to be out of the district, as we've talked about before. So Bean Sprout has to be that replacement if you close down Mosaic. And Bunny Hill, that is open in Long Island City, that we were able to get open for 3K and pre-K, they have a site in Greenpoint, and currently Greenpoint only has one 3K and one pre-K. So they've responded to the RFI and are waiting for it. And also Kwai Luck, that is operational in Long Island City, is also in Greenpoint, looking to open up a 3K and pre-K seat as well. So I really hope we can get that done. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Councilmember.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Felder.
Yeah, I apologize. We have, other votes. So I'm sorry I left in the middle. So first of all, congratulations and good luck to the whole team, because you know that you're going to get the complaints. You're not going to get any compliments or anything like that. And that's the way it works.
Very aware.
That's the way.
Yeah,
So I'm sorry. That shouldn't count towards the time, by the way. Yeah, but my mother, may she rest in peace, till the day she passed away, said that the best time of her life was the time she spent in public school in the Bronx. That's where she went. That was I always thought that I was the baby and that she'd say something else, but that's what it was. So I'm going to mention 3 items, not to debate. I'm just asking you to look into them. And then one, which I think, and I'm going to try to talk as quickly as my colleague did. So number 1 is the issue of the schoolyards. I'm not sure you're aware of it, but there used to be a policy where the schoolyards were entirely dedicated for play for the children. Somehow, after the Bloomberg administration, the parts of the schoolyards have been set aside for parking. I know that it's difficult for staff and whatever else to find parking. But at the same time, I know that it's impossible for children to find any place to play. So I would just ask you to look back to that policy, and there is no perfect solution, but I would just say is that if you had to make a choice, I think the schoolyard should be dedicated entirely for children to be able to play. 1. 2, safety. As it stands now, I've tried, by the way. Yeah, I can walk into almost any public school that I did. And let me tell you, I'm a scary guy. God forbid, these resource officers are not armed. I know it's a complicated issue, but they're not armed. Anybody, God forbid, could walk into a public school, and we don't want to wait. I'm just saying my own opinion. You don't want to wait till something terrible happens. I know it's a complicated issue, but right now, anybody could get into the door and they're not armed. There's really nothing much they can do. That's number two. Number three, the public school system used to have many more options of vocational programs. Now, there's a guy named Simcha Felder who was always in the principal's office, always. School and I did not get along. It wasn't my fault, it was their fault. If I had had a vocational program, I would have done very well. And I think that there are many students, no matter how many times they give them the tests, it's not gonna work. They're not made for it. So I would just ask that you look into that, about increasing it. I still haven't graduated, so I'm interested in the program. And finally, the question I really have is the following, is that this is not something, obviously, that happened just now, but it's a problem that's been going on for many years. The issue of the overwhelming need to address the payments and the whole system for special education children in public schools and in non-public schools. Time and time again, I've heard from parents and providers in schools, less so, that denied services. They go through the whole system. There's something wrong with it. There really is. It's broken. And I can't even complain or blame anyone at the Department of Education, because it's an overwhelming problem that never ever, it just keeps on building. It's never been addressed. So I have to ask, I'm just asking, like, one provider as an example. Encore is one provider, a private provider. They're owed in excess of $5 million, I'm just saying to you, maybe it's not an answer, a question, that you can answer. I'm just saying that among the many other things that you have to fix, maybe you can please dedicate. I have some ideas for you, by the way, that I'm willing to volunteer.
Good. There's a lot of issues there. Do you want to respond or answer to all of them, please?
No. I told him he doesn't have to respond to the first four.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the fifth, even the fifth, he doesn't have to respond.
Maybe he'll take the fifth.
You know what I mean?
Look, I think, we talked a little bit earlier about due process and reimbursements, and there are significant issues there. We're making significant headway on those though, and I think the more we can really attack some of the core issues, the better it will be for efficiency long term.
I'm not allowed to say anything, but if the chair could just make believe I'm Councilmember Wong for a second, is that for the first 10 years I was a tax auditor, and they found boxes and boxes of cases in the basement that had to be addressed. It is impossible for you to fix a problem that has accumulated over so much time. So that's why I'm volunteering to come back. You need a SWAT team.
Okay.
I'm just suggesting.
For now, I have my chief legal counsel. I don't have a SWAT team, but she's close.
Oh, yeah. Well, council member, thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to address this. We've got a SWAT team. And that SWAT team is acting pursuant to the court order issued by Judge Loretta Preska in the LV case. And we have transformed this work. I would love to share updated data with you. I think your data is out of date because we are down to record turnaround time for issuing payments. Now, some providers do experience delays, and most of where we see those delays happening is when they're unable to provide us with required documentation, such as a confirmation from a parent that the services have been provided. So I'm aware that some providers are having that experience, but in terms of when we get the paperwork that parties, that families are required to submit to us, we're getting payment turned around in a matter of weeks.
I want to thank you for inviting me to come see you. It's the first time in history that that has happened.
My goodness.
I'm very excited. By the way, even if I don't show up, even the fact that you invited.
I'll be there.
Yeah.
I'll be there.
No, I'm going to take you up on the offer.
Great. We'd love to show you our dashboards.
I want to. Yeah.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Epstein.
Thank you, and I know you've been here a long time. So I want to talk about, so in my district, we see a lot of trouble early on in learning, and we use a program called Literacy Academy that really helps kids get up to speed, and we see that really transforming people's lives. I'm wondering where you are on expanding, ensuring that, earlier on in their careers, we're getting kids to learn to read early enough in their career, Chancellor.
All right. I'm sorry. Look, I think Literacy Academy is a strong program. We at DOE, we're really thinking about and have been over the last number of years, especially with New York City Reads in terms of early screening, really thinking at making sure that we're responding to our
Chancellor, can we expand things, because I worry about summer rising. I worry that we're not educating kids during summer rising, and Literacy Academy is really a place where we can do that, and we're places with programs like that. I'm wondering if we can be expanding that. We're struggling to get enough resources in where I live in District 1 and across my district.
Yeah, we can look into that. I do think last year, in particular, for the first time, we did incorporate literacy interventionists into our summarizing program, because we see that need there as well. And so we can talk more offline about Literacy Academy, but I do recognize, like you said, the need to think about early literacy and to make sure that we're addressing needs earlier.
Right, I appreciate that. Thank you. I want to talk about after school for a moment. So I've been a parent a long time in this city, and back in the day when my kids were little, and we had more control over programs, we could see more diverse schools. What we've seen post-mayoral control and Bloomberg administration, that schools become more racially segregated, and it's connected to after school, because in our Title I schools in my district, people getting free after school. In the non-Title I schools, they're not. So people are making economic choices about what school to apply in a district of choice because of access to after school. I'm wondering what we're doing to expand free after school so Title I families can make choices about what schools they can go to, especially in a district of choice, to give them more opportunities to create more economic and racial diversity in our schools.
Yeah, thank you. After school is a huge deal. We talk to parents all the time, especially in elementary schools, who really care about expansion of after school. We've done some expansion of after school this year, 5,000 seats, I believe, across the city. And then next year, thinking of ramping that up to 10,000 seats. And so there's significant work being done there. I want to turn it over to Flavia to add anything.
Thank you for the question. So yes, after-school support are critical. As a DOE mom who also has a child that attends a program that benefits for after school, I know how critical those programs are for all of New Yorkers, particularly for working families. As the Chancellor pointed out, there was a recent expansion of after school, specifically through DYCD. So they expanded after school to 40 schools, 37 of them being New York City public schools, and 3 charters. Now, going into the next school year in the fall, there's going to be an addition of 67 DOE schools that are going to receive after school. So in total, the vast majority of after school in our city are through DYCD, and then the remaining that are centrally funded programs are through New York City public schools, community schools. So I would love to understand more of the concerns, meet up, and talk through the footprint that exists.
Yeah, I would love to make sure that every family, especially lower income families, can get to have a free after-school program so they can make choice, in a district of choice, they can make choices to advance some of these values. And I'm happy to continue to talk offline.
Same.
Because, I'm happy to do that. I just want to talk about kind of the greening of our school systems. I don't have a lot of time left. So there's the physical building and the kind of inside the physical buildings of how we create a green infrastructure. I know we've talked a lot around kind of what it would take to do that and the cost associated with it. I'm wondering what's on the landscape to make sure that we have the green infrastructure, making sure that we're moving away from single use, especially single use non-compostable items, and how we then are working on the building structures to green them.
Yeah, great question. And we've seen investment across our schools in thinking about, and I always hear about sustainable coordinators in schools that are working with our young people on these issues. But in terms of the greening of our buildings, I'll turn it over to Kevin.
Chancellor, just before we turn it over, I just want to make sure you're committed to not having single-use plastic in our buildings as well. Like, I want to move away from that. I know we've talked to school foods about it. I want to hear if you're committed to doing that.
Yeah, I think that's something that we can continue to look at. Conceptually and certainly ideologically, I'm absolutely aligned to that. But Kevin, you can talk.
Specifically, plastic free. I was at an event pretty recently up in the Bronx where we did that very thing with a CBO partner, and the school community embraced it. So really like to learn more about that program too. As it relates to the green infrastructure, something we're very excited about. We hold the title of the largest solar footprint of any city agency. We're real happy about that. Unfairly, we have 1,400 buildings, I get it. But we do have a lot of solar. I do know the School Construction Authority has looked at geothermal as a way. We are stepping down all of our, and staying in compliant, stepping down all our fuel. Most recently, we opened up at Murrow a B100 boiler, which is really exciting. It's essentially French fry oil. All the kids wrote about it in the school journalism class, so we were really excited about that. But as we step down from the dirtier oils, if you will, going to natural gas and other solutions, electric being one, we can give you stated progress, but it's something that we definitely support and are excited about.
Thank you, Councilmember. And I want to thank Deputy Chancellor now. You weren't Deputy Chancellor back then, but Deputy Chancellor Moran, who's been very helpful in some of the water fountains in schools in my district. And we have to make sure we're providing kids the opportunity and the availability of water. And now that that's there, and in other schools as well, I hope soon, working clean water fountains, that'll make it much easier to reduce things like plastic water bottle use. I want to go back to special education. The preliminary District 75 expansion. The preliminary plan added $49.6 million in state funding for additional District 75 special education classes associated with a 464 additional headcount. How many additional classes will be open with this funding?
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, Chair. That funding was actually for this school year, and with that funding, we were able to open an additional 173 classes.
And in which community school districts geographically will they be located?
Yeah, so in Brooklyn, we have geographic districts, pardon me, 32, 19, 15, 20, 13 in Manhattan. Sorry.
Start over, 32?
19.
Yep.
15, 20, and 13, and I'm happy to send these in.
Yeah, please also. But
Manhattan, 6 and 3.
Mhm.
Queens, 30, 27, 24, and 28.
Mhm.
District 31 in Staten Island, and in the Bronx, we have 8 and 11.
I was scared you're going to leave the Bronx out for a second.
No.
There's a dramatic pause. It was very dramatic.
For you, I will say best for last.
You're very good. And so these, just to be clear, these are seats that are already online. They're
That's
in the
right.
current fiscal. Okay. Is there any particular type of disability classification that these seats support?
Autism, emotional disability, intellectual disability, and students with multiple disabilities.
And these to you are just relating it back to due process cases. These are the kind of the majority of cases that you're seeing
the due process claims made for? Is there a correlation between those decisions to open those seats and due process?
No, the decision to open those seats are driven solely on individual needs and what we're seeing in terms of students coming through the IEP process. And so child shows up, we evaluate, and we give them the program that the evaluation team thinks is needed. In terms of due process, we have opened up specialized programs in specific districts to serve, and those are community districts to serve students that otherwise would have taken a Carter route.
You mentioned the districts. Can we get it? You can send it to us later, but the seat breakdown per district. Thank you.
Of course.
And the positions that are associated with the additional headcount, those are, can you break that down for us as well?
Yes, teachers, classroom paraprofessionals, transportation paraprofessionals, and IEP paraprofessionals.
And you can also send over a breakdown of those too. I do want to give a shout out to our paraprofessionals. I know there's at least one here, and Bridget, yeah. But you know, from my time in the classroom, I don't know where I would personally be and where my kids would be without their paraprofessionals. During the pandemic, New York City public schools launched a program called Sensory Exploration, Education, and Discovery, SEED, providing after-school and weekend programs where students with intensive sensory needs can get help from occupational and physical therapists, along with a family education engagement component. After the federal COVID-19 stimulus funds expired 2 years ago, public schools got a grant from the state education department. That grant runs out this year. 94% of families agree that the SEED program has been beneficial in addressing their child's sensory needs. That's a good grade. It's an A. So that funding is running out from the state. What is the current budget for this program, and how many SEED sites does this support?
Currently, 77 SEED sites are up and running, fully operational, and it costs us about $6 million annually to run that program for nearly 2,000 students.
Okay, so you said 2,000 students are currently utilizing the program?
I don't want to give the exact number because it's rolling enrollment, but typically between 1,700 and 2,000.
Okay. And what resources does the Department of Education need to ensure you can continue the SEED program, including the after-school and weekend SEED programs?
We are working on that number. Happy to get back to you.
And going back to the same questions about mayoral control, same questions about the caps, what advocacy has the Department of Education done with the state to advocate for continuing this funding?
Well, earlier we talked about, and I need to apologize for misspeaking. Earlier I quoted fair student funding. What I meant was our funding weights that the chancellor, fair student funding does take into account the localized needs of students. So I was actually talking about the advocacy the chancellor did at the state budget hearing around added weights for students with disabilities. Of course, if we look at added weights, we're able to look beyond, the mandated needs and into spaces such as this.
So the advocacy centers on the increased formula for students with disabilities. That's what the advocacy, right?
I think that's one form of it.
Are there other forms?
We're certainly, I don't want to say that that's the only thing that would help. We are open to any sort of additional funding that would support this program because of its monumental impact that it's had on students.
Okay. So just to go back, for these particular programs, I'm just trying to make clear, is the DOE going up and saying this program needs $6 million, as you just testified, this other program needs whatever other dollars? Are you going up program by program, and advocating for the dollar amount in addition to the advocacy you've already done around the formula to increase the funding for students with disabilities?
Yeah, so I think, in general, we have conversations about a lot of different topics, and certainly when we're in conversations with City Hall and OMB, many specific programs come up.
Thank you. And have you spoken to OMB about continuing this funding, this program with city dollars?
So yes, we have spoken to OMB about this particular program.
Great, thank you. I want to go back to District 75 for a minute, just to better understand a little bit. You're saying there are new 173 new classes and new seats for District 75. Are we talking new schools that are opening up? Are we talking about putting more seats in existing schools? What's the mix?
We put a new District 75 school online this year, and then it also includes opening up additional classes in existing schools.
Okay, so you're mostly talking about expanding existing D75 programs?
Correct.
Okay, and what is the feedback been on that? Is that what principals or teachers are saying, like it makes sense to expand existing programs, or do you hear more that we need new schools, new programs in throughout the city? What are you hearing?
We hear both, but ultimately, Chair, we're looking at high quality program close to home, and the vision here is to give as many kids as possible access to programs that are in their geographic district, and ideally where their siblings go to school. And that's why we've been focusing. Certainly District 75 plays such a vital role, given the demand and increases we're seeing of students with disabilities and the level of need. District 75 has been what we have been our go-to around serving students. Ideally, though, we are going to be moving, and that's what we have seen in our pilots, into that more localized placement of students with the support, and that's why we keep pushing for our specialized programs. It's the most effective way to do that.
Yeah, so if I just add a couple of things. One, just a reminder that District 75 has grown over 2,800 students since 2020, and this is in contrast to the rest of the city that's losing enrollment, right? And I think when it comes to citing a District 75, what I've heard from principals around the city is this opportunity for inclusion is something that's really important to us. So the site within a school, allows us to really promote being inclusive.
Thank you. And I don't think I said it out loud yet, and I do appreciate it every time you say it, that when you talk about integration, you're also talking about integration of students with disabilities, which is huge. It's something I think we don't talk enough about, and I'm grateful that you are speaking using that language, so thank you. I want to move over to early childhood. Unfortunately, the chair is stuck, and so I'll be asking some questions on her behalf. But here we go. You ready? Pull up those documents. She looks ready. Okay. 2K pilot. Okay. The preliminary plan includes $73 million in fiscal 2027 in state funding to begin a 2K pilot next year. The city recently announced that 5 school districts, 6, 10, 18, 23, and 27, will receive new 2K seats next fall. How many extended day and school day seats will be offered under the 2K program in the first year?
Thank you for that question, Chair. I'm going to provide something that's probably not going to be satisfying. We are still working through those details. And so as I mentioned earlier, we released an RFI. That process is still ongoing. We also released 2 surveys to existing providers, and so we're working through those details now to determine program model and also specific locations and seat counts.
Well, I'll tell you, I have mixed feelings about that answer. I appreciate that it was an answer. You answered the question honestly, so thank you. Is there a timeline on when you'll have answers to that question?
So we have to confirm the timeline, but what I can commit to is once we do finalize the information, we are happy to share it with the council so you can have the information.
Yeah, I think all of us have our constituents stop me in the street asking this question, and they are very eager. We are all eager in the council to know when this will be implemented, when they'll have those details.
And Chair, I will say those who applied to the RFI, those not in the priority districts for the upcoming fall were notified. Those moving to the second phase of the RFI were notified. And so any of your constituents are aware where they are in the process.
Thank you. I meant the parents.
Oh, those two.
Yeah, I meant the parents. The funding for 2K, it jumps to $425 million in fiscal 2028 as part of the governor's commitment. However, there's no baseline funding for 2K. What is the DOE's long-term funding plan for this population?
I think as we are having conversations about the overall state of our portfolio of early care and education, we are having conversations with the administration, the mayor's office, and OMB about what that figure could look like and should look like.
Under the council's infant and toddler pilot, the competitive seat rate costs of $40,000. Given the amount of state funding allocated for 2,000 seats, this would not cover the reimbursement rate. Can you confirm?
So the Birth to Two pilot includes infants and toddlers, not just 2-year-olds, those 24 months to 36 months. We are looking at what the rate could be for 2K, and I would like to remind the council and folks that the Birth to Two pilot only included community-based organizations. 2K will also include family child care providers.
What is your target rate for the 2K seats, and do you believe it's a competitive rate?
We're finalizing that now, but I would like to think it is a competitive rate.
Okay, smaller providers have expressed concerns about getting contracts when competing with larger corporate providers. How is the DOE working to ensure equity when awarding contracts?
So it's just what I mentioned earlier around, we talk about ecosystems, and ecosystems include independent care, it includes informal child care, it includes home-based, center-based care, district school care, because if it's really centered around parent choice, parents choose different settings for their littles. And so what we did was we looked at the entire permitted, licensed, regulated footprint in New York City, which includes regulated care from OCFS, New York State OCFS, as well as DOHMH. That also includes our independent program, our district school programs. And so looking at where placement currently is, we want to do this in a very thoughtful and measured way. We understand that there is need for 2K, there's need for 3K, there's need for infant care. But that care also exists outside of New York City public schools, and so we want to be thoughtful about where we place seats. And so the Mayor's Office of Child Care and Early Child Education, working with us, ACS, talking about interagency partners, looking at a bunch of data and making sure we overlay that when we are determining seat placement is how we approach this.
And I will note that there are some high schools where they need daycare or child care for the student population.
That's the LIFE program.
Yes,
correct.
Yes. So I'd love, we're going to talk offline about that at one of the
Sure,
schools in my district you're familiar with. But we talk in here in these meetings very kind of high level, and you look at it as spreadsheets. You need to. You're running something. But there's also the reality, and it was sort of referenced before about DOE programs versus the community-based providers. So, and there are different challenges there. And I'm going to ask two things and how you're addressing these. And one is you are doing a reimbursement rate per child for your community-based organizations, correct?
That's correct.
And so how do you manage that, or how do you work with a CBO where you've told them you have, 20 seats? You gave them funding for 20 seats, only 18 kids or 17 kids, for whatever reason, stay in the program, and you've just taken away funding for 3 students. But they still have to open the classrooms for those 20 kids. They still have to hire the teachers. They have to do all that contractual work. How do you manage that and still support CBOs with such a rigid structure, given the realities of what the CBOs are facing?
Yeah, I want to acknowledge that, I cut my teeth at a community-based organization many years ago, and so although I love all of our settings, they hold a special place in my heart. So I want to lead with that truth. We have a base plus model in which our community-based organizations are funded, and so they are reimbursed, usually on a month lag, and it is above their actual enrollment. And to your point, Chair, it recognizes that there are some costs that are just fixed. And so you need a teacher for 3 kids, you need a teacher for 15 kids.
You got it.
And so we are looking at models as we kind of shift into a larger procurement about how we can better reflect those fixed costs. But right now in the current contract structure, which has been active for about 5 years now, it does recognize above your actual enrollment for that very reason.
Okay, yeah, I still think there's some, there are some problems there. And it's clear that there are problems, which is why you're going back and looking at it, because you're aware of them. And you are, I assume, in conversations with the CBOs, with the ones who provide. Thank you. Second question about that, and it was mentioned again, CBOs versus DOE schools, is pay disparity, right? And it is, I know we have a bill in the council by Chair Lee to address that. But that's it's a really tough call to make. So many people at CBOs, they stay because they love their kids and they love the program. And then they go home and they're met with the weight of affordability in New York City. They're met with the weight of asking themselves if they are making the right decision for their lives, knowing that they can make more at the DOE than they can at the place that they love. How is the DOE addressing the pay disparities between the CBOs and the DOE schools?
So first I want to say there's no versus, right? That's not how we operate. And for early care and education, we would not be successful without our CBOs. They comprise about 60% of our seat capacity, and so there's no versus. We want to also acknowledge that there is pay disparity across the settings, and that's something we are committed to fixing with the administration, clearly the administration leading that effort, but we have to do that in concert with our labor partners. And so we are having those conversations, but you have our commitment to making sure that our CBO partners, our home-based providers, are seen in the space because they are very much valued in this work.
I mean, is the DOE looking to, are New York City Public Schools looking to match the CBO pay scale with that?
That's not something we can independently decide. That's something we have to do with our labor partners.
In the past, you've provided, I guess they're bonuses. I don't know what the proper term is.
Many moons ago, there were retention and recruitment bonuses to incentivize folks to come into the field. That's different. I think that was around $2,500 to $3,500.
And you did it during COVID, I believe, and I believe it was very successful, and the teachers are very happy about that, right?
Right. There was also this effort to increase non-union wages to align with DC 37 wages. Again, that's different from what district school teachers under UFT is provided. So we are having all of those conversations.
Right, but there were I guess recruitment retention bonuses for the non-UFT members, the non-DOE schools. I'm talking specifically about CBOs that they received. The teachers got additional funds, right?
I would have to verify if it was a contingent upon a union affiliation. That happened many years ago, but that's something my team can look into around the recruitment and retention bonuses.
Yeah, because that seemed to have been successful. And we want to repeat models that have been successful, paying early child providers what they deserve, right? Taking care of, as you say, our littles, our babies, which is language I love.
Yeah, I would say, a bonus, an incentive bonus is always welcomed. I think what I'm hearing you say is something that is kind of at the undergirding of what they do, to be compensated at a rate that they deserve. And so a one-time payment of $2,500, I'm sure, is nice, but I'm sure that our educators want a livable wage, a higher wage that's more aligned with what their colleagues are doing. And that's something that
they
takes
deserve it.
larger, exactly.
They deserve it. And, I hear the phrase often, labor of love, and that's nice, but that doesn't pay the rent, and it's so hard to keep relying on simply the fact that people love their job and love their kids. It isn't right. I want to move to Head Start transitional contracts. The DOE recently transitioned from federally funded Head Start seats to city-funded transitional contracts for Head Start delegates. We would like to discuss updates on this process and the future of DOE-run Head Start programming. What is the current breakdown of city-funded Head Start and early Head Start seats by school district?
We have that data ready, and we can share that after the hearing, Chair.
Thank you. Same question. Was the current enrollment in these seats by Head Start and early Head Start? And what is the overall utilization rate and the utilization rate by seat type?
We can share that. I just want to clarify, we no longer stratify by early Head Start and Head Start because those are titles that no longer exist. They're no longer Head Start programs.
Thank you for the clarification. And how will these seats eventually be integrated into the DOE Early Childhood ECE system?
I love that question. We're looking at that now as we think about the overall procurement that will be happening prospectively.
But it's same day, is there a timeline on that? Like, have you set goals for yourself for integrating that into the DOE?
So internally, yes. So we can't give any information proactively about a future procurement because that can create some unintended advantage for folks who are listening to this hearing in that instance. So yes, we are planning forward for that, but we can't share details on a specific timeline for which that will be released.
You can't share timeline of when of what your goal is for integrating the seats because it's related to an RFP?
Correct.
Okay. As a now city-funded program, what's the goal for Head Start seats?
Sorry, I don't think I understand the question.
Well, the total number of seats for Head Start. What is your goal?
So we don't have a goal necessarily. So one thing that we did when we transitioned from Head Start contracts, including early Head Start to transitional, was give the providers an opportunity to convert their seat types. And so what you'll see in the data, and I'm sure what you saw in the PMMR, is that there was a transition of, or actually an increase in infant toddler seats and a decrease in pre-K and 3K seats for the Head Start transitional. So there's no goal, but we do have a total portfolio of care that we've been trying to maintain for the Head Start program.
And do they have immigration status requirements, these seats?
No, they do not.
So anyone is eligible for these seats?
So what we've been asking the providers to do is prioritize those families who would normally be eligible for early Head Start or Head Start, which has categorical eligibility requirements. It does not consider immigration, but since these are now CTL funded, they can expand eligibility to include those that are just age eligible and live in the 5 boroughs.
Thank you.
I'm ready.
I
I'm
can
here.
tell you're ready.
I'm locked in.
I almost want to go to someone else, give you a breath. In the fiscal 2026 budget deal, the council secured $10 million in funding for the first non-means tested infant and toddler seats, also known as Birth to 2 initiative. I would first want to thank you for working with the council to launch this pilot program, especially in such a short timeline. How many child care programs are participating in the pilot program to offer these seats, and how were they selected?
Yeah, so originally it was 18 for 240 seats. Right now we are down to 13 at 170 seats. And what we found was starting mid-year, we ran into issues with staffing, identifying staff to work and start in the program in January, but also families often locked in their care starting earlier in the school year, so that's September. So some of our participating providers ran into issues recruiting families specifically for the 24 months to 36 months range. Right now we're at 88% enrolled, and what we did was we looked in communities, again, taking that overlay of existing care and saying, who has, for instance, vouchers? We don't want to have families or providers, supplant care. We wanted this to be in addition to. And so also we looked at existing contracts, again, very concentrated timeline to set these up. So wanting to leverage existing mechanisms to do so. And then looking at the economic need index in communities to determine what, meeting kind of families would most need.
And
that
so
is kind of the high line, sorry.
What insights have you gained from this experience that's going to shape the rollout or the continuation of this and the rollout of the 2K pilot?
Yeah, I think the timing is something we are still evaluating. That January start did not work at our advantage, to be honest. I'm mentioning, again, the staffing and families. But what we've been doing now, in addition to getting the word out about 2K earlier on, we are creating a centralized admissions process for 2K, which will help families really direct them into care once they are announced. Really focusing on marketing, but also supporting the participating providers, no matter the setting, on staffing up properly. So having a bit more runway will allow a lot more success for 2K.
Now you're talking about enrollment. You're talking about managing the early childhood system. In the past, there were walls between these two systems where my early childhood providers, they would complain they lost kids, but they had no way to access let's say, a wait list or other kids to fill up those seats. And when I asked in the past about this to the early childhood of the DOE, the response was very nicely, but the response was, well, that's a different unit, that's a different division. So what has been done in the past year or 2 years to break down those walls to ensure that enrollment is directly related to the work that you're doing?
Yeah, so what I would like to say, and it's something to kind of your prior point about, frankly, funding vacant seats, is recruitment is everyone's responsibility, not just that of New York City Public Schools. It doesn't just live in my schools. It is everyone's responsibility. When I used to work at a community-based organization, what makes that role so powerful is that they have an intimate awareness of that community. I would go into the WIC Center, right? We would have folks going into the barbershop or the local bodega. You have to know your community and where to find families. Frankly, stand outside of the hospital. Their baby's born every day. But what we have done around my school's integration, and to your point, Chair, it is not just the responsibility of the Office of School Enrollment. We are trying to improve that process, make sure that providers and families know how to actually access it, use it, extend the languages in which it is offered, and actually be in community to help families enroll in real time. And we've worked with the mayor's office on that.
So I understand all hands on deck, but I just want to be clear in my question that the offices at the DOE Central are working together, that they're not in silos, and what that communication looks like. Because in the past 5 years since I've been on the council, it has been people in silos, and where early childhood organizations wanted to get more kids, but they had to go through 3 different offices just to figure that out. So what does communication with the Office of Enrollment for you look like?
So we actually have weekly meetings with them, and not that meetings is a solution, but it's definitely a tool to make sure that we are communicating. I would be remiss if I didn't shout out DIIT, which is a huge part of making sure that my schools is operable. And so in addition to meeting with them weekly, we're meeting with them weekly to talk about the 2K centralized system, to iterate on existing systems. And then we also, beyond the Office of Student Enrollment, which is the primary manager of my schools, we actually have standing meetings agency-wide with reps from different divisions to make sure that we are operating strongly intra-agency-wide.
Yeah, just the general point that you're making about the silos that exist within the Department of Education, I think, or NYC Public Schools, that was the spirit in which I entered the reorganization moves that we recently made, which is why so many of the pieces that are structures that support schools are now with the First Deputy Chancellor, along with superintendents and our supervising superintendents. And I think, just the way our cabinet operates lends itself to seamless communication between the Office of Enrollment and our early childhood division. And I think that's one of the things that I'm super committed to over the next number of years, to make sure that we're breaking down the silos in NYC Public Schools.
Yeah, I noticed that when I asked one of my questions, you gave this face, like shaking your head, like how could anyone think that or do that? But the reality is,
no, I got you. No,
it's ask any council member. It's happened in the past. Yeah. It happens with our city agencies. People don't talk to one another. I appreciate your commitment to this. Yeah. However, in a $38 billion agency, things sometimes get lost. That is the reality of it. And so I appreciate your awareness of this, and knowing that this committee stands ready to work with you to make sure those silos are broken down, that all the agencies are talking to each other, because it's for the benefit of our kids and the people who educate our littles, our babies.
New York's cutest. Yeah.
Maybe not the middle schoolers, but maybe,
no, the little ones are the cutest. Yeah.
Yeah, my kids are getting to that age. Hey. Speaking of, for all kids, we all deserve safety. You mentioned it in your, DC Hawkins, you are relieved. You're okay. You did great. Chancellor, I know you've said this both publicly, privately, that safety, huge concern. We know that there are many facets to the safety of a child. I want to focus right now on school safety officers. The plan includes increased costs for school safety, but the additional funding does not increase headcount for these positions. What's the current budgeted headcount for school safety officers, and how many positions are currently filled?
Yeah, thank you for. I know I see my chief of safety, Mark Rampersant, is already at the table, and I'm excited to kind of hand it over to him. But just to really point out that safety in a school, as you know, Chair, is really centered on relationships, and it's never with any one individual. And so we've been doing a lot of work around ensuring that communication in schools are really strong, and I'm excited to kind of continue to think about that with our principals and our school staff. But as you know, we also are not. The headcount for school safety agency doesn't fall on the DOE, and so I'll shift it to Mark so that Mark can address some of these concerns. But remember to introduce yourself and for the record.
You're good. Maybe we should switch.
No thanks. I'm good.
Agreed, by the way.
Too early to switch. My name is Mark Rampersant, Chief of Safety and Prevention Partnerships, and as the Chancellor just mentioned, the NYPD School Safety Division falls within the scope of the NYPD, so we don't directly control their hiring, training, or deployment of school safety agents. However, we partner with them on a daily basis to ensure that our schools are safe. They are viable members of our school community and do a great job in supporting our students. Currently, the school safety headcount allotment is 4,015 school safety agents. We are experiencing a massive shortfall as it relates to the school safety agents deployed through our school, with their current headcount at 3,578. Some of what they've done to support the shortfall of school safety agents, especially in our elementary schools that only have one school safety agent, is the Assistant School Safety Agent Program that you probably heard of, where 114 school safety agents have been hired and deployed to supplement the single school safety agent at our elementary schools.
Does the 3578 include those 114 assistant school safety officers?
Unfortunately, it does.
And talk about some of the issues that you're facing, or the NYPD is facing, in terms of hiring school safety agents.
Yeah, so in our daily conversation with School Safety Division, some of the things that they were hearing is the prevailing wage. The school safety agent incoming wage is really low, and so it is very difficult for them to get takers, or at least young people who are willing to remain with the job, as there are so many other competing agencies. When you are a school safety agent, you rather work with in a correctional facility than a school, right? That's really telling, right? And so they are competing with agencies such as the Corrections Department and their own police department to boot.
And what are some of the strategies? So it sounds like you're saying they should be paid more.
I am saying that the current wage is what is challenging for the School Safety Division to keep their current allotment of school safety agents.
It's the same thing.
It is. You said it, not me. No.
We both said it. We both said it. Beyond the wages, what are the recruitment strategies is the DOE engaged in? And just for color, for people who may not be aware, that we have principals in my district, principals throughout the city, who want to do after-school programs, want to do programs on the weekend for their kids, especially high-risk students, or in communities that have higher rates of violence or crime. And they are unable to do the programs that we know work for engaging kids, the programs that we know make our kids safe, because the school safety agents are not available. Like that is how important it is important. It is about keeping our kids safe and making sure we are expanding the programming available to them so they can continue to be safe and engage in safe activities. So what recruitment efforts are being made to hire up to the number of school safety agents that we need, to at least 4,015.
Sure. So first of all, thank you very much for that. First and foremost, if there's any principal in our system that's having a problem with staffing schools after hours and on weekends, please let me know of that, right? Because that is not a shortfall for us in terms of SSAs, as many of our schools are closed during the weekend. So the SSAs are in fact available in that respect. Some of the recruitment efforts are exactly what I just shared. They are going to local high schools and even advertising for the school safety, assistant school safety agent program with the hopes of getting recent high school graduates to join the force, right? So 18 years old to 20 years old, that's the assistant SSA program. So that's one of the recruitment efforts. The other is advertising the role of the school safety exam at many of our PTA meetings, working with our parent coordinators to get the word out in various different ways by which they get to have FaceTime with families and other bodies.
Let's go back to evaluation of schools, because this is, for me, like the number one thing. A superintendent goes into a school, let's say high school, as you're talking about. Go into a school. They look, some of the quantitative markers, test scores, attendance, credit accrual, important things, and number of students attending college. Is that last one correct, that they are looking at the number of students who get into a college? Are they also looking and measuring the number of students, for example, that take the civil service exam? Are they looking at and measuring the number of students that get gainful employment after high school rather than go to college?
All right, that's a great question. So through our pathways work, as well as our what we're thinking about for our New York State Inspires work, that's something that we are looking at in terms of preparing our young people for both a career and beyond. And also, when we think of our CTE programs that we offer throughout the city, those are pieces that superintendents, especially superintendents of high schools, are constantly thinking about as they do the evaluation of principals. What are the offerings? Prepared not just through the region's requirements, the graduation requirements that you're talking about, but the 21st century skills that we know they'll need as they enter the workforce.
Right, but again, just try to drill down to like the very boring.
But I don't think we do. We look at the civil service.
But so wouldn't that be like, if you're saying we have this shortfall in civil service, and you're saying you're encouraging all these things, wouldn't it just make sense to measure, just for superintendents, another data point to go and say, like, hey, how many of your kids, whether they're college bound or not, I don't know, how many of your kids are taking the civil service exam, or how many of your kids have a job lined up after high school? Wouldn't that quantitative measure lend itself to the importance of measuring it and really help with that pipeline, at least a little bit to help recruit people for our civil service jobs?
So in thinking about how many of our young people have a job lined up for after college, for after high school, or how many of our kids are getting to college, we have obviously our College Now work that we're doing. All of our young people, when they get to 12th grade, get an acceptance letter from CUNY or SUNY school. And we have a plethora of certifications that our kids are working on while in school. And so they're leaving school, getting ready for EMS or FDNY and so on and so forth. So there's quite a few, and LPN courses and so on. So there are quite a few opportunities for us to think about, are our students ready to be gainfully employed? I just don't know if we look at the civil service.
Yeah, I think it's worth, again, going back to evaluations, I think if, college, fantastic. Love it. I went there. It's great. I think that they're measuring how many kids get accepted to college is really critical. I think as we're talking about getting more kids to take the civil service exam, getting kids to get certification, all really incredible things that are happening in our schools, if the superintendents go in and just have that as a data point, it'll lend itself to the importance of the principal to think about, to get kids to take the civil service exam, right? If you're evaluating it, then principals, they're going to think about it more. And at least maybe a little bit. That'll help with some of the recruitment problem. I want to turn it over to Councilmember Felder for a second round.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had mentioned the 4 questions to the Chancellor that I said I don't want an answer, but I didn't say that to you. And since you came up and you're in charge of security, I'm very serious. Like in my mind, I'm thinking even if you have hundreds, right? And it's not because I spend too much time on Netflix or anything else. We're living, I think, in a very complicated world. And the fact that the officers that are supposed to be protecting the kids are not armed, I don't understand. Even if you had as many as you wanted, I just don't get it. Like, you know, if God forbid somebody walks into a school, even if you have 10 officers there, right? And that guy, you know, has a machine gun or whatever else. And I'm not suggesting that even if they were armed, nothing could happen, God forbid. All I'm suggesting is that as it is now, they're sitting ducks, as we say. So can you respond to,
I would have responded earlier too if we had had the time, but I just want to add a couple of or put some context to what you're talking about. In our school system, the first thing you said, you can walk into a school. The first thing we have is our safer access doors, right? So you actually have to get buzzed into a school now. That was not the case in the past. And secondly, you know, as a former principal and somebody who's spent a lot of time in schools, there are ways to protect ourselves that don't necessarily involve heavy weaponry, right? For example, we have a general response protocol that makes sure that we practice and drill lockdown drills across our system so that schools can keep themselves safe, not have weapons. They do have a direct contact to our precincts and you know, if don't try to test this, but if something ever happened where a school safety agent goes citywide, you know, having experienced this, the response level of our NYPD partners is quite swift and actually protect our school communities. And Mark, you know, I'll give you the opportunity to add anything else.
But hold on a minute. He interrupted you, the Chancellor.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry. I mean, you opened it up to me. I would just say that you know, I still wish you good luck and everything else. Seriously.
No.
And the only reason I made some jokes is because you're sitting there for hours under, you know, I want you to remember me. That's all. What you just said is counterintuitive to what's going on in this country. Yeah, absolutely. If you want, your counsel said that she's willing to spend time with me. I'm willing to spend time with you. The cases that exist where in different, not in New York, but in other states where unfortunately there were tragedies, you're describing exactly the case. Very similar systems to what you're describing. So you know, that's why I'm not going to debate the issue because we clearly have very strong opinions or feelings about what would work, what's necessary or not. Well, I still believe wholeheartedly, and unfortunately, that the schools as they are now, with everything that you mentioned, need. That's it.
Why don't you finish that sentence? That's the suspense is gonna.
Huh? No, that's for the next episode.
All right, Council.
I'm just saying, like, I mean, I don't want to drive you nuts. It's like when we have I have an argument with my siblings.
Yeah.
No one wins out of it. And the purpose, in my heart of hearts, I know that there's no way in the world that you wouldn't do anything you could to protect the children. I'm not suggesting anything but that. I'm just saying to you is that what the cases that have taken place throughout the country had very similar things going on, and unfortunately, it's just not for the time, for the day, the time we live in. I just feel strongly that that's all.
But I did interrupt Mark, so
I'm just going to note Councilmember Wong is going to be next. So, Mark, why don't you answer, and then we'll go over to Councilmember Wong.
I'll be super brief. Thank you very much for your comments. And as
I just want you to know that the Chancellor thanked everyone and said that was a good question. I was the only one that when I mentioned it, that he didn't say it was a good question, but I know it was a good question anyway.
It wasn't a good question. It was actually a statement, but
I want to thank you.
I'm going to thank you for your question and your statement. I'm also going to thank you for recognizing that here at New York City Public Schools, we're going to do everything that we can to keep young people safe. And as the Chancellor just shared, there are different measures by which we're doing that, including the new technology door locking system, right? And so that is one of the things that's going to avail us the opportunity to allow our school safety agents to use the one tool that they have at their fingertips to get the entire police department to respond. So you say school, you say gun, they're coming, right? So those are some of the things that we have different than they have outside the state, but we definitely recognize that there is still more to do to keep our young people safe, right? And it's everyone's responsibility and not that of just of the school safety agent. So I appreciate your comments and I appreciate you recognizing. And while my colleague has invited you to spend some time to talk more about her respective area, I won't do the same. So yeah, I'm just kidding. I'll be more than happy to talk with you.
Councilmember Wong.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to chime in with Councilmember Felder that despite all the technology, all the AI, and 20 years from now, we still need our auto mechanics, our electricians, our plumbers, and they were all, when I went to high school here, they're all graduates from vocational schools in New York City. And I noticed, just like everybody else, and those schools have been disappearing. So I would say that look into the matter and then open these schools so we don't need college graduates for these kids, for these students to become like plumbers. We need them, right? So look into that and see if you can reopen these programs. That's my first question. Can you talk about that?
Sure. Look, I think across the system, we are thinking about multiple pathways for our young people. And some, of course, we want to do college now courses. We want to have access to college, but some involve early career or immediate career opportunities, which we do have schools that are pursuing it. Our CTE programs are very expansive, and we have our Co-op Tech program that is if you want a nice haircut, and if you want to get your car checked, and you can go to Co-op Tech. They do an amazing job. And so I see Jane is here. If you want a new pair of glasses, you could go to Co-op Tech like I did. And so there are significant opportunities around our NYC public schools for young people to get in vocational or CTE programs, but they're not like the vocational programs that you're describing. They're really setting up our young people with 21st century skills that they can go into and get certification to get into a career right after college, right after high school. And so, Jane, if you want to add anything there.
Yes, just a little backup. I think.
Can you state your name for the record?
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Jane Martinez Dowling. So one of the things that we have focused on as we've done our pathways work is actually apprenticeships. As you probably know, there was a law passed in the fall, which the civil service law, which will now allow our seniors to go straight into an apprenticeship and receive a lot of those benefits that they weren't able to before. So Chair Dinowitz, you are correct that we are really canvassing all of our agencies. Many of our departments here are actually excited to have apprenticeships, but specific all the other pathways that we have, but we have had about 692 apprentices straight out of high school. About half of those have actually also gone to college part-time, because what we are seeing is that the more opportunities we give around career-connected learning, the more that students really want to know more about how to excel in their careers.
Okay, thank you. My next question is, it's a fact that many middle school students are not required to read books, novels, or nonfiction as part of the curriculum. Can you address that, and will you commit to require students to read at least 1 or 2 books in 6th to 7th and 8th grade?
Yeah, so this was linked to the conversation that we had earlier about when are we a system of schools versus a school system. I think when we're thinking about the expansion of New York City Reads into the middle school grades, what you will see is that a lot of our curricula do call for like reading, whole books and so on. And so you'll see that improving significantly in the upcoming years as we are definitely thinking about that. And what you know about middle school teachers is that they do care about their books, they care about comparing books, they care about comparing themes. They may not be as strong at teaching kids to read, but they can teach them to get excited about reading and make these connections. And the First Deputy Chancellor, I don't know if you want to add anything.
I mean, I wouldn't really necessarily add much more to what Chancellor said, but when we're thinking about that next phase and we're looking with our curricular option partners, this is a conversation that we're putting front and center because we know we've gotten some feedback about that as well.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Wong. One other, first of all, agreed, reading books, it's like a very exciting thing. If you were here while the cameras were broken, you would have known that we had some great books being recommended. And Chancellor, do you want to share again what your book recommendation is?
James.
James, perfect. All right. So all the kids out there who are watching this, many of you, make sure you go out and go to your local library and borrow James. I would recommend Animal Farm myself.
Good recommendation. I like it.
They're both good. I just want to ask, again, in that same category of evaluation, we have restorative justice programs in our schools. Again, we talk a lot about the input. I have used it in my classroom, incredible. We're going to ask for the data, right? How many schools, how many classrooms? What I'm really interested in is how the DOE measures the effectiveness of restorative justice programming. And what measures are you using to evaluate its effectiveness, whether it's in the classroom academically, whether it's student suspension rates, satisfaction, really anything. What measures are you using to evaluate its effectiveness, not its existence?
No, I agree, and I understand the question. I think, as a former principal in the South Bronx during the stop and frisk era, I really relied on restorative approaches, really got better at restorative approaches. And I think it's important to our system to continue to move towards build the capacity of our school staff as well as our principals to really take on these approaches. And for me, it was always looking at in the classroom incidents, looking at our suspension rates, that continue to go down once we build the capacity of our staff to really address these concerns. But I'll turn it over to Mark Rampersad to kind of speak to more of this.
Again, thank you for that question. And I appreciate you prefacing by saying that this is a measure that you used in your classroom and you saw the effectiveness. And one of the ways by which you were able to determine whether or not that was working is by the response from the young people, right? Whether or not you were having incidents in the class, whether or not there were suspensions and so forth. And those are some of the ways by which we measure this very, very important work. It is really about the climate and culture of the school as well, because you can actually feel the effects of the restorative approach in our respective schools. So to answer your question, with 500,000 young people having access to some level of restorative practices, the measures of which we just recently shared are the ways by which we determine that the program is working. Less suspensions or less reliance on suspensions, less incidents, and young people adopting a conversation versus a physical confrontation are some of the ways by which. The way by which adults respond to young people, instead of using a punitive approach, they are talking more to young people and trying to understand their why. So those are some of the things that we use to measure the effectiveness of the program as well. Is it a program that has yielded very, very good returns for us, with 904 students taking part in our restorative justice actions team. We definitely see that there is a positive effect in this initiative for our schools.
And you do have the data associated with it, and the schools that have engaged in certain types of restorative justice. You have the data that correlates to lower suspensions, that fewer, ORS reports or dean's referrals. That data exist?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
we definitely have the data that we can share with you for those schools that really dive deep in direct services for restorative justice. Remember, it's also a mindset shift, right? So you are shifting the minds of all adults in the building to take a restorative approach as opposed to a disciplinary approach. But we definitely have the data to support the positive measures and outcomes, yes.
Good. And I would add the thing that I think is spoken about a little less, but is very important, is the academic component.
Absolutely.
Which is when a student is comfortable with themselves, comfortable simply saying, I need help,
100%.
or I got this wrong. That is a huge hurdle to overcome, especially in math, from my experience. When they so often want to say, is this the right answer, the wrong answer? Just being able to say, like, I need help is a critically important component that I have found with restorative justice. So I would like to continue this conversation about both how it's being implemented and also the quantitative measurable results of it, because we also used, when I was teacher, third parties to do the restorative justice training, and I imagine some are more effective than others. So I'm looking forward to continuing the conversation around which of these organizations are most effective, how can we invest in them, and divest from the ones that just aren't doing as good a job, all for the benefit of the safety and academics of our kids.
100%. And just remember, the goal is to create a school system that's sustainable, right? And that we are training our staff to be self-reliant in that respect.
Great. For all of you up here and all of you sitting over there, I want to thank you so much for your time, for your testimony today. We look forward with some of the follow-up data, but most importantly for the continued conversations about making sure our school system is working as best as it can for the benefit of our children, as little as babies to as big as whole grown-ups. So thank you so much for your time today. We look forward to that work together.
Thank you for having us, and as a reminder, to you as a former teacher. If you had kids in here, they would say, "It's mad cold in here, mister."
I thought they would say it's brick, but
that's true. They would say that
I
too.
got that one wrong. In a moment, we'll be hearing from the School Construction Authority.
Folks, if we could just take the conversation outside of the chambers as we transition, please take the conversation outside of the chambers, please. Thank you. Please move the conversations outside of the chambers. Please move the conversation outside of the chambers. Everybody, please find your seats. Please find your seats. Take conversations outside the chambers. Please find your seats.
Will the School Construction Authority please join us? If you have conversations, you may take them outside. Thank you.
Please find your seats. Please find your seats. Take conversations outside the chambers.
Okay. Got it, got it. Okay. I'd like to invite the School Construction Authority to come join us. Okay, they will be joining us in but a moment. Great. All right, you hear our first book recommendation of the afternoon is The Bell Jar by Sylvia Plath. Councilmember Felder. Okay. Okay, good afternoon and welcome to the Education Committee's hearing on the School Construction Authority's fiscal 2025 to 2029 capital plan. and fiscal 27 preliminary capital budget and commitment plan for the Department of Education. Today's hearing will be primarily focused on the $21 billion proposed February amendment to the fiscal 2025-2029 capital plan. SCA's capital plan is an important element of the city's education programming as it provides the infrastructure for learning, extracurricular activities, and enrichment that our students crave. Every new classroom, cafeteria, playground, and educational space is a step toward a better learning environment for our city's students. The plan is mostly unchanged from the version issued in November. There are 33,417 seats funded in the plan, the same number as has been funded since the state's enacted fiscal 2025 budget added an additional $2 billion to help comply with the state's class size law. The 33,417 seats funded under this plan is less than the 70,000 that SCA has previously testified to needing to reach class size compliance. However, seats are still opening up from the prior capital plan, and SCA has been prioritizing smaller, new capacity projects that can open seats in a more targeted way across a larger number of schools faster than full school openings. We hope to hear more on how the SCA plans to open seats across districts in need in a timely manner. Accessibility sits at $800 million, an investment that will bring much needed projects to schools, but is not sufficient to bring all schools to full accessibility, meaning we are still many years away from reaching maximum practical accessibility. SCA has previously discussed how they look to add accessibility elements to other projects. However, and when we look forward to hearing how this can bolster the accessibility program and get more space at our schools to be accessible for everyone. We also look forward to getting updates on important capital improvement projects like internet speed upgrades and facility enhancements, the status of the removal of temporary classroom units, and the status of new construction projects at many new schools across the city. We will cover these issues and others and hope to get some additional transparency and guidance on how to best support SCA in their work. I would like to recognize that we have council members Wong, Felder, and Majority Whip Hanks, and Council Member Joseph. I would like to thank the administration for coming to testify, or the School Construction Authority for coming to testify before the committee today. Now, as you are not officially the administration, I don't have to administer the oath, but hopefully you'll be telling us the truth anyway. You may begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chair Dinowitz and members of the New York City Council Education Committee. My name is Nina Kubota, and I am President and CEO of the New York City School Construction Authority. I am joined by the Deputy Chancellor for School Operations, Kevin Moran, who you were with all morning, from New York City Public Schools, and by Cora Liu, Vice President of Capital Plan Management for the SCA. We are pleased to be here today to discuss the proposed SCA New York City Public Schools fiscal years 2025 to 2029 five-year capital plan, which currently totals $20.97 billion. Since the SCA's inception in 1988, we have opened over 319,000 school seats, more than the entire student population in the fifth largest school district in the nation in Las Vegas. In our history, through fiscal year 25, we have obligated roughly $77 billion, which equates to about 17,000 construction projects. We are immensely proud of our history, and I am happy to be before you today to talk about the future we are working towards for the public school students of New York City. Our current five-year capital plan spans fiscal years 2025 to 2029 and is broken up into four main categories: capacity, capital improvement, healthy schools, and mandated. Each category is dedicated to addressing key elements of the buildings in our portfolio, from safety and security to making our buildings sustainable, adding needed capacity, and enhancing student learning environments. We know our work is vital to how our students learn, play, and grow, and we strive each and every day toward our mission of achieving the highest standards of excellence in safety, quality, and integrity. We believe in our mission so strongly that last month we hosted a forum bringing together the top architects and engineers in the country to launch our Design Excellence Program. Our team at the SEA is striving to push the boundaries of what is possible in our physical school spaces, understanding the direct impact of educational facilities on learning outcomes. We have told the architecture and engineering communities that New York City's students are the most important clients in the world, and we are demanding nothing short of the very best. This past September, we celebrated the opening of our largest building ever, a 3,066-seat high school in Woodside, Queens. We are immensely proud of this project, as it was designed from start to finish by our own in-house architects and engineers. This site, which once stood as a big box store and then as a COVID testing center, is now home to 4 high schools, including a D75 school. While we are incredibly proud of this project, it was just one of the 15 projects that were completed by September 2025, adding 6,600 seats to the public school portfolio. Our new schools are funded through the capacity category. In the proposed February 2026 amendment to the plan, we have allocated a total of $6.98 billion to support seat creation throughout the city. This category is further broken down into distinct programs to address specific needs. The first and most recognizable is New Capacity, which totals $6.13 billion. This program funds our new schools and new seats in existing schools and will be used to comply with the state's class size law. This funding will allow us to create over 33,000 seats citywide through various types of projects, including new buildings, additions, annexes, mixed-use buildings, leased spaces, and interior room conversions that provide targeted support to schools in existing buildings. To date, there have been 14,318 seats cited in this plan. Of those, 1,349 seats are newly identified in this February amendment from 8 new projects. Roughly 20 months into our current capital plan, I'm happy to report that we have cited 43% of the seats currently funded. But capacity is more than just the creation of new school seats. In addition to the New Capacity program, there are 3 other programs that are included in the capacity category: replacement, temporary structure removal, and early education. The replacement program is currently $400 million and is allocated to schools whose building must be replaced, most commonly due to an expiring lease. A new building for PS 106 in Queens is an example of a vital project that is being funded through this program and is scheduled to be bid and awarded by the end of June and will open in September 2029. The temporary structure removal program, funded at $250 million, allows us to continue the work of removing transportable classroom units and other temporary structures that were placed in schoolyards during the enrollment boom of the late 90s and early 2000s, but have become more permanent than any of us wanted. Out of the roughly 350 TCUs we started with, we have only 23 remaining without a removal plan at just 5 sites. In addition, there are 54 sites that have temporary structures, and 16 of them already have an identified removal plan. Through this program, we can remove what, in many instances, have become an eyesore for the school and surrounding community, and either build the needed capacity at the school or return an enhanced brand-new playground back to our students. A great example of the impact of this program is the project we did at PS 195, 196 in the Bronx. We removed one of the temporary structures, which allowed us to open an addition in 2024, which included not only 25 classrooms, but also a new kitchen and cafeteria, library, art and music rooms, science resource room, exercise and playrooms, as well as reading and other resource rooms. Now we plan on bidding and awarding the next phase of this project, which will remove the second temporary building on the school's property and deliver a beautiful outdoor play space. The last program in the capacity category is early childhood, which, funded at $200 million, allows us to continue the transfer of the former ACS sites to the New York City Public Schools portfolio. As I have outlined, our capacity work encompasses a wide range of projects, but we understand the topic on everyone's mind right now is class size. Today, and as we did through a joint letter when we published the February amendment, we reaffirm our strong and coordinated partnership with City Hall and New York City Public Schools to meet class size compliance requirements. This is a shared system-wide effort that aligns capital investments with operational strategies to deliver tangible results for students. We remain fully committed to ensuring every student learns in an environment that supports stronger outcomes and individualized attention. Since the start of the Mamdani administration, there is a laser focus on class size compliance, and the SCA and New York City Public Schools partnership has strengthened. Meeting class size mandates at this scale requires thoughtful planning and execution that goes beyond just building and adding more seats. We've taken a complete 360-degree view of the school portfolio, going sub-district by sub-district, looking at both individual schools as well as clusters of schools to identify targeted solutions from a range of options that include capital and non-capital strategies. We've also aligned capital strategies with New York City Public Schools survey data from all principals as part of this effort. We now have a clear understanding of our facilities from our principals who know their buildings best. We are examining where additions and annexes are possible and aligning that with the survey data. We have also taken a holistic geographic look as to where key real estate is needed that can alleviate several schools in the surrounding areas. Lastly, we have also identified key land use changes and improvements that will make it easier for us to identify sites and site schools, and we look forward to working with the teams at City Hall on these potential actions. It is the partnership between our two agencies, led by City Hall, and the marrying of capital and non-capital strategies that will allow us to achieve class size compliance. Our work is guided by 4 core principles: maximize existing space across the system to its fullest potential, pursue practical quick wins such as room conversions that rapidly increase instructional capacity, target investments to schools and districts with the greatest space needs, and advance equity by prioritizing underserved communities with the highest deficits. Every seat we cite is 1 seat closer to smaller class size for our students. We are working in coordination with our partners in labor at the United Federation of Teachers and Council of School Supervisors and Administrators. The data shows smaller class sizes are critical to student success, but achieving them requires sustained investment, strategic execution, and continued collaboration across all levels of government. With the right resources and flexibility, we are confident in our ability to deliver the high-quality learning environments New York City students deserve. We are committed to this work and look forward to sharing more with the Council in the coming months. But let us not only focus on our new buildings. Projects in our existing buildings actually make up the majority of our work. With a portfolio whose buildings' average age is 70 years old, and with 200 buildings over 100 years old, there's never a shortage of work to be done to keep our buildings safe, watertight, and modern. In this proposed amendment, we have allocated $7.95 billion for work in our existing buildings through the capital investment category. The capital investment category of the plan is divided into 2 primary programs: the Capital Improvement Program, or CIP, totaling $3.43 billion, and school enhancement projects totaling $2.91 billion. Together, these investments support our continued commitment to maintaining safe, modern, and inspiring facilities for students across the city. Through this work, we expand and modernize critical spaces within our buildings, helping ensure that our facilities support equity and excellence. The CIP program focuses on essential upgrades and major repairs that keep our buildings safe and functioning at the highest standards. These projects include both exterior and interior building work, addressing life safety and security systems, as well as key structural elements such as roofs, parapets, and windows. Maintaining this infrastructure is vital to protecting the safety and well-being of the students, staff, and communities who rely on our school facilities every day. In the current plan to date, we have awarded 156 projects under the CIP umbrella, focusing mostly on exterior modernizations, totaling roughly $1.1 billion. The School Enhancement Program totals $2.91 billion and is designed to strengthen educational opportunities and improve the day-to-day learning experience for students. These investments support school technology upgrades with data and bandwidth enhancements, the realignment of existing facilities to better meet instructional needs, bathroom renovations, science lab improvements, and programs such as innovative, diverse, equitable, accessible spaces, and career-connected learning. One of our biggest priorities in the past several plans has been to increase the accessibility of our existing schools. I know this has been a top priority for the council for many years as well, and we appreciate your advocacy and partnership in this key area. This plan allocates $800 million towards making our buildings accessible to school communities. An example of our progress, together, New York City Public Schools and the SCA undertook a full program accessibility project at PS 236 in Brooklyn, which also houses a D75 school. This project was completed in June of 2025. Thanks to this work, the building accessibility profile rating changed from not accessible to fully accessible. Some of our work in this comprehensive project includes the provision of accessible entrances, ramps, lifts, an elevator, student-accessible restrooms, a fire alarm system with strobe lighting, altogether improving safety and inclusivity for all occupants. For the FY 2025 to 29 capital plan, we will build on the successes of the previous plan, continuing our focus on citywide equity. In collaboration with our advocate partners and other stakeholders, we have established new citywide goals. We will prioritize projects that increase the accessibility of all primary buildings across every school district, raising the accessibility threshold from 33% to 40%. Additionally, New York City Public Schools will focus on improving accessibility in District 75 across the entire city, aiming to ensure that 75% of those buildings are at least partially accessible, with 50% fully accessible. We anticipate that our efforts to achieve our goals will improve accessibility in over 60 school buildings, further advancing our commitment to progress and growth. As you know, in the FY 25 to 29 plan, we created a category called Healthy Schools, which focuses efforts and funding on the health and well-being of our students, our buildings, and in turn, our city. Most of the $2.32 billion allocated for Healthy Schools category is for electrification. In this plan, we have $1.4 billion allocated to electrify existing school buildings and convert them to all-electric heating. This extensive work involves replacing fossil fuel burning boilers with high-efficiency, all-electric heat pumps that will provide ventilation, cooling, and heating for the entire school, including their kitchens, cafeterias, auditoriums, and gymnasiums. Buildings account for nearly 70% of the city's greenhouse gas emissions. With over 1,500 school buildings in our portfolio, our work represents a significant portion of the city's efforts to reduce our carbon footprint and combat climate change. Since the electrification program was initiated, we have 18 school electrification projects in construction, with more in the pipeline. Combining planned funding and additional funding from DCAS, we aim to fund over 30 more electrification projects in this plan. We're also continuing to explore ways to reduce our reliance on the electrical grid with renewable sources such as geothermal and solar, in addition to researching innovative solutions that extract heat from thermal sources. $390 million is dedicated under the Healthy Schools category to physical education facilities and reflects our commitment to ensuring that every student has access to safe, modern spaces, including gyms, playgrounds, athletic fields, and swimming pools that support healthy lifestyles, teamwork, joy and movement, while fostering stronger school communities and more vibrant neighborhood spaces. These investments not only enhance the student experience during the school day, but also create welcoming, shared assets that communities can take pride in beyond school area hours. Also in this category, there's $150 million for the cafeteria enhancement experience, which is intended to improve the overall atmosphere, functionality, and student experience in school cafeterias. It focuses on creating welcoming, student-centered dining spaces through upgraded equipment, improved layout and flow, visual enhancements, and supports that encourage healthier choices and smoother meal service. The goal is to make cafeterias more engaging, efficient, and align with New York City Public Schools' commitment to nourishing students in a positive environment. Since the inception of this initiative, we have completed 295 sites, with 50 additional sites to be completed by the end of August. Lastly, in this proposed amendment, we have allocated $3.72 billion in our mandated category to meet code, agency, remediation, and other requirements of local law or city agency mandates. It also includes funding for wrap-up insurance for contractors on our projects, as well as prior plan completion funding to finish the projects that started in the previous plan. As I close, I want to thank the council for their longstanding partnership to our schools, which is evident not just through your advocacy, but in the funding that is currently in our plan through RESOA allocations. These are important projects for our schools and the community, and we thank you for your continued support. I would like to leave you with a few images of a few of the buildings we will be opening in September, bringing more capacity to these neighborhoods and furthering our work to comply with class size. Is that it? Okay, so in addition, what's that? Go back one slide. Well, we could just skip it. IS at 4012 Fort Hamilton Parkway in Borough Park, Brooklyn. And then next slide. PS at 4610 70th Street in Woodside, Queens. In addition, at PS 116 in Jamaica, Queens. Is that at the addition? Addition at IS 216 in Fresh Meadows, Queens. And no, it's not, it's the middle school. And this slide is actually the middle school that's serving an annex and feeder school for John Dewey High School in Gravesend, Brooklyn. We look forward to celebrating the opening of these buildings and all of the over 4,600 seats we are opening in this September with you, the schools, and all of our partners. I thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify before you today, and we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. Did I see bicycle parking in one of those buildings? I'm sorry, I kind of have a law about that. We're trying to, a lot of students wanted to bike to school and they couldn't, so you're putting bicycle parking there. Do it in all your schools. I want to start with your testimony. I have a question, we just want to clarify. The impact of a program you did at 195, 196 in the Bronx and on the mainland. You removed one of the temporary structures, allowed you to open an addition in 24. 25 classes, and then you tout kitchen, cafeteria, library, art and music rooms, science resource rooms, exercise and playrooms, and reading and other resource rooms. This is in your testimony on my page. I think my font is a lot smaller than yours, so which is page 2. It's fine. Sans serif, very good. And then on the next page, you spoke about practical quick wins, such as room conversions that rapidly increase instructional capacity. What I want to know is how many in these conversions, how many art rooms, how many exercise rooms, how many libraries have had to be converted to regular classroom space? Have we lost any of our arts, music, library, exercise, etc., places to comply with the class size law?
We have not converted any of the art rooms or any specialty classrooms for that purpose. We are looking primarily at either unused offices or larger classrooms that could be subdivided.
You came up like you wanted to add something. Okay, fine. In the previous testimony, DOE said that enrollment, they're projecting it's going to be flat. Does the SCA have a calculation for how the 56 new seats slated to be added on September 26 would impact the city's overall class size compliance, assuming that enrollment does stay flat?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
Yes. How will the new seats, the 4,656 new seats, impact the city's compliance with the class size law, assuming, as was testified earlier, that enrollment is flat?
I mean, again, as we shared before, space is a critical next part of the class size implementation. As these seats open, we're working with schools and working with SCA in this comprehensive process to ensure that they're utilized by schools and in order to further class size implementation.
First of all, can you state your name for the record?
Erin Jahan.
Thank you. I didn't quite understand that answer. All right, we have more seats coming in. Do you have an estimate as to how these new seats will impact the city's compliance with the class size law?
This question? Yep. Sorry, it's been a very long day. Those chairs are not the most comfortable chairs. But these are.
You're doing great. You should pull one up. They're very comfortable, yeah.
So you're referring to the 4,600 new seats?
The 56 new seats
Yes.
that you said will be added in September, how that will impact the class size compliance.
So when we looked at it last year, or for 25, 26, exemptions at the 17 schools that were impacted by these seats increased compliance by about 1 percentage point.
I didn't ask about exemptions. I'm sorry. Can you repeat your answer? Am I asking it wrong? Let me ask it again. It's okay.
I apologize. It's been a very long day here, so let me.
I know. Yeah, everyone take a breath. They've been here for many hours. For everyone who's here since the morning, thank you for being here. Thank you for testifying, or thank you for planning to testify. Long day. Let me ask one more time. You testified 4,656 new seats.
Yeah.
Correct? Okay. That'll be opening September of this year, 2026. Does that impact the city's compliance with the class size law from the state?
Yes, it will
Great.
impact compliance. Thank you for bearing with me.
Thank you. In what way?
In what way?
To what degree?
So sorry, we read this. We read this a little bit differently when we first saw it. But I think what we can do is take a look. I want to take that back to talk to our team. The exact impact on compliance varies based on how the schools are utilizing their space, and again, enrollment at that point. But let us take that back and make sure I get a proper response from our data folks.
Okay, it is under the assumption, as was testified earlier under oath, that enrollment will be flat. That was based on principal survey data. Usually when you see a Post-it note passed, that means there's addition to the answer. And also, we would like it broken down by community school district as well. Okay? There are seats that have been allocated by district and sub-district but not cited, and then seats that are currently designated as citywide. Is SCA prioritizing working on either of these two categories of seats more than the other, and if so, why?
No, we are not prioritizing one over the other. We're working actually both simultaneously, so.
Thank you. Does the SCA believe that all districts that need additional seats to be in compliance with the class size law have enough seats funded and designated in this plan?
I think we're still kind of working through that. I think when in your opening statement you talked about 70,000 seats, it's certainly come down from there, but we're still going through the data. I think I mentioned in my testimony about us really, I think, being very laser focused on both operational and capital strategies to address class size. So we've been working tirelessly, which is why Erin and I are very tired today, to come up with a solid plan for every single school.
Okay, you or the SCA rather,
Yes.
has previously testified or shared that 70,000
Correct.
was the target number, but you are now amending that. What is the
We
new
don't-
target?
We don't have the new target yet. We're still working through the data.
Help me understand that. You had a target of 70,000.
Mhm.
You don't have a target now?
We do not, because the 70,000 was just based on brand-new seats, rather than any non-capital or operational strategies. So we suspect that it'll come down utilizing operational strategies.
Okay, when do you, what's your timeline? When do you expect to have a target number of new seats that need to be added to reach this 100% compliance?
I say in the coming months, couple of months.
Couple months?
Yes.
Okay. Should I set an alarm on my phone? So you don't have a new estimate. There are 33,417 seats currently funded in this plan, which is certainly far short of that 70,000. We don't know what the new target is, but is it possible to increase this number within the current level of funding in the plan?
To increase the number of funded seats?
Yeah,
Given the current,
It's really difficult for us to estimate the number of seats that will be funded because based on the projects, based on the site we identify, but we are expanding the classroom conversion program, which is a more cost-effective and time-effective approach to provide target relief for schools. So hopefully we'll be able to lean on that program a lot more.
But not converting music and art rooms?
Correct.
Oh, please say your name for the record.
Sorry, Cora Lu.
Thank you. So there are clear limitations. You've laid out an increase in the number of seats and the speed of adding them. One possibility that's been discussed in the state is extending the timeline for the class size law by 2 years. So full compliance would need to be achieved by 2029 to 2030 school year. Given current funding levels, how many seats could SCA realistically have open by September 2029?
So since the class size law was enacted in 2022, and through September 2029, based on the sites that we already have in the pipeline, we have about 9,900 seats from the current plan and over 30,600 seats funded by the prior plan, for a total of 40,500 seats. I do think it's important at this point to clarify that what's been agreed upon, I think, with the UFT and CSA, and Erin, I can pass it to you if you wish, all class sizes over the legislative caps are exempted in schools without space to comply that will be impacted by capital projects that are already planned and cited. So capital projects do not have to be completed for that space exemption. So in other words, we need to cite as many and tie it to schools that would be impacted by it, but we don't have to be done with construction because, as you are aware, it typically takes about 4 years between design, bid, and construction for it to be online.
I am aware.
Yes, you are.
It's a long time. So can you break down for us how many seats have been added and how many schools are now in compliance, and then separate that out, disaggregate it from the sort of commitment to that, commitment to compliance, which is what you just shared, right?
Right. Is that you?
Okay. So again, we are working in close partnership with SCA. We're taking a look at the space that's available in or the space where schools where space is needed, and looking, as I shared before, a blend of capital and non-capital strategies and approaches that will inform both the continued work on the capital plan as well as.
Okay, do you need more time on class size? Do you need more time to comply with the law? Is that, what is SEA's position?
What is SCA's position?
If there are dependencies on new buildings siting, depending on, I think, how the numbers shake out, I would say yes, it would be beneficial
You need more time?
to have more time, yes.
Okay. I was like, yes, that's like a yes. Yeah, I'm just asking. But again, if you're unable to separate out, you said in compliance with the class law as agreed upon by the UFT, I think you said CSA, how many of those are what percent of those seats are in the committed to, and what percent are actually completed and built?
I mean, the numbers I stated earlier about the 40,500 seats, those are cited, they're in construction or almost in construction. So those will be complete by 2029. We actually even have some sites that are almost in construction that won't be ready till 2030. So it is likely that only these 40,000 and maybe a little bit more, especially with our room conversion projects, could come online before 2029 or earlier.
So I just want, thank you. And I want to repeat what you said and make sure I heard it right. To build a new school, on average, 4 years.
Correct.
And what about an extension to an existing school? Is it the same 4 years?
Yes. So it takes about a year to design, 2 to 3 years to bid out publicly, and then construction. And a lot of our annexes or additions actually are connected to the main building. So there is work to do in the main building as well.
Okay, now you've cited numbers, costs, great. A number of seats you're able to complete within the current envelope of funding. The administration rather, has proposed raiding the rainy day fund and increasing taxes on middle-class New Yorkers, and Moody's had shared that this could lead to a downgrading of our credit rating. Is that correct?
I've heard that, yes.
Okay. How does that impact the work that you were able to do and the funds that you were able to procure in order to build new schools, and how would it impact the number of seats that you were able to build?
We cannot speak to the administration's decision, but just a reminder, the funding we use is capital funding that's normally obtained by issuing bonds, not necessarily associated with the expense budget.
Right, but if borrowing costs increase as a result of a lower bond rating, would that impact SCA and your ability to build as many seats? Wouldn't it increase borrowing costs?
Certainly, with additional funding provided, it will help us with our work to move closer to compliance. As we mentioned before, the $6 billion.
Okay, I'm sorry. I know it's a long day. I either feel like I'm asking it wrong or you're answering a different question. If our bond rating is lowered, would that increase costs to borrow money?
I feel like we might need someone from OMB to really speak to that. We're not bond experts. We just use the funding provided by OMB.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay. Well, I would surmise that if it costs more to borrow money, I would really love SCA's opinion on the exact impact that would have, or even a projected impact. I mean, these are things that you think about years and years out. Right, like how much money you have, how much costs to borrow, what's funding the school construction authority, and where those dollars go. How much it costs to build seats. I'm going to turn it over to Majority Whip Hanks for her questions.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, it's been a long day, but I think we can try to figure out how to answer my questions. So thank you very much, President Kubota, and thank you, Deputy Chancellor Moran. So big thanks to the School Construction Authority for working. So we've done some really great projects in last term, and Staten Island's North Shore is better for it. 2 years ago, we launched the North Shore Action Plan that promises thousands of new housing units. One of the projects that is going to be included is a K-8 school in Stapleton, and we have now a recent project to add more school seats for Wall Street in St. George. And I believe there could be an opportunity to build another school at the Hungerford site on Tompkins Avenue. Can you expand on how these projects seek to address our borough's class size compliance?
Sure, thank you, Council Member. We are very excited about the upcoming projects we have. That includes 25 Wall Street site. We have another site in Eppington. That's a little bit more south part of this borough. And like you mentioned, we have the former Hungerford site that's ready for us to potentially build a school near. We're very excited for those projects. There are a lot of schools not currently in compliance in Staten Island, and we're hoping that those projects will provide the much needed support, and we would love to partner with your team, your staff, to help us to move those projects, those sites across the finish line, so that we can, deliver more seats in a more timely manner.
Thank you, and we can definitely talk offline about how the number of those seats are going to be adding to the class size. I think it's important for all of the council members to know, like the proposed sites and how they're going to be adding to that, so at least we can answer our constituents. But one more question, Chair, and then I promise I'll get out of your hair forever. So as a graduate of LaGuardia High School of Music and Performing Arts, I am one of hundreds of children over the past 30 years, yes, I say 30 because I graduated in 1990, that have a 3-hour daily commute to one of New York City's specialized high school, yet Staten Island is the only borough that does not have a performing arts school. And I really would like to have a commitment from SCA that we will work in earnest to construct one, even some of the ones that are part of those plans that we discussed, like the former Hungerford site, or we have to get this done in my last and final term.
Thank you. Very much appreciate the question. Kevin Moran. I would say largely the new construction projects are very, very excited on Staten Island with President Kubota's reference to 25 Wall, which we see as an immediate relief to high schools within that area. I know it's not designated yet for purpose. It's being built for high school seats. So we're working with Superintendent, CEC, and others to make sure that a sound decision is made to address the very real issue of overcrowded
Can you just say for the record how many seats that are slated? Because I know we haven't worked out whether it would be an annex to a local school, but could you kind of let us know how many seats we're talking about?
Yeah, it's about 700. So it's a significant relief to neighboring high schools. I would say also that the St. John Villa development will also relieve some of the areas more immediately. There's schools in the district, in your district. I won't name each individual school, but it would benefit from both of those 6 to 12 tandems, and then a PS school. In addition, we did previously walk Snug Harbor, and SEA did endeavor to do a feasibility study on what a performing arts school could look like. So we're certainly active in discussions there. And the Hungerford site is something I will absolutely follow up on and see if there's anything.
Just so I'm on the record, I'm not married to a location. I think it's more important to be looking at having a school that satisfies that and in the arts in Staten Island. But if it could be, I mean, there's tons of sites that we're looking at and talking about when it comes to the development under the North Shore Action Plan. We're slated for over 2,500 units of housing, and so one of the main things that constituents ask for is infrastructure and school seats. So we just want to make sure that we're in line. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Majority Whip. I got to get that title right, Majority Whip. That's that was the acting she learned at LaGuardia, miming. I just want to ask about project delays, everyone's favorite. This has been a concern particularly for members, not just when our local schools are delayed, but coming out of last year's preliminary budget, SCA said they wanted to engage members at an earlier stage in the process of reso projects in order to delay, in order to avoid delays that can pop up later in the process. And the big joke is like we fund a project so that our successors can cut the ribbon on it, right? Well, it's funny to us. How has that project looked in the current fiscal year, and has the SCA been able to flag things earlier in the process in order to mitigate delays?
Yes, so thank you for that. So since our last meeting, we have piloted a quarterly status report for some council members. I think it was received pretty well. And we've met with most of the new members to introduce ourselves and sort of give general guidance on the Reso program, because I think some of the issues we were up against also was the estimate would be obtained from the school, and then it comes to us, and then it's a year later, by the way, right? A year later, and it's underfunded, and then that sort of starts some of the delays. And I know that Deputy Chancellor Moran spoke at the expense hearing, and it wouldn't be bad to reiterate some of the reforms we've made to sort of the payment process that has actually sped things up on the construction end.
Yeah, absolutely. And first and foremost, I'd like to thank you and the council broadly for their support of schools. I want each council member to feel assured that when monies are assigned to a school, that we are responsive and diligent and getting that project done in a reasonable time frame. So with that in mind, we sat at the last hearing last year with some 700 jobs in our backlog. And we took a look at really what were the influencing factors that caused these said delays. And to President Kubota's point, there was a lot that happened. The first was potentially a quote that didn't line up, increased cost. It could have been a scope change where things significantly changed. So we set out and put in a few business rules. Number one, we were using a process that didn't work well. Our vendors weren't being paid. We were advancing capital work with tax levy dollars and trying to true up at the end of the year. Vendors were not happy with that process. Our teams were not happy, and so what we did with the support of OMB and the SCA was developed a process by which we gathered all our information in one system with a certificate to proceed, a low-level work number, and we tracked the job with a scope and quote that we had fidelity towards. We didn't allow the scope to change and say, I want to add this one more thing, that would only slow us down. So with that in mind, we started the capital reimbursement process in December, and pushed over $210 million, dollar for dollar, on capital. It's one of the best reforms we've done in a long, long time in partnership with the SCA and Division of School Facilities. So the good news here is that I could actually give every council member a report now where their projects are, where they are, if they're awaiting a purchase order, whether they're in scope, design, award. And we're endeavoring to put that on our public website. One of the things we want to make sure is that there's a level of transparency and accountability that everyone, from a parent coordinator, a CEC president, a principal, et cetera, can all see the project, and most notably, the project you award, you could see where it is. And I could also text you pictures as the project moves along. So
I could say on the record, we did when we did the football field at JFK, pictures every other week. Yeah. Now we're doing the softball field at Walton. All the work looks really beautiful, and I know you personally provide those updates. But let's get into just some of the numbers. At last year's hearing, you gave a figure, or the SCA gave a figure, that 10% of member projects in the prior 5 years had not yet been completed. Has that number been updated to reflect some of the work that that you shared with us today?
Yeah, in terms of the 700, we're down to 70 right now, the jobs that were in our backlog. I can give you actually by year now and categorize them out. I could share an actual report with you, but we're down to 70 that are waiting to start from nearly 700.
Yeah, the committee would like to see that report.
And just to give some color on current jobs, just so you all know what we're working on. We're working on 40 bathroom upgrades now, 20 hydroponics labs, 20 gymnasium upgrades, 20 elevator jobs, over a dozen playgrounds, a dozen libraries, 9 cafeterias, 7 STEM labs, 6 athletic fields. So we are keeping busy. Our vendors are in a much better place, and the system is working as designed with SCA and our team making sure that work is happening.
And your vendors are being paid on time?
That's right.
100% of them?
That's right.
Wow. That was an easy answer.
It was a very painful
Give more
year.
answers like that. Yes, 100%. Yes. Yes or no? Yes.
If you spoke to him last year, it was a different story. But now we've reset and we've made sure that no vendor works at risk anymore and that we do have the certificate to proceed. So therefore, we can print the purchase order and they can invoice right off that purchase order.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to Councilmember Joseph.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much. Happy to see all of you here. Thank you, DC, for really stepping up and changing the system and upgrading. Last year was not great at all. So I would definitely love to see a detailed report on all the projects that I've funded in my district, where they are. And I'm still gonna ask for PS 217 and the playground. The kids call me all the time. Every time they call me, I'm calling you. It's the kids. So my question is around class size. Last year's hearing, you testified that 70,000 additional seats would be necessary to meet the class size goals in the law. And there are less than half that number in the 5-year capital plan, or only 33,417 seats. Is that still your estimate, or has it changed? Or is it true that 57% of the seats funded have no sites, and only 12,426 seats are projected to be completed by September of 2028, deadline for full compliance?
So it is true that we have cited 43% of our seats. You know, we continue to cite pretty regularly. The exercise that we've just gone through with New York City Public Schools has identified a bunch of sites that could receive an addition or annex, and we're going through those one by one before we say it publicly. But we are 20 months in, and you know, almost 50% cited is pretty good. We have a lot more sites in our pipeline that we're going through right now. And 217 has restarted after the delay because of the weather. But
Right. I know Mother Nature was not on our side. I knew that. So I hope the kids that are listening heard that Mother Nature was not on our side in that project. Also, 39% of the seats in the plan are unspecific as to district, sub-district, grade level. And when the state class size law and local law 167 require New York City Public Schools and SCA to publicly report the details of the needs of the seats by district and grade levels.
We fully believe we're in compliance with Local Law 167. All the required reports are regularly refreshed as new reports become available.
Is it built as you go along, as you see the needs, and then you start citing the sites, or how does that work?
So every Local 167 requires quite a few documents to be published. When we have updated reports such as the amendment or enrollment projection or housing data and Blue Book data, we would go back online to post the most recent reports.
Do you have a timeline as to when you'll be posting that?
Normally it's either in the summer for some of the reports, and then after November.
Okay, thank you for that. Is it true that high rises are going up quickly in many communities, and especially in my community where schools are already overcrowded and likely to become more so in the future? Are there proposals to include schools in these plans? And I know I did a project like that on Coney Island for early childhood. And it's also a supermarket desert. One of the things we did with the developer was make sure that there's a supermarket and an early childhood center because we knew there's a growing family. Is that one of the things you're considering as developers are, building in our communities? Is schools being added to that plan?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you for that. So yes, if they're not triggering a school need, we work with as many developers as we can for sort of a mixed use, be at the base of their building. Councilmember Ressler has introduced us to one in his area. Thank you for that. And we do look to see if we can have an FAR bump for them as well, so it makes it beneficial for them as well. But yes, we work very well with them.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Chair, I'm done.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Ressler.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. I'd like to firstly, I could use an extra pillow here. for the verdict. I always like a little extra height because I need it desperately. I'd like to firstly ask you, Deputy Chancellor President, about something that doesn't directly, maybe it reports into Kevin, I'm not actually totally sure, is ECF. ECF does like one project every 5 years, which seems like barely a drop in the bucket. We have significant challenges around compliance with the class size law. This is a cost-effective way for us to significantly modernize, improve, expand our school capacity. Why does ECF do such little work?
Well, I think when you look at it, first of all, it's a great question in the way of thinking that are there opportunities to build classes and class size issues be addressed through some building developments and private developments. And that's a great question. ECF does do those projects. I think having contractors interested is the number one piece, and there's a lot to coordinate. I think if you go to 80 Flatbush, you could see they just recently opened that in 2 schools at PS and Khalil Gibran, and that was a really wonderful project. So looking at how we replicate that and ramp that up at a speed, we can definitely talk to Jen Maldonado, who leads that work for us.
As you recall, Deputy Chancellor, 80 Flatbush is in my district. PS 287, which is in the beginning stages of a ECF project, is in Councilmember Hudson's district, but if you walk out on 2 different sides, you're in District 33. So I'm very familiar with it. And we have a housing crunch where we need to be building a lot more housing. There's like everybody's fixated on adding 12 units on top of every library site in the city. But we have 800,000 school buildings in New York City, many of which have real potential for development above, where we could expand class size, achieve compliance with class size law, build new school facilities. This just feels like a tremendous opportunity that we're doing almost nothing. The projects that are happening, I'm pleased with, I'm supportive of, but we should be doing so much more. This just feels like a great opportunity for the Mamdani administration to really make ECF a relevant agency and have them do real work rather than one project every 5 years. So appreciate if you'd look into it, and I know that there are folks at City Hall who feel similarly, so I hope we can advance something there together. President, I have harangued you in the past about the fact that we put money in for Reso-A projects, and it takes 6 months before they show up in your budget. And so there's nothing that you or DCF, for that matter, can do for over 6 months after we allocate funds. And it's just dead time. These schools are desperate for the resources that we allocate. If it wasn't for us, we wouldn't have new bathrooms, wouldn't have air conditioning in our gyms and auditoriums, wouldn't have all kinds of upgrades for STEAM and tech and everything in between. How can we fix this? New administration, fresh set of perspective. How can we make sure that when we're putting money in for exciting new projects, that we're not losing 6 months before we even start?
Yeah, that is a great question, because going over the timeline, right, so typically schools reach out to you in the sort of February timeframe, goes through the city budget, so July 1, then we get the lists, then we go to OMB for certificates to proceed. We cannot start work until we receive those CPs. So I think we do have an opportunity, would love to maybe talk to OMB to see how we could streamline that process. So from the July to December, January, I think we just received some of the CPs just a few weeks ago. So, I mean, that's an entire year, and
Seriously.
I think we can do better. So happy to talk to our OMB
You think we
partners.
should give Sharif a really hard time on Wednesday on this topic? Is that what you're saying? Because I'm happy to do it.
I like Sharif, but
I think it's not what I thought I heard you testify to, but I'm just kidding. Everybody likes Sharif. I want to focus a little bit on class size compliance. I really appreciate that your willingness to work with us to try and identify sites for an annex for PSA. That's #1 class size challenge for us in District 33. But I'm hearing from a number of my elementary schools across the district, especially in Greenpoint, that they're really concerned about class size compliance. We know we have a new elementary school coming to the neighborhood, I believe 2029 opening, and after an extensive 20-plus year engagement process with the community, we are moving forward. But I'm very concerned that we don't, even with that new school, have the ability to comply with the class size law and meet the demands on early childhood education. And just wondering, with this administration's focus on early childhood education, how is that being incorporated into our analysis of capacity in our schools and potentially the need for more school space?
Council members, we explained earlier, capital strategy is only one tool of the toolkits to help us achieve class size compliance, which is why we have had really in-depth conversation with our partners at New York City Public School to go through district by district, subdistrict by subdistrict, and school by school to really identify solutions for them. Not every school potentially needs a capital strategy. There are other non-capital strategies that might be available. So we're exploring all the multiple pathways to identify the most efficient ways to help schools achieve near compliance.
All right, well, I just want to say plainly, I think in Greenpoint and the north side, even with the new school coming, I think we have a crunch that I'm concerned about. And the other piece, could I do one more question, Chair? Do you mind? Thank you. I think that I will make this preamble as brief as I can, but 20 years ago, the Bloomberg administration cited a lot of small schools, and I don't feel like anybody in the ensuing 20 years has really done the analysis of these small schools are doing great, and we need to figure out how to ensure that they can serve more kids. I'll give you an example. The Harry Van Arsdale campus has 3 high schools in that building, and they're all great high schools. They're all bursting at the seams. We don't have enough space to accommodate any of them, and there's no plan for how we grow them. You've got the ATEC campus 3 blocks away that's mostly an empty building, which is not thriving, and yet I haven't been able to ever get cooperation from, folks to say, how do we expand capacity for the high schools that are working where there's real demand in our community and make that happen? What kind of thinking and analysis is going on right now of these are the small schools that are working, that are wanting to serve more kids, that would benefit families across our community to have, if they had more capacity? What's the thinking there?
Well, the commentary there is right on target. We're looking at about 495 schools that have expressed interest in needing more space. And they're kind of like in 3 different buckets, if you will. One being potentially like reprogramming a school, minor renovations. The second being some more modest renovations. And the third being potentially an addition, an annex, or new construction. But your first point around how we utilize space is what the chancellor has charged us recently. And we spent a couple, 3 days together in Long Island City, focused as teams with the district planning, school construction, our facilities, and saying, where do we find places like that? Where can we use proposals to better match the attributes of a school and the enrollment patterns, and then better utilize empty space? So that is very active on our minds about how we best use across small schools, potentially in large campuses.
And I hope you'll consider us as partners, because nobody knows the schools in his community better than Eric Dinowitz. I know what's happening in the schools in my district too. We'd be really happy to give you insight into where there's space, who's doing great, where there's demand. So I want to just thank you all for the testimony today. Kevin, I think you've been testifying for about 15 hours, so good luck with the rest of the afternoon. Thank you all, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilor. And he said he's committed to staying here till midnight. Did I get that right, Kevin? I did want to clarify one thing in your testimony, where you said a 3,066 seat high school in Woodside, Queens. That was actually 4 schools. It's actually, you're actually building as 4 schools. I'll just share my opinion that once you start breaking up, related to small schools, once you start breaking up these schools into smaller schools, you really do lose economies of scale, and it does make it more challenging to program properly, to even out those classes, so that we can have small class sizes without losing a lot of space. So I would like to see more of the bigger high schools like we used to have in the Bronx, all broken up, and there's not a lot of space or flexibility for everything from AP classes to the space for those art classes to the space for the self-contained classes and everything in between. So I want to share that, because it is really important to the education that we lose a lot of programming, and we lose the ability to program as easily as possible when we have such small schools. But I do want to turn it over to Councilmember Zhuang for her questions.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm very glad to see Kevin here. Just for the record, we have a date on May 30th, in front of PS 97. We want to make sure the AC going to be installed that time after 2 years fighting, more than 2 years fighting. But I appreciate your work, be transparent with us. And I have a question for our CEO of the SCA. I appreciate Kevin take the shot, but in general, in our district schools, even city council allocated the funding. We don't see anything built or anything hear anything back in 2 years in general. Like say we give funding for a school to build new playground. I allocated money in 2024, and we haven't heard anything back at all. And it's very hard to get response from SCA every time. The answer always, it's in process, it's in process. Phase 1, phase 2, we have no track record. Can you give us a better direction to the public and also parents and the people living in the community, how we check every single project if the city council member funded the project?
Yes, thank you for that. Yeah, I think the problem is twofold, right? We talked about earlier, getting the CP done earlier so we can actually start the project earlier. So that's one side of it. The other side of it is communication with your office, the public, and I think Kevin talked about trying to pilot getting like a website for the projects that DSF manages on so that the public can see it. So we would love to sort of talk to you in your office to see how best you would like that communicated or publicized. But yes, I agree. We do need to probably engage earlier so that that there's an understanding of where the project is in process. It shouldn't take 2 years for you to see any action on. We should be communicating that earlier in the process with you, whether it's underfunded, whether there's a conflict with another project that might be going on that doesn't allow us to access the playground. Those things all should be discussed with you in your office.
And the other thing is, I understand SCA want to get fully funded before to move any project. Just for the record, the other city agencies, partner, nonprofits, they never get their money funded ahead of time. Like say, a lot of nonprofits, they have to deliver the service first, and then they get reimbursement. I think SCA is very fortunate to get the money before you guys really actually invest to our community. The money sitting there for years, we don't see any progress. If the money we sit in the bank, probably we get better interest. And we want to see, as city council member, a mother, my kids go to public school, we like to see the work get done for our kids. Not we invest in a project 5 years later, we still don't have a chance to cut the ribbon. Or my kids even don't have a chance to go to the playground. Her mother helped to fund the program. So it's not fair for all the kids in New York City and also in the public school system not see any progress about all the projects in the place.
I hear your concerns, and I think we are on notice to better this process. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Wong.
Thank you, Chair. A very specific question for my district. How many new seats are planned specifically for Council District 30 or School District 24? If you have the data, it would be great.
May we send you the list after?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely, yeah. And do you have any update on IS 93? Because the construction has been going on at the 7th year.
Give us 1 second.
Okay.
So just for folks that are new to this, so it was a $19 million exterior masonry roof and parapet window elevator accessibility project. I know the it did face COVID delays and all of that, and then we did have to do some redesign. But we will be done by fall.
This year?
This year.
All right.
Yes, 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Last two questions. The SCA had previously testified it would take $4 billion to reach maximum practical accessibility in schools, meaning the level required to update all schools that can be physically upgraded without being fully rebuilt. Does SCA have an updated estimate for how much it would take to get to maximum practical accessibility?
Full accessibility remains a goal of the New York City Public Schools and the School Construction Authority. But that's married to some logistical obstacles where some older buildings are landlocked, and
I agree. We know there are logistical challenges. I'm just asking. The $4 billion was testified last year. Is that still the same estimate, or has that estimate changed?
I don't think it's changed much. We're looking at right now, we have 15 projects that are funded at $204 million for just those 15. So I think the number's probably going to hold true.
Okay. Thank you. And lastly, are there any plans for remedial action in the school kitchens that are extremely hot?
Yeah, we started we started with one using window AC units where appropriate and where practical to make sure we relieve and focus on ventilation. The newest work we're doing now is having split units, and we're working on a project right now with the SCA to do 6 kitchens with split unit air conditioning, and hopefully we could replicate that after we test it and see how it performs. But the goal is to bring the temperatures down in the kitchens.
Do you have a survey of how many kitchens are too hot for the workers to safely work in the kitchens, and then what the timeline is for the installation of those AC units?
Well, any kitchen that's too hot, we stop hot meal service and reduce the heat immediately. We don't use unair-conditioned sites in the summer. It's not an issue right now in terms of this time of year, but as the temperatures warm up, we do see as an issue. So the survey, I don't have at my fingertips, but I definitely have it. I can get it to you.
Okay, I'm sure you understand. I know you're working on it, but this is a critical issue for the health and safety of our workers and our students. So we'll be following up with that as well. I want to thank you all for your time today, for your testimony. There's certainly a lot to follow up with regarding the SCA, but this is the future of our city. This is the future of our schools system, and therefore the future of our kids' future. So thank you for coming in today, and I will call the first panel. Okay, I'd like to call up, once they clear their things, President of the United Federation of Teachers, Michael Mulgrew. We also have Henry Rubio. Yes. Okay, fantastic. Dynamic duo. I'll leave it up to you two to decide who goes first.
You wanted me to go first. You wanted me to go first. Good afternoon. My name is Henry Rubio, and I'm humbly serving as the president of the Council for School Supervisors and Administrators. And on behalf of nearly 1,800 in-service and retired school leaders and administrators, thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to be here with you today. Today, I want to focus on just 3 matters right now that we think are paramount. Number 1, student safety. 2, early childhood education. And 3, what allows for schools to function effectively and deliver high-quality instruction. Let me be clear, we strongly support the city's investment in early childhood, including 2Care and the growth of 3Care and pre-K. But expansion without improved infrastructure is too great a risk. Right now, early childhood directors in CBOs are managing the complexity of running schools, staffing, compliance, engagement, operations, all without comparable investment in leadership capacity or workforce stability. This is just not sustainable. Our families deserve and need pay parity. Educators in CBOs that I represent are doing the same work under the same standards of those in DOE settings, but are paid significantly less. The vast majority of them are women of color. This is a stability issue, a quality issue, and an equity issue all at the same time. Parity alone is not enough. Providers also deal with delayed reimbursements and funding structures that leave them exposed, but we recognize that that process is getting better. Centers cannot operate for months without payment or absorb the risk of enrollment fluctuations. We will continue to see turnover, staffing shortages, and uneven program quality, especially in those communities that rely most on those programs.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Sergeants, can you make sure that if people are talking there, they either leave or go downstairs? It's disruptive to the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We must also be clear about school safety. For school leaders, this is not something abstract. It is a daily, operational, and it's urgent. There are too many schools without sufficient school safety agents or the necessary safety technology and equipment that principals are asking for. There are still schools without an assistant principal who essentially coordinate safety, respond to crisis, and maintain the stability of both students, teachers, and all staff. And safety cannot be separated from mental health. Investments in safety must be paired with counselors, restorative practice, school-based supports that prevent crisis before they escalate any further. And finally, we must invest in people and systems that make schools work, expand professional development for school leaders, including training around artificial intelligence, literacy, mental health, and to continue to address the real cost of our class size implementation. We should focus on the space constraints that make compliance impossible in way too many buildings. This requires strategy through new construction, retrofits, and identifying additional space in a timely manner. School leaders are responsible for turning policy into real practice every single day. If we need these investments to succeed, and we must ensure that we have them to support our children and our families. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you, and thank you for having this hearing. I do appreciate all the work that we've been able to do together over the years and all the programs that you have supported, which we know when we run a program, as you all know, because we invite you to come see them, that goes directly to the schools. It doesn't get lost in the building across the lot over there. So for us, let's just talk with the one thing we've been here before about paraprofessionals. Earlier today, you had very distinct questions for the Department of Ed, specifically the Carter case rise, which is now $1.5 billion projected. And there's also an additional over $500 million in all other legal processes against non-compliance on special education. So the city has for years now, it continues to make the decision to spend $2 billion of taxpayers' money because they are not supplying services to children with special needs, but they won't pay a paraprofessional. They will continue to say the starting salary for paraprofessionals is $32,000. The cost of the paraprofessional bill, and I thank City Council and all of you for championing it and bringing it, saying enough is enough. The cost has been estimated by the city itself between $254 million and $400 million. Just tell me why the city would continue to make the decision to spend $2 billion a year in non-compliance on special education versus just hiring people and being in compliance, when it actually will save the city a lot of money. So it's just obscene at this point, and we look forward to working with you to continue to get this done. On class size, as you have heard from my colleague, Henry, look, it's got to be realistic. We need a plan. There is one component of the law that has not been complied with yet, and that is the capital program. We know that the past administration was somewhat, let's just say, passive-aggressive when it came to complying or making this law work. We now seem to be on a much faster track the last couple of years. The school communities, the principals, the administrators have all done a great job putting in plans. So we now have a much better idea what we need to do, but now we need the school construction authority, school facilities to be ready to go to get this work done. We've been waiting for 50 years for someone to tell the school construction authority to do something, and they actually do it and follow up on it. But that's what we know we need. And when I'm in Albany, this is all I'm getting from the city electeds who represent us in Albany. Where is the plan? Where is the capital plan? That we know we need this to get to the finish line. Early childhood, I want to go a step further. As we expand this is something we are so enthusiastic about. We think it's a phenomenal idea. We think it is a gift, not just a gift, but something that we could be very proud of New Yorkers, to say that we have universal child care. But it's not going to be easy to get there. And as Henry stated earlier, we know it's not a question. You're going to need changing tables. You're going to need safety devices for small children. All of this stuff is not, oh, does someone think they need it? We know these things are going to be needed, so we don't want to hear anymore what the Department of Ed's like, well, it's up to whoever's in charge. No, if you have 2-year-olds, you need changing tables. You need all sorts of sanitary devices. We know these things are necessary and have to be there, and looking forward to doing that. And then my other favorite, I don't even know what to do at this point, how many times I've said here and talked about central spending and consulting contracts. Try to get a handle on this. We will partner with you on anything you want to do in terms of getting this. I just looked today quickly, and I'm looking at, there's $7 million in these contracts. I'm trying to remember what they're called. Professional Development for Leadership and Teachers. I don't know what that, I know what professional development for leadership and teachers are, but I don't know any of these consultants. I don't know what the hell any of this is, and that's like $7 million. And we have $10 million for support services for IT. Have you ever tried to call the Department of Ed for IT support? Right? So they're spending $10 million minimally. This is just looking quickly today. I didn't go through all of it. This is just looking quickly. They just continue to do this craziness, and there is a culture inside of the Department of Ed that came about, and it is now entrenched, where if there's actual work to be done, it seems that the people who are hired to do the work, the first thing they do is put together an RFP to hire a consultant to do the work they were hired for. And if you go to look at any of this, they'll shift the cost to a superintendent's office or to a school district and say it's not our cost, it's their cost, because Central wouldn't waste money like that. When you dig into it all, it is all an absolute complete waste. We have phenomenal administrators who can do great work. We have teachers who can do great work. They don't like consultants running around their buildings, period. And across this river, right across this Hudson River in Jersey City, the parents are up in arms because they're like, it seems that we're hiring more and more consultants, but they all seem to be people who used to work in our schools. So we just got to call this out. It is what it is. We have to stop this oversight on DOE central spending, especially on the contracting out, has to come. We have to start lowering the percentage significantly on a yearly basis they're spending, because it's the only way to stop this automatic knee-jerk reaction to everybody over there just wants to hire another consultant. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's great to see you two together. I think 30 years ago, I don't know if the principals and the teachers always got along so well, right? I remember.
I didn't have this job.
Well, no. It really is. It's really true, and whether it's in the classroom or from looking from the bird's eye view, the contracts are really outrageous, and we're here fighting over what seems like pennies for these Learn to Work programs. There were sort of justice programs, the SEED programs, and yet that's one contract. That's one of these consultant contracts, and we know we often have to look no further than inside our own classrooms and inside our own schools to find so much of the expertise that we need. President Mulgrew, you speak to teachers all the time. What has been their reaction to the class size mandate, to the fulfillment or non-fulfillment of the class size mandate, and even some of the capital construction that is or isn't going on? Like, what are you hearing directly from teachers about their experiences in the schools where they are supposed to have lower classes? If they're having lower classes, what is their response? If they're not in compliance, what is that like?
So in the first 2 years, it was, oh, we're never going to get this. This is never going to happen. Now that we're over 60% and people are seeing that the money is actually flowing to the school directly, because there was a real fear, rightfully so, that principals would just be sent budgets and they were being told that the money be in there. And lo and behold, it wouldn't be in there. So we've broken through that by it's a discrete funding line for the staff to do that. So teachers are as they've said, they have so much, they're able to get into a better relationship with more of their students for the schools that have been able to do this, for the classrooms that have smaller sizes. Where there's construction, I'll just tell you, there's always one thing you're always going to hear about: dust. Dust is big. Okay, because we're asking school construction authority or school facilities to do work. You can't do all of the work in the summer. You can't get it all done in the summer. Certain things should start, we all understand that, but it always comes down to making sure that everyone's following the rules of doing construction inside of a school building. But this year, I mean, it's between the class sizes and the cell phone ban, it's probably been the most significant impact I've ever seen in a classroom in 1 year.
Huge fan of the cell phone ban. Huge fan. And the teachers feel it too, and the students feel it too. And they feel when they have those smaller class sizes, the attention they're getting and how their academics improve. The DOE needs to hire 6,000 more teachers. How does the U of T currently working with the DOE to hire 6,000 more teachers that are needed next year?
Well, we run an extensive and aggressive new teacher program. We try to work, we work with different entities who are trying to attract. We will go out and speak to them. We will have officers go to education schools, and we really take great pride. We want the children of our city to teach in this city. Yeah. We're more than happy when people want to live in New York. They come, they fly, sometimes they stay for a long time, sometimes they stay for a couple of years. New York's not for everyone, as we all know. But the thing is to get the support. Once they're here, the thing that we focus on the most is a new teacher program where we get them in August when we know they've already been they've been hired. And we continue to run that for the first 3 years of their career. And one of the first things we do for them is we are able to help them get their student loans because they are public servants. Many of them don't know that, but that's a big deal when you can really minimize the student loan from all the nasty vultures out there.
That's true. President Rubio, you mentioned safety.
Yes.
One of your number one things. And can you talk a little more about what it means for a school administrator when they don't have enough school safety agents either during the day or after school? What does that look like for the school community?
So again, like Mike, we visit schools on a weekly basis, and I visit schools where principals are concerned and stressed around the fact that just a few years ago they might have had 8 safety agents, and now they're down to 3 or less on a good day. And when you don't have those safety agents there, students don't feel as safe, right? You're creating an environment where there's a slower response to anything that happens in the school. You don't have the number of agents that are patrolling outside the perimeter of a school. Agents that are patrolling the inside of the building as well. Just I want to say last week, we had a school where the intruder came in and left a threat, got into a principal's office and left a threat there, right? It's a police matter. But again, that was a building that had more safety agents before, right? There's a whole protocol that our people now are doing an incredible job. But that's because teachers and administrators are carrying the lift of those approximately 1,500 agents that are not there.
Right.
Someone else is doing that work, Chair.
Right. I think
it's just landing on our shoulders.
Right.
And
it's
along
amazing,
with our deans and teachers,
Yeah, in spite of the support that is not always there for whatever reason, our teachers, our administrators, our paras, people serving lunch all do the work together to support our kids. I always find it amazing. And I always relied on our school safety agents. They're there to keep us safe.
Yes.
And have you spoken with what are those conversations with the Department of Education been like in terms of recruitment or retention of the school safety agents? What is your sense there?
I think that what you heard from Mark Rampersad today has been the consistent message that safety agents, it's not a job where they can say it's not paying enough. The bottom line is you cannot recruit enough folks to become a para,
Correct.
to become a safety agent, a crossing guard.
Early
and
childhood.
early childhood, right? It's a matter of there are other jobs out there they're gonna do. And if they do come in, they don't stay long because they'll go into corrections or NYPD or something else that's more lucrative and pays better. And so it's really hard to keep them in that job, and we simply have to pay them better.
Yeah. Regarding the paras, how many para positions do you represent?
28,000.
That's how many positions, and what do
No, that's how many paras we have at this point. We can't get, the Department of Ed says it doesn't have the ability to give us the number on the positions, which we know is not true.
It's not true.
Yes, we know that's not true. We want to put out a number, let's just say we're short 4,000 paras. They'll give them a week, they'll come back and say, no, that's wrong, but then we'll get the real number.
And then the reality also is that I think I heard them say there's like 5,000 sub-paras. That doesn't mean anything. Those are just names in a computer. That doesn't mean they have to come to work. Many of them are sometimes college students. So if they go to school Monday, Wednesday, Friday, they can only work Tuesday and Thursday. So I got one child, I'm the principal, I need to be in compliance, I need to support the teacher in the classroom, and I don't have a consistent paraprofessional in the room to support that child. Right? And so that number is a make-believe number. I mean, it's a number that people in the community, that's not solving the problem.
But we also know that the paraprofessional's job isn't just the employment, it's the relationship they build with the student, with the class, with the teacher. I mean,
the key is the relationship with the student. They get to know their student and in ways that no one else ever will, because they know their responsibility is to help that students, whether they have anxiety or they're fearful, or whether they have any sort of anger management issues. They know their job is to figure out helping that student really deal with the challenges of getting through a day without causing harm to themselves or others, and they do a great job.
Yeah, I know Councilmember Zhuang has questions, and then Councilmember Joseph.
Thank you to President. I have a question about Dial a Teacher.
Dial a Teacher.
Yes, can you give me more information about this program? Because I have schools don't have after-school programs.
Okay.
Do you think DOE should actually fund this type of program directly?
Well, Dial a Teacher is a program that the City Council has funded for years, and it is a program where we have 7 different languages now, where students call in and get homework. It's a homework help hotline, basically, but you're doing it with a teacher. We've expanded it. We do a lot of it as an online service now, but because the students felt more comfortable with it, as students develop new ways of learning and doing their work, you have to modernize to it. Yes, because there's a lot of, especially if there's not an after-school program, there are a lot of students who don't have anyone to help them with their homework. And that's a difficult thing to do in life, especially if you're having a hard time. I don't want to go into math. I know nobody likes new math. Nobody's liked new math for 40 years. Whatever the new math is, nobody likes it. Okay? But, you don't have to worry about that. We have people who know whatever the new math is. So we'll take care of that. But yes, it is something, and it's constantly utilized.
And it's only, the funding only around 300K.
That's it.
How many students actually you guys helped in this program?
It was 83,000 last year.
83,000? So
Yeah.
it's much cheaper to invest in this type of program, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Cheaper than like a consultant, right?
Yes, cheaper than consultants.
We could hire one consultant to give me leadership development.
And that help, you said 18,000 students, right? 80,000 students.
Yeah.
So how many
Which,
students
according
you
to
can
new math,
hire?
80 is greater than 18.
Yeah, 80, and then $1 million. How much you can imagine how many kids we can help?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Joseph.
3 rapid questions for you. Oh, yeah. Mayo control, yes or no, for next 4 years?
No.
Teacher centers
Yes.
and childcare navigators.
Childcare Navigator
Let's talk about
Childcare Navigator is, that was developed between ourselves and 2 companies. One company was dealing with the financial side in terms of what a family might qualify for assistance from a city, state, or federal government in terms of childcare, as well as what the costs are at the actual centers themselves. and the other company was where everything is. So one was dealing with the paperwork, and then the other was where the locations are, what type of students they serve. That's all together now in what is known as the Child Care Navigator. So you could put in your zip code and say, put in the different parameters you want. It would take you about 5 minutes, and you would then know exactly what your options were for child care for you and your child. This is something we put together. I do believe, I do believe that the city has an RFP out for a $100 million contract to develop a Navigator, which they already have access to. So the Navigator is, to me, we developed it because we thought it would be the pivotal tool to actually help families. It only came out of frustrations because our own members were constantly struggling looking for childcare that was appropriate for them or affordable to them, as well as the different parents in all the communities we work inside the city were constantly frustrated by it. And that's why we pushed towards that.
Does it also cater to 0 to 2?
Mhm.
Or, okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember. I want to thank
Mayoral Control.
Want to do rapid
Yeah,
fire questions?
rapid fire too. Mayor
I'll take the first
control.
one. The other one's more UFT. I would say no to 4 years. I think that we haven't heard enough about what the vision for the education of our city is yet.
Okay.
From the mayor and the chancellor. I don't have a personal grievance of any sort, but again, every school in the city of New York and in the state is required, the principal with their chapter leader, to develop a plan for their school.
And what about a safety plan?
And then, I'm sorry, former chair, then we align the school's budget to that plan.
Okay.
But a $40+ billion bureaucracy can't tell us a plan for the future and how they're going to align that budget and make it transparent. So I think if it's good for the geese, good for the gander.
Okay.
What's the plan?
What's the plan?
What's the plan?
That's the $100 million question?
Too often we
40 billion.
Too often
$40 billion.
we have
40 billion.
initiatives, but not necessarily a strategic plan.
Okay.
And before we hand someone a license for 4 years, I think we should have more information. So let's try 2, see how it goes.
Okay.
Thank
Fair
you,
enough.
Councilmember. And
Thank
as
you.
you know, we had our hearing on mayoral control, and a number of the things that were mentioned here was brought up there, including, is there a comprehensive educational plan for the city instead of just initiatives, including issues about contracting and oversight of contracts, so we can really get into making sure our money is going to the kids and to methods that we know work, not necessarily consultants. But I want to thank both of you for the work you do for our city every day, for the work on behalf of your members, and for the work that you're doing really in collaboration, which is it's really incredible to see. Thank you so much.
Thank you for an outstanding hearing.
Thank you. I'd like to now call Donald Nesbitt, Vice President of Local 372 of DC 37. Okay.
Oh, there you are.
Good afternoon, Chair, Chair Dinowitz, and distinguished members of the council. I'm Donald Nesbitt, Executive Vice President for Local 372, DC 37, ASME. We represent 24,000 members at schools, 8,000 plus school lunch workers. Our members as school lunch workers serve 946,747 public school children and get them ready for learning. School lunch workers unload, prepare, and serve food every day, including during the summer months. School lunch is critical in the students' health and well-being. It also ensures that students have the nutrition that is needed throughout the day. It is important that there is sufficient kitchen staff to serve these menus. Local 372 respectfully requests that the city allocate $10 million towards the hiring of 1,000 school lunch workers, bringing the total in service up to 9,000 plus. This will help reduce the strain on the current workforce while still continuing to fulfill the breakfast and lunch initiatives set by previous administrations. School lunch workers must also accommodate dietary restrictions, including medical and religious restrictions. School food programs accommodate such restrictions. School food workers must follow multiple sets of strict guidelines to ensure school food children are eaten safely. Breakfast in the Classroom is one of those programs where we prepare for and also prepare for lunch. Local 372 is extremely supportive of these programs, as well as universal lunch. Every child deserves to come to class with a full stomach. So additional 1,000 school lunch workers, it would make it is essential, and so it's not as difficult on the current workforce. Another struggle faced by school lunch employees is updating the existing inadequate cooling and air exchange within our kitchens that has become a struggle for decades to school lunch workers. The majority of schools built between 1930 and 1990 lacked the proper design and operation for adequate indoor air circulation. A 2017 report entitled Too Hot to Learn detailed the significant lack of air conditioning, where the mayor and elected officials pushed for support for air conditioning in teaching spaces, which was essential. That same energy and leadership has to go into the health and safety of thousands of school lunch workers. We thank former City Councilman Traeger and other members of the council at the time in pushing for resolutions to this. Local 372 requested DOE and SCA come up with a comprehensive plan to evaluate the school's outstanding kitchen ventilation needs throughout the 5 boroughs, and we request more funding be allocated towards a plan pursuant to this evaluation. Again, we extend our gratitude to the council. We hope that we have your support in a request for $10 million for more staff within the school kitchens and also additional resources to remediate these working conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Nesbitt. Do you have an approximate vacancy rate of current budgeted headcount?
We're short. So school food has, I want to thank the council first. 2 years ago, we came in asking for $20 million. Chair Rita at the time, Rita Joseph, pushed for, along with the council members, for this funding. This funding went into not only education around nutrition within schools, but it also went towards staffing, which was critical. But what we're finding, because I sit as a trustee at the retirement system as well, the head count that we get in, folks are retiring and leaving at the same rate. And so it's just filling the gaps, but we're still short, and we think about 1,000 more workers will be adequate in order to fill these gaps permanently.
And can you speak to some of the struggles with hiring and recruiting new employees?
So one is my colleagues within labor spoke before at the Principals Union and others, and President Mughal has spoken to. Retention and recruitment is the same across the board for city workers. In an affordability crisis where things continue to go up, we have to figure out a way to raise wages for workers. Starting salaries is a big stopping point for a lot of folks. And so that's the main issue in how much folks are getting paid. If you are taking a job and still can't afford to pay your rent, right? And still have to take a second and third job in order to live, that just doesn't work at some point. Right.
And then, I mean, how many employed people are also living in shelter for that very same reason, who are in unions, right? So, and we hear it time and again, as you mentioned, whether it's serving food, early childhood education, school safety, that our wages need to go up. Do you have an estimate about how many lunchrooms or what investment would need to be made to ensure that the workers are safe and air conditioned, even in the old buildings? What kind of investment that would require?
So the estimates, I think 2 years ago, were about $70 million in order to take care of this project. I will say, I'm grateful to the school food leadership. Some of the money that they've had in their own budget, Chris and his team have actually put money into a list of outstanding projects and ventilation systems that they needed to upgrade within kitchens. So that, according to that list, he's put some of his own money, so I would guess that it's not the same amount as it was 2 years ago. but there's still a great need. And we work, just so you know, we work closely with Chris and team and the Labor Management Forum to make sure that we're getting up-to-date information. And our team and reps are also out in the fields to ensure that we're looking at these conditions and that we're reporting back where there are needs.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your
council
testimony.
members.
We're now going to continue the public testimony portion of the hearing. I remind members of the public that this is a formal government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant at Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant at Arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 2 minutes to speak on today's topic, the Preliminary Education and School Construction Authority budget. We will hear all in-person testimony first, and then turn to testimony on Zoom. If you have a written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant at Arms. I will now call the next panel. And if at any point I mispronounce your name, I apologize. You'll correct me for the record. Angeli Hernandez, Connie Chen, Adrina Rokib, Amina Jallo, Anyaneldi Santana Candelier, Paulina Miluska, and Amy Heredia. You may approach the dais.
If your name was called, please come down. If you have any copies of statements, you take them now.
Sorry? Miss Allison? Was he talking to you? Is Amina coming? Didn't she come with you guys? Did she? Okay. All right.
We will begin this panel. We'll start from my right, your left. You'll state your name for the record, begin your testimony, and remember you have 2 minutes to testify. You may begin when you're ready.
Hello, my name is Angeli Hernandez, and I attend the Young Women's Leadership School of the Bronx, and I'm a youth activist with the Yaya Network. Today I stand here before you all because as a student from a low-income black and brown school, I would love to see the city's budget actively prioritizing the youth's mental well-being. Within my school, a frequent problem is conflicts between students. After a fight breaks out between two students, the two are suspended for about a week or two. However, when they return back to the school, not only are they behind on their schoolwork, but the tension between the two will remain, with some cases being that another fight will occur. Although there is a restorative justice club within our school, many have not even heard of its existence, including myself. However, I know that the club could be doing so much more for the community, but the limited budget has held it from its full potential. That's why I'm asking the City Council to invest $80 million to expand mental health and restorative justice practices within New York City and its schools in order to create a safe space for its students. We can fund this cause not by filling the open positions for school safety agents, which students have frequently stated that cause distress and unsafety for many of the students here. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. You'll begin when ready. They'll reset your time.
Oh, okay.
You worry about you. Just go ahead whenever you're ready.
All right. Good afternoon to the Education Committee. My name is Connie Chen, and I speak to you today as an immigrant student attending Stuyvesant High School. Some students around me are worrying about their next math test, college applications, or their working clubs. Immigrant students are worried if their family will be here tomorrow. We have additional responsibilities that our peers never have to stress about, from translating important documents to being a parental figure to our siblings. Even with these burdens, immigrant students still persevere through the school system every single day. I remember when a student from my school jokingly called ICE on one of his friends. Despite it being a joke, his friend was terrified that ICE would come and take him or his parents. The fact that students even feel comfortable joking about this should tell you that schools are not adequately informing their students. We should not fear that our schools might comply with ICE. Yet, we have every reason to be afraid. Dylan Lopez Contreras from Ellis Preparatory Academy, Joe Camas from Golfin Collaborative High School, a 6-year-old student from Public School 89. All of these names are students that have been detained by ICE due to the failure of their schools and their city to protect them. Students already face enough stress. Don't burden them knowing that any second they could be left without a family to go to. Imagine being a kid and all you want is support from your parents. You open your front door and everything is exactly how it was when you left for school. But your house feels empty. The laundry is still being dried, mom's book is still on her nightstand, dad's coffee mug is still on the table. But they're not there, and you don't know if they'll ever come back. That has been reality for so many students in New York City, and we're counting on you to make sure fear has no place in education. We want the city to fully fund protections for both immigrant students and their families. We want baseline funding for the Immigrant Family Communications and Outreach, which expires in June. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Perfect timing.
Good afternoon.
Please make sure you can push the button on the base.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Adrina Rokim, and I'm here today on behalf of the Yaya Network to speak about a basic dignity that too many students in our city are being denied. Imagine a student sitting in class when she suddenly gets her menstrual cycle, maybe for the first time. She is confused, scared, and has no products. Can you imagine your own child facing that panic? And if no product is available, the humiliation of leaking through her clothes in front of her classmates. Yet our schools are failing them. This panic is far too common. Students get their periods abruptly with no warning and no resources. The anxiety of that moment is a burden no child should carry. In 2016, New York City made history as the first city in the nation to require free menstrual products in schools. But almost a decade later, implementation remains a failure. A 2023 survey found that 85% of NYC high school students still lacked access. Just last year, a lawsuit was filed alleging the DOE is still in flagrant violation, with students routinely missing class because they cannot access what they need. Even when products exist, they are often behind a paywall or are so low quality they don't work. For students from low-income families who make up over 70% of NYC public school students, an extra quarter for a pad or a tampon is an impossible choice. It is inconsiderate, it is inequitable, and it is a healthcare issue. You have the power to change this. We need dedicated funding and accountability for reinforcing the past legislation that the city has failed to implement. Menstrual products are not luxuries. I would argue that they are as essential as toilet paper. I urge you to make menstrual equity a reality for every student in New York City. My colleagues are here today demanding funds to support the services that make our schools safe and supportive communities, including funding for restorative justice and counselors, not cops. Dedicated funding for menstrual products is one more way to increase students' sense of being safe and cared for. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next.
Good afternoon. My name is Anjaneldi Santana. I am 17 years old and a senior at Academy for Excellence in Leadership. I am also a youth leader with Make the Road New York at the Bushwick Campus Student Success Center. In my role, I guide my peers through every step of their post-secondary planning, exploring options and applying to colleges and navigating financial aid. I also support them in the social emotional aspect of decision making, helping them stay focused, motivated, and confident about their future. When I began high school, I wasn't sure what path to take. I was torn between psychology and nursing, but after completing my youth leader summer training and doing deeper research, I discovered my true passion, nursing, a career where I can make a direct impact on people's lives. Being a youth leader has shown me not just about how essential a student success center is on campus. It provides students with personalized one-on-one support that helps them navigate high school and prepare for college with confidence. Without it, many of students will be left to figure out the complex process of FAFSA and TAP on their own, often missing out on opportunities that could change their future. My family story shows the difference a student success center can make. My big sister, who was part of the center, was first in our immediate family to apply to college. She is now a first-year nursing major at CUNY City Tech. Watching her support students and serve as a role model inspired me to step into the role and become a youth leader myself. Now I can provide the same guidance and encouragement and inspiration my peers that I once received. This work not only taught me how to help others, but also to grow, lead, and unite my community towards their dream. The SSC has given me a family of peers and mentors who push me to strive for excellence every day. They remind me that the support and determination, anything is possible. If funding for SSC is cut, thousands of students will lose access to guidance that are truly change the trajectory of their lives. We will need the city to commit to $3.3 million this year to sustain the Student Success Center across the New York City. Supporting these centers.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And remember, you can submit the rest for testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just if this panel could raise their hands, just raise your hand if it's true. Have your teachers or administrators or adults in your school spoken to you about ICE and what that means in your school? And any guidance or support on the issue. So what I'm seeing is in none of your schools, whether it's Stuyvesant, Young Women's Leadership Academy, none of your teachers or administrators have spoken or given you guidance on ICE? Okay, and can you just talk briefly, maybe for 15 seconds on if it was impactful or not, what that looked like?
I feel like it was impacting because they taught us about our, the rights that we have, so that if ICE comes to your door, what you can do. So
Thank
I feel
you.
like it has.
Thank you for sharing that. I want to, and raise your hand if you've been taught restorative in your current school, restorative justice practices as part of your daily class or in-school activities. Okay, so clearly there's, in your particular schools, more that needs to be communicated about ICE, something that's facing so many of our schools and our students, and restorative justice, which we so deeply care about in this council. I want to thank the four of you for your advocacy, for your testimony, and of course the discussions we've had outside of this hearing. Thank you so much. I'm going to call the next panel, but before I do, just if you do at any point need a translation, you'd like to testify, you need translation, please see the sergeant up here. Si necesitas traducción, habla con él. Gracias. Thank you. The next panel, Serenity de Jesus, Ashley Frato, Daniel Ruiz, Nijaya Pulley, Ishak Beko, Jia Zhang, I apologize, you'll correct me please, and Daniela Rodriguez. Thank you. Okay, we can begin on my right, your left. Starting with you, sir, please state your name for the record, and you may begin your testimony. Whenever you're ready, sir.
Hello, Education Committee members. My name is Jia Xiang, and I am a sophomore at Stuyvesant High School and a fellow with Friends of the Highline. I am in support of the Transit Authority's Alliance's Expand Student Omni campaign because I believe we students should have universal access, fair communication regarding deactivation, and a better process for replacing lost or deactivated Omni cards. Now, before I begin, I'd like to make it clear that some of the information I'm providing is specific to Stuyvesant High School, although there may be some common ground with the information. Having the Omni cards is an important part of every student's commute to and from commitments. However, since the debut of Omni cards, there have been a lot of issues with it, most of which is covered in today's testimony. As a volunteer in my school's guidance office, I have seen firsthand the amount of Omni replacement forms my school's transport coordinator receives daily due to lost cards or Omni cards ceasing to work. Most students who submitted a Omni replacement form were due to the Omni card not working. On December 4th, 2025, exactly 3 months since the school year began, 528 Omni replacement forms have been submitted, with 284 of them being submitted due to Omni cards ceasing to work. Stuyvesant ran out of Omni cards on March 2nd, 2026. This morning, we received an order of 200 Omni cards 3 weeks after we had initially ran out. In the month of March, we received 185 Omni replacement cards and counting. The ATS system is supposed to trigger a new Omni card delivery when a school's available Omni card falls below 300. Since we received 200 today, does that mean we'll receive another delivery? Based on previous experiences, most likely not. Additionally, ATS's data on Stuyvesant High School is wildly inaccurate. And thus, I asked the committee to expand student Omni and work on more communication with all of our schools and to develop a system with accurate data.
Thank you, Josh Shang.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Ishaq Bequin, and I am a student at NYC Lab School for Collaborative Studies. I am here today with the Highline and strong support of Transportation Alliance's Expand Student Omni campaign. Transportation is not just about getting to and from school. It directly affects a student's ability to fully participate in life. Omni supports hundreds of thousands of New York City public school students who rely on public transport every single day. Expanding access to unlimited rides would allow students to move freely and safely throughout the city, not just for school, but for jobs, internships, tutoring, extracurricular activities, and even family responsibilities like picking up younger siblings. Right now, limited rides create unnecessary barriers where students are forced to choose between opportunities simply because they cannot afford the extra fare. That should not be a reality in a city like New York. Transportation should not be a barrier. Last year, my friend's Omni card randomly stopped working. We never knew why, and to this day, we still don't know why. He tried to use it, and it kept saying, "Card not accepted." We thought it was just a glitch. However, the next day, the same thing happened. His card wasn't working, so he had to jump the turnstile, where an officer approached him and stopped him and asked him where his Omni card was. He tried to explain to the officer that his Omni card wasn't working, to which the officer replied that something like that doesn't just happen. My friend ended up showing the officer his school ID, then missed his train, causing him to wait another 10 minutes. When a student's card stops working without warning, it is not just an inconvenience. It can disrupt their entire day, their attendance, and their sense of stability. And this is one of many stories of cards mysteriously not working. That is why fair and transparent communication around deactivations is just as important as expanding access. Students deserve to know what is happening and how to resolve issues without confusion or delay. Every student in New York City deserves equal access to the opportunities this city has to offer. Expanding student Omni is not just a transportation policy, it is an investment in students' future. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. You may begin when ready. Make sure your microphone's on. The red light means it's on.
Good afternoon, committee chair and members of the committee. My name is Nijay Pulley, and I'm a sophomore at high school for the environmental studies. I'm here with the Highline as part of the Friend of the Highline Fellows program. I'm very grateful and appreciative to have this opportunity to share my testimony with all of you. As two of the country's largest systems, the MTA and New York City public schools serve millions of students each year. Without public transportation, the city can't function, which is why I believe Student Omni must expand. There are around 600,000 students who use the MTA regularly, and are a part of the Student Omni card system. In theory, 4 passes should be more than enough for students, but as a student athlete who's also part of other extracurriculars, 4 passes just isn't enough. I often find myself calculating how much money I need to spend in order to get through a whole day, even with 4 passes. I play school and club volleyball, and that has been a big difficulty for me. I would use 1 pass to take the train to get to school, 1 pass to take the train to go to, like, around the area of my away game, then another pass to take the bus to the school which I was playing at. And then after the game, I would use 1 pass to go to my club practice, and that was 4 passes. So to get home, I would have to pay with my own money. In my case, I had fair money, or if I didn't, I would ask my mom. But not every student has that privilege of being able to pay the price every time. In summary, every student deserves to do all their extracurricular activities and out-of-school responsibilities without having to pay out of pocket. With Student Omni expansions, this could be. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nijay.
Good afternoon, committee chair and members of the committee. My name is Daniel Ruiz. I am a 10th grade student in Quest to Learn, and I am representing the Friends of the Highline. Before I begin with my testimony, I would like to thank the committee for holding this hearing and my manager, Janira, for allowing me to state my stance on such a subject. The MTA system is one that many New Yorkers rely on, and students, like my fellow coworkers and I, use this system to get to school, go to extracurriculars or college programs, or to spend time with friends or family. 4 student passes are beneficial, but increasing that number can greatly help students across New York City to get to all their commitments and other responsibilities easily. Therefore, I advocate for unlimited rides surrounding the Omni cards for students. As stated before, the Omni cards for students are beneficial in a lot of ways. Off a bullet-pointed list, some things the students use the Omni cards for are getting to and from school using transfer in between, using the MTA system during lunch to get food in a timely manner, getting to part-time jobs which can also take multiple transfers, exploring places, whether it be finding a new park or finding a new store to spend their time in, or hanging out with friends, which could also be another subgroup for exploring places. These benefits, as well as many others, allow students to move freely throughout the city, providing educational and mental health benefits. From my experience, the OmniCard ride restrictions are a little detrimental to me. I enjoy hanging out with my friends usually after school, after work, or on weekends, and sometimes my friends and I go around Manhattan and sometimes around Queens. And the 4 rides Omni are, most of the time, not enough for me. I also use my Omni to meet with my mother to run errands before my job, and having only 4 rides makes going from Chelsea to South Jamaica harder. Thus, I asked the committee to help fund unlimited rides, increasing student mobility across the city and overall providing an even more beneficial experience for students. Thank you.
That was great. Thank you so much, Daniel.
My name is Serenity De Jesus. I'm a 9th grader at the Community School for Social Justice. I'm here to share my experience with the New York Edge Community Schools and tell you how New York Edge has strengthened our school for the better. New York Edge is not just an after-school program for our school. They are an engaging and enriching all-day program that gives promising students like me opportunities to improve our overall attendance, behavior, and academics. For example, they launched an exciting attendance initiative called New Year, New Me that awards students who improve and maintain their attendance with vouchers to our local deli. The PBIS school store and buck system reframes positive behavior, good attendance, and high grades. In a way, also teaches us real-world skills like personal accountability and financial literacy. New York Edge has brought in an inclusive and interactive way of approaching our history and culture. As an example, our Black History Month event featured a cuisine-focused activity where we use our literacy and investigation skills to research Black-owned restaurants and recipes. New York Edge has the New York Edge staff has this sort of presence that will put a smile on my face even on my worst of days. Every morning when I come into school, I will always be greeted with a good morning and a smile. When I went from coming to school once a week to every day. The New York Edge team has motivated me to show up to school more consistently, become more involved in school activities, and embrace positivity all the way. Please vote to increase funding to New York Edge in the upcoming city budget. Investing in New York Edge means investing in students like me. Thank you.
That was great. And I got to say, real props to like every single student who's keeping it at like here. I just kudos to all of there it is. You got 12 seconds to spare. You did fantastic. You've all been doing thank you so much. And by the way, I know it takes a lot for students just to be in school all day. Like your schoolwork's a lot. And for you to come here and also testify on behalf of you, not just yourself, but your community is really an incredible thing to see. So simply for coming here and doing your schoolwork and taking care of your siblings and all the preparation you did for this, you're really making your New York City, your classmates proud. You're really showing what our city really is, and it's about all of you. So thank you for testifying. Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Ashley Fredo. I'm the New York Edge Community School Director at the Community School for Social Justice. I'm here today to ask that you prioritize New York Edge's fiscal year 27 citywide funding requests. New York Edge is the city's oldest and largest provider of after-school summer programming, serving almost 33,000 students in 134 schools across the city, including 4 Beacon centers and 21 community schools. We run programs in 37 of the 51 council districts. Our mission is to help bridge the opportunity gap among students in underinvested communities. Core components of our programming include STEM education, social emotional learning and leadership, visual and performing arts, sports, health and wellness, academics, and college and career readiness, and summer programs. We are, as identified by Mosaic by ACT, the largest after-school provider in the nation offering social and emotional learning supports. This year, we are seeking $1.5 million under the Council's After-School Enrichment Initiative and $250,000 under the Council's Social and Emotional Supports for Students Initiative. For over 3 decades, the New York City Council has been a vital partner in helping us to fulfill our mission. Council's citywide funding has enabled us to enrich and expand our school year and summer programs and has allowed us to develop and implement new, unique, and engaging programs such as our award-winning student-led podcast, Formative, our book publishing program, our Heart for Art program, a partnership with the Van Gogh Museum in Amsterdam, and our Read Across New York Edge program. Since 2020, we have tripled in size and have significantly increased the number of students served. Our council citywide funding, however, has remained flat at $1 million. We are extremely grateful for the council's past support. The time has come, however, where increased funding is vitally needed. Council discretionary contracts are not eligible for cost of living allowance increases. This is making it increasingly difficult for us to attract and maintain quality staff and continue to offer the wide array of programs we are known for. Increased funding will enable us to keep providing youth throughout the city with the edge they need to succeed. Your support and advocacy on our behalf are requested. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for your test. You passed. You all passed. Okay, last on the panel.
Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you about the 2027 preliminary education budget. My name is Daniela Rodriguez, and I live in Williamsburg, Brooklyn. I am an autism and disability rights advocate here with the No Alternatives for Children NAC Youth Council. I am here to discuss travel training and why the city should invest additional funds to make this service available to more students. Travel training is a beneficial service that is offered by the New York City Department of Education. However, it is not available to every student who needs it. Travel training helps students with disabilities learn to navigate public transportation systems, something that may seem like one skill, but is in fact a constellation of skills, including ones that may be obvious, like such as planning a route and navigating different subway stations. But many of us also have to learn things like knowing when it makes sense to change your plan if a train line is running late or there are multiple trains canceled, and being comfortable doing so. I am autistic, and I also had an IEP while I was in school. While I taught myself how to navigate the subway system, additional support would have helped me with my transition to college, as I have to take the subway on a daily basis to go to college on the Upper East Side in Manhattan. I know that there are many students out there who want to go to college or they want to go to work, but they feel limited in their options because they are unable to use public transportation. Travel training can encourage independence for our students so they can travel using the right skills and thrive in the world. It is vital that the city should invest $2 million to expand travel training services for students with disabilities. When we invest in travel training, we are investing in their future and success. Every student should have the access to accommodations and supports they need to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Really appreciate it. And thank you for your book recommendation earlier. If you weren't here, she recommended The Bell Jar. So that's our recommendation for today. I want to thank this panel for your testimony today. Again, the time you're taking to advocate for something that's important to you and your friends and your community is really important. We deeply value it. Thank you so much. I'm going to call the next panel, Kulsum Tapal, Abigail Chen, Theodore Tien, and Olivia Lee. I'm going to call on deck, which is going to be the next panel after this one, so just be prepared. Ebony Simpson, Ben Kaufman, Elmer Reyes, Peyton Cruz, Anderlise Feliz Pena, Abigail Segura, Kaid Nardi, who's going to be the next panel after this one, okay? And when you're ready, you may begin. Please make sure your microphone's on. You push the button, and it'll turn red.
Okay, thank
Good?
you. Good afternoon, everyone. First, I want to thank Chair Dinowitz and the rest of the council for allowing this conversation. My name is Olivia Lee, and I am a sophomore at Hunter College High School. I'm a youth advocate at the Asian American Student Advocacy Project, ASAP. ASAP is CACF's citywide youth leadership program. In third grade, my teacher sent home a field trip permission slip for our parents. As soon as I got home, I began translating it into Chinese for my mom. As I read through the sheet, I realized that even I couldn't understand some of the terms. I became frustrated, at myself for being unable to communicate something that seemed simple to my mom, and at my mom for being unable to understand my education experience. At the time, I was upset. My teacher had described the form as something for our parents to complete, yet I was the one responsible for making sense of it. That makes me wonder now, why do schools rely on students to bridge language gaps for their families? Why can't these schools instead provide proper translations? Having to translate for our parents is sometimes framed as a valuable experience in developing leadership and language skills, but why is it our responsibility to integrate our parents into the school system? My mom's English proficiency and my Chinese ability shouldn't have to play a role in her participation in my academic life. Instead, schools need to take responsibility for being more inclusive of all families by offering better translated material and language support. My experience is not unique, and it reflects a larger issue. Many AAPI students today are placed in similar situations, with immigrant parents being unable to speak fluent English. These parents often feel both excluded from the school system and ashamed that they cannot support their child more. My dad, for instance, only speaks Chinese, and it is nearly impossible for him to be involved in my academic life. Like other immigrant parents, he wants to be involved in his children's school life, but these parents are not given that chance. The children of immigrant parents often feel stressed, guilty, and frustrated. It is unfair and harmful to place those responsibilities on us and lead us to feel isolated or anxious as we navigate through a school system that is not designed to include our parents.
Thank you. Please finish your last thought. Thank you.
Okay. We need to baseline $4 million for immigrant family communications and outreach to engage our families in the school system and to make education accessible to them, because all families deserve to be part of their child's education journey.
Thank you so much, Olivia. You may begin when ready.
Hi and good afternoon. I want to thank Chair Dinowitz and the rest of the council for allowing this conversation. My name is Abby Chen, and I'm a senior at the Clinton School, and I'm a youth advocate at the Asian American Student Advocacy Project, ASAP's anti-bullying and harassment campaign. First, I want to acknowledge that while I feel grateful to go to a school that tries to incorporate discussions of issues surrounding bullying, I still see issues surrounding bullying and AAPI identity, whether people are intentionally trying to make harmful comments or they think that something is just a joke. And for example, in 10th grade, a girl who was also Chinese Korean American like I was, stopped me in my locker to express how she was upset after someone said she was on the yellow team in PE because she was yellow. And I helped talk to the person who caused the harm, and it wasn't any punishment or a harsh consequence, but that small talk helped the other student understand the impact of her comment and why it was problematic, and allowed my friend to feel supported and heard. And this experience made it clear to me that there is a need for more to be done so that students understand the true harm and othering these microaggressive comments can have in causing students to feel ashamed about their racial identity or feel like an outsider. And at CACF and ASAP, we believe that safety isn't policing students or punishing students for wrongdoing, but it means the presence of student wellness. And this is just one example of a comment that I've heard in my school community, and similar comments are hurting other students around the city. And a frequent pattern that we see at ASAP is students who are not reaching out to teachers because they feel like no one would understand. And when we do share, many incidents go unaddressed. And often, while some people may be punished, understanding of the impact of their action often doesn't occur, and the harm caused to the person in the school community is not repaired. And therefore, at CACF, part of our team's mission is to advocate for restorative justice training for teachers and a greater cultural understanding among school staff. However, cultural understanding requires ongoing and sustained conversation, not just a one-time assembly or celebration of AAPI heritage once a year. And for this to be effective in schools, sustained professional development for school staff in restorative justice and continual anti-AAPI bias training for staff is critical. The city must prioritize fostering understanding, empathy, and growth among students. Students like myself deserve and need to be heard, seen, and supported in our public schools. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abby. Your friend is very lucky to have you as a friend, but I think as you articulated, she shouldn't just have to rely on luck of having a friend like you. I think you're absolutely right. Thank you. You may begin when ready.
Good afternoon. First, I want to thank Chair Dinowitz and the rest of the council for allowing this conversation. My name is Theo Tien, and I'm a junior at Nesposem High School. I'm also a youth advocate at the Asian American Student Advocacy Project, ASAP's anti-bullying and harassment campaign. Being Asian American has always been a crucial part of my identity, but it has also come with moments where I felt misunderstood. There's one instance in class where a classmate made a joke about Asian names being too hard to pronounce, and my teacher just laughed along. Experiences like that made me feel isolated at school and lacking support. I was also dealing with the pressure to meet expectations tied to the model minority myth, feeling like I always had to succeed and couldn't show when I was struggling. This made it difficult to take care of my health, especially in a school environment where there aren't enough spaces to openly talk about these challenges. All of these experiences together made school feel overwhelming in ways that aren't always visible to others. Over time, I realized that what I was experiencing reflects what many AAPI students go through. The silence and lack of action in situations show how bullying and harassment towards AAPI students are often ignored. In addition to being a model minority, AAPI students are often seen as perpetual foreigners. In 2024, my team collected stories from AAPI students across 22 New York City high schools on their experiences with bullying in school. AAPI students were asked to move to a different lunch table because of their food, their accents were being made fun of, and they were asked if they were terrorists. When schools don't effectively address these issues, and without education that builds empathy, harmful stereotypes perpetuate and students are left to navigate these experiences on their own. School staff should be required to have professional development in restorative justice, de-escalation, trauma-informed practice, and anti-AAPI bias. We need to ensure social workers and educators have access to training on cultural sensitivity, religion, ability, race, gender, and sexuality. These solutions are important because they go beyond acknowledging the problem, and they aim to create real changes in how schools respond to and prevent bullying.
Finish your last thought, please.
We need $6 million to fund restorative justice efforts, which will also improve school climate in a way that will support students' wellness and safety. Thank you.
Thank you. You know what I love about what Theo and Olivia did when I said, finish your last thought, they said, all right, we need $4 million. We need $6 million. Like, yeah. All right. I love it. All right. Next.
Thank you, Chair, for the conversation. My name is Kulsum Tapal. I lead the education policy work at the Coalition for Asian American Children and Families. More than 18% of students in New York City identify as AAPI, and CACF advocates for the most marginalized AAPI students and all New York students, including English language learners, immigrant and refugee students, low-income students, students with disabilities, students who are facing housing challenges, and we demand a budget that prioritizes the needs for all of them. And so we're uplifting some priorities that are coming out from the Coalition for Equitable Education Funding, and ask for the following needs to be funded and baselined, some of which you've already heard from our student leaders. $5 million for mental health continuum. So ANHPI students are severely impacted by mental health challenges. 80% of Asian American teens have experienced in-person or online bullying. According to CDC data, suicide was the leading cause of death amongst Asian Americans aged 15 to 24, and the second leading cause of death amongst Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islanders. Addressing these elements of mental health challenges and bullying requires sustained funding and implementation of restorative justice practices, which is why we're also asking for $6 million for restorative justice to be baselined to improve school climate and address these root causes. $5 million for early childhood outreach and $10 million for infant and toddler child care seats. 17.5% of early childhood students are AAPI, and many AAPI families rely on outreach efforts to understand what resources are available to them. Equally important is to ensure that these seats are actually available in densely populated AAPI communities and neighborhoods like Jackson Heights or Sunset Park. Lastly, many families in AAPI communities rely on in-language and accessible communication, which is why we're uplifting the ask for $4 million for immigrant family communications and outreach. And we urge you and the City Council and the Mayor to fully fund and baseline these programs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Colson. I want to thank this panel for their testimony today, to Olivia, to Abby, to Theo, and to Colson. And I will now call the next panel, which is Ebony Simpson, Ben Kaufman, Elmer Reyes, Peyton Cruz, Anderlis Feliz Pena, Abigail Segura, and Katie Nardi. And then on deck, we have Andrea Alonso Rodriguez, Sebastian Martinez, Guadalupe Tenantitla. Okay, sometimes to me, sometimes the handwriting, sometimes both. And Jairo Santa Maria. Did I get that one right? Okay, and you may begin when ready.
Hi, good evening. Good evening to Chair Dinowitz and honorable members of the Committee on Education. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony on behalf of Generation Citizen. I'm Ebony Simpson. I have the privilege of serving as the Executive Director for the Mid-Atlantic region for Generation Citizen. We support civic engagement and the power of young people throughout the country by providing them with the tools, knowledge, and skills to advocate for their local communities. We strongly believe in the power of young people to enact real change and to ensure a just and inclusive democracy at large. Through our community-based civics curriculum and policy efforts across the city and state, middle and high school students are engaged in an immersive project-based civic education where they take on a hands-on approach to identifying issues in their schools and their communities. They utilize core practices like root cause analysis, landscape analysis, policy research, and stakeholder engagement. And the classroom becomes a microcosm of democracy in action. While we provide robust professional development, coaching, and interfacing with public officials, like Councilmember Rita Joseph, Councilmember Gail Brewer, who is on the committee and has been working with Frank McCormick High School on some really important subway accessibility work, Councilmember Harvey Epstein, who was at our recent Civics Day in January. So we really just thank you so much for your partnership and championship. I'm here for three core reasons: to express deep gratitude for your staunch commitment and investment in civic education in New York City. Thanks to your investment from the Civic Education in New York City Schools initiative, Generation Citizens is able to provide our programming at no cost to 5,125 students across 205 DOE schools. So we're really thankful for that. I'm also happen to be former co-executive director of the Lower East Side Girls Club, where I created the New Girl City Civic Engagement Initiative, and you all have been supporting that since 2018, so thank you for your commitment, and I pass it on to one of our amazing educators, Ben Kaufman, and students from Lyon Charter School in the Bronx.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ebony. Good afternoon, Chair Dinowitz. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Benjamin Kaufman. Like you, I'm an alumnus of Bronx Science, an area you now represent, and I was raised and educated in New York City public schools. Now, I'm a social studies teacher at Lyon Charter High School in the Bronx, and I've witnessed how funding decisions directly impact our students' ability to learn and thrive. This year, my students participated in community-based civics through Generation Citizen. The opportunity to explore community issues and understand the political process on a hands-on level was a powerful educational experience. My students' projects on topics such as food insecurity and youth empowerment in the face of growing neighborhood gang influence illustrated their ability to leverage political power to address tangible challenges. As a teacher, I bear witness to a myriad of struggles that my students endure, from the mundane chaos of a teenage life dominated by social media to obstacles so fundamental that no child should have to face alone. I've had students experience the upheaval of housing insecurity, grief from loss of parents and loved ones, or trauma from seeing their community members fall victim to drug abuse and gang violence. Our school is in fact luckier than most. We have 2 full-time guidance counselors dedicated to student mental health, as well as student full-time family coordinators to provide holistic student support. I can see the difference when my students feel they have a safe space within the school. The building becomes a beacon of hope rather than a source of dread, where my students know they can be heard and helped. I'm proud of their ability to advocate for their needs and how our staff encourages students to treat their mental health needs seriously. Asking for help and receiving it from a mental health counselor, these are skills that most adults do not have, and it's an invaluable asset that my students will leave school with beyond graduation. Unfortunately, this does not reflect the reality at the vast majority of our city schools. According to a report from the office of former Comptroller Brad Lander, nearly 40% of city high school students report depression, 70% of schools fail to meet national staffing standards for social workers, and half fall short for guidance counselors. And this gets especially exacerbated for English language learners who are often overlooked when it comes to basic services. The report further describes structural gaps. I asked the council to meet the comptroller's goals for student mental health resource funding. Thank you for considering my testimony and supporting our students.
Thank you so much. All right, you all ready? All right, go for it.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify at today's hearing. My name is Peyton Cruz, and I'm in 12th grade at Lyon Charter High School. Last semester, my class participated in the community-based civics project through Generation Citizen. For our project, we discussed issues affecting our school and community and built consensus around one topic to address together. Our class is focusing on youth empowerment, and our goal is to reduce the influence of gang violence on children in the community. I'm testifying today because I notice in our community there is a significant bad influence on the youth when it comes to gang violence. A lot of that influence comes from family, friends, or even strangers who see kids that are struggling in life. I chose this topic because it is something that I see every day, and it's not something that should be occurring for the youth on a regular basis. Realistically, as students, we encounter gang influence going to school, being in school, and in our community of Hunts Point, which is not new to us. I think this is important to us students because there is a lack of resources in our community and in our school. Kids are going through struggles that we can't see, causing them to be susceptible to gang influence. They are vulnerable as people so young they can't express themselves. What I learned about the impact of youth empowerment is that there is a silent majority of students who can't express themselves within their community and honestly don't feel safe or comfortable enough to speak to their parents. This is the sad truth because it leads parents questioning how they are as parents and leading them to not understand what's going on with their children. Children that are under this influence also tend to be lost to themselves, not wanting to trust others, leaving them scared to do normal necessities children would want to do. This issue, in my opinion, involves the city budget because the city can help fund mental health programs to help these vulnerable kids under the influence of gang and violence. Struggling to express emotions to people. Going into the decisions being made today, we can strengthen funding for programs that can help fund mental health on deeper levels, since the majority of children struggle with mental health, leading to them to be at risk. I think I can list multiple moments or stories from this problem I'm speaking on where I have seen the impact of this issue firsthand, but there are multiple encounters where I can see students in our community hanging outside with the wrong people or bringing gang-related influences into the school, which can cause them to act out upon their behavior. I'm asking the council to make mental health programs a top priority by fully funding them so people can see the significance of this problem and why these types of programs have such an impact on our students. And thank you for considering my testimony and for supporting New York City students.
Good. Thank you, Peyton. Breathe. You did the whole last thing in one breath. Very impressive. Great. All right.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Dinowitz and the Education Committee for the opportunity to testify at today's hearing. My name is Elmer Reyes, and I am a 12th grader at Lyon Charter High School. Last semester, my class participated in a community-based civics project through Generation Citizen. For our project, we discussed issues affecting our school and community and build consensus around one topic to address together. Our class is focusing on food insecurity, and our goal is to get funding to build and maintain a food pantry at school for students and their families. I am testifying today because food insecurity shows up in classrooms every day, and it affects how students learn, participate, and feel at school. Food insecurity is part of a bigger pattern of inequity. When the city cuts funding to schools in communities like ours, it makes these gaps even wider. We need more investment, not less, to make sure every student has what they need to succeed. My focus issue connects to the budget because students dealing with food insecurity rely on school-based support. I've seen students skip lunch because they want to save food to bring home to their families. That shouldn't be a choice any young person has to make. and it affects their energy and focus for the rest of the day. I am asking the council to protect and increase funding for the school-based programs that support students facing food insecurity, like mental health service, community school support, and after-school programs. Thank you, Chair Dinowitz, and the Education Committee for considering my testimony and for supporting New York City students.
Elmer, thank you so much for your testimony. I just have to say, first of all, everyone testifying should be very proud of themselves, but yours particularly spoke to me because it just reminds me of the things that I saw when I was teaching with those kids who would like take home extra sandwiches because that was the food they were going to eat, and it's just so. It's very sad, very depressing that those issues still persist when there's so much food out there, particularly in Hunts Point, where so much food in New York City flows through there. So
Yeah, we were proud of their project. It covered how the Hunts Point Market isn't serving their own neighborhood. Out of curiosity, where did you teach?
I taught at for 12 years the Kennedy campus and at the Walton campus,
Sure.
other side of the Bronx, and then a short time at Nests Plus M.
Yeah, totally other side of the city.
Totally other side, but issues aren't that different.
Of course.
That we're all still fighting for equity with. Next, testify, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Angelique Felice, and I am a 12th grader at Lyon Charter High School. Thank you for letting me be within this testimony. Last semester, my class participated in a community-based civics project through Generation Citizen. For our project, we discussed issues affecting our school and committee and built consensus around one topic to address together. Our class focused on a reduction of gang influence, and our goal is to advocate for programs and opportunities to reduce the influence of gang violence within the children in the community. I'm testifying today because gang influence affects the safety and future of students within our community. When young people lack support or opportunities, they may turn to gangs, which can lead to violence and limit success. This issue matters because prevention works better than students being unable to succeed because of negative influences or being punished for something they cannot control. Providing education, mentorship, and positive programs gives students better choices and helps create a safer community. Our class chose this issue because gang influence affects students' safety, learning, and future. It is important because it creates fear in schools and neighborhoods, making it harder for students to feel secure and succeed. We learned that gang activity impacts not just students, but also families, the entire school community as well. These issues connect to the city budget because funding decisions affects access to prevention programs, mentorships, and safe spaces where they can talk. The city budget is and can be placed to fund these programs available to the youth for further support for their mental health within their environment, in order so we can nurture visionaries and scholars which can make the future happen. Within my district, I have seen many students feeling pressured or influenced to join groups from pressure or a sense of belonging when there aren't enough positive choices available. We need the support of programs that can develop interest within the youth and guide them towards a better future. It is the school's job to provide the necessary tools for students to succeed and feel safe. Thank you for considering my testimony and for supporting NYC students. It was a pleasure to advocate for my community.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Anderly. Next.
Good evening. My name is Kaide Nardi. I'm a freshman at LaGuardia High School. I'm here because the restrictions on eligibility for the Student OmniCard is making it harder for my peers to move around the city and access many opportunities. When I was in middle school, I narrowly qualified for the Student MetroCard. Despite not using it to get to and from school, the ability to take transportation for free has really improved my life. I use the MetroCard to go to art classes in Manhattan, which has helped me get into my highly competitive fine arts program at LaGuardia, and even the ability to stand in front of you today. My Student OmniCard allows me to travel from Brooklyn to events in Queens and meetings in Manhattan without thinking about the cost of transportation. But this privilege is something that a lot of students aren't given, simply because they live less than half a mile from their school or take the school bus. These are objectively arbitrary things that shouldn't determine our independence. If I had lived a little closer to my school, suddenly a lot of the things I can do now would not be possible, simply because it would cost too much to get there. With the current price of transportation, going to and from an after-school activity 3 times a week would cost about $72 out of pocket, money that students with OmniCards would not have to spend. According to the New York City schools data, 73.5% of students who attend school are considered economically disadvantaged. An extra $70+ a month is simply not possible for a lot of families. They shouldn't be expected to pay that much for something so important to our growth and enrichment. A lot of things that colleges and jobs look for are things we do outside of the classroom. This difference gives those who can't afford transit a disadvantage and reinforcing an already existing wealth gap. I implore you to ensure enough funding is allocated to extend the Student Omni program to include all students in New York City public school system so that we can help students take advantage of all the great opportunities our city provides them with. Thank you.
Thank you. And can you pronounce Kaide? Can you say it again?
It's Kaide, like
Kaide.
Kaide.
Kaide. Thank you. Thank you, Kaide.
Thank you, Chair, for the conversation. Hello, my name is Abigail Segura, and I'm testifying before you all today in solidarity with my peers at the Yaya Network. The dilemma around school policing versus lack of restorative justice funding is something that I have experienced firsthand throughout my educational journey here in NYC. The conversation takes me back to a time. For instance, during my 8th grade year, pencils were a privilege, but in-house suspensions were ritualistic, where there was one guidance counselor per 300 students, yet 20 officers trailed down halls filled with 12 and 13-year-olds. In the midst of my 9th grade years, police officers roamed the halls and bathrooms, antagonizing students and telling them they deserved prison for not being in class. Substitutes took on the role of teachers, and young, undeveloped friends replaced mental health counselors. There wasn't enough money, there never was, and yet both schools seemed to meet at one common ground. Restorative justice counselors and mental health counselors were scarce, yet they always had enough funding for a station worth of police officers trailing down halls, questioning students in bathrooms, or students right outside of class. To many, it might seem that some students are more problematic than others and their reputation subjects them to over-policing. But even in that case, is it not ironic that our first resort is to criminalize children of concern rather than give them a support system full of resources? Teens are simply a product of their circumstances, not just the situation that they have going on at home, but the lack of support that they receive at school. Do we seriously think children in already impoverished neighborhoods want to go to their own school and get profiled by the police? When did we normalize treating children in development as we do grown adults behind bars? Because to criminalize children is not to get rid of behavioral issues. It is to allow those issues to marinate under the surface and in time rise up. Council members, in the name of all the children who have been ritually villainized and yet never guided, we ask you to redirect $80 million from filling vacancies among the NYPD school safety agents to providing 500 positive school climate coordinators to lead restorative justice practices in schools. In the youth's best interest, put an end to funding systems that push students away and start funding systems that help us grow. Thank you.
Well, that was perfect timing again. Masterful. I want to thank this panel for their testimony today and look forward to future conversations. Thank you so much. Okay. The next panel I said was on deck is Andrea Alonso Rodriguez, Sebastian Martinez, Guadalupe Tenantitla, that was right? And Jairo Santamaria. And then on deck, if you'll get ready, Germayoni Lopez, Sofia Vasquez, Shari West Stewart, Katie Castor, Ruth Aguirre. I kind of want to switch it up. I'll start on my left. You weren't expecting that, were you? Start on my left, your right. You'll be testifying first today. You're disappointed, but I kind of switch it up sometimes, all right? Go for it whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Andrea. I have been a restorative justice leader on campus at a community school in Bushwick with Make the Road, New York. This is my 3rd year coming here to speak. I'm here because I care about real school safety, not just the appearance of safety. Every young person deserves to feel safe, respected, and supported in their school. That is not the case in my school I attend. Instead, I've seen students get punished for going through real-life struggles that they have no agency in. I've seen people get suspended for situations that could have been handled with conversation, with understanding, and with care. While being an RJ youth leader, I've learned better ways to communicate, how to be accountable for my actions, and how to de-escalate conflict within my peers. And yet, the city continues to invest in more policing and surveillance instead of support. As students, we feel that every day, walking into school, being greeted by security scanners, being checked with the wand, and seeing school safety with weapons on their belts, it doesn't make us feel safe. It makes us feel like we are the enemy or the problem. This is not what safety looks like. Real safety looks like support. Real safety looks like being heard. Real safety looks like restorative justice. So I'm asking you, stop choosing punishment over support, fully fund restorative justice in all schools, and protect and expand our programs, and divest from excessive school policing because students don't need more surveillance. We need support. If you really care about our safety, then start listening to us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony.
Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to testify. My name is Jairo Santamaria. I am 18 years old, and I am a senior at the Academy for Excellence in Leadership. I am also a youth leader for Bushwick Campus Student Success Center. Today, I am here to talk about how the Student Success Center has changed the direction of my life and allowed me to change the direction of other people's lives. The Student Success Center at Bushwick Campus, founded in 2007 through student advocacy, fills critical gap in college support for underserved students today. Today, students, the SSC are serving 34 high schools with over 17,000 students across the city, providing critical guidance, especially for first-generation immigrants, low-income, and students of colors who have historically lacked adequate support in accessing higher education. This academic year, I have been a youth leader, and this opportunity has had a profound impact on my life. I have grown in confidence, communication, and leadership. Helping my fellow students is an honor. I have met new people, learned new things, and learned who I wanted to be when I grow up. I now support and take on real responsibility as a leader. I discovered that I want to give back, support others, and create opportunities for those without guidance. I joined the Youth Leader program because of my little brother. He is an 11-year-old sixth grader. I joined to him to show him what is possible and to make sure he has better opportunities and support when he reaches high school. At my school, there are only 2 guidance counselors for more than 250 students, which is a heavy weight to bear. In terms of college counselors, there is only one that remains in the entire campus, and her name is Ms. Vasquez. She is at our school only because of the Student Success Center, making a difference for so many students and helping guide their future. My responsibilities at the SSC has allowed me to lend hands to students, whether they're helping them input in their information for college applications or financial aid, or providing them with genuine assistance. I feel inspired to become a better person because of this opportunity, and I have been inspired to do more and offer my hand to others. I feel that I've given my all to all my students and the people that I work with, whether my counselor or my youth leaders. Damn.
Just want to finish your last sentence, your last idea, please.
And this is why I sit here today to urge the student council, the city council, to continue to fund the Student Success Center and make sure that students like me can grow more and become more. Investing in the Student Success Center is investing in students' futures, opportunities, and bigger communities like ours.
Thank you so much.
Hello, I am Haley Ortiz, and I will be speaking on behalf of Guadalupe, who wasn't able to make it today. Hello, my name is Guadalupe.
Can you say your name? I'm sorry, can you say your name again?
Haley Ortiz.
Haley, thank you.
Hello, my name is Guadalupe. I am a high school senior and youth leader at Make the Road, New York. I came to the United States from Mexico at an early age. After spending most of my childhood there, starting school in New York City was a big adjustment, especially because in Mexico, we didn't have police in schools, only teachers and staff who supported us daily. It was difficult to get used to not seeing my teachers first thing in the morning and instead being yelled at by officers while going through metal detectors. I've seen how fear and uncertainty affect students and families, especially with the ICE raids happening in our communities, which makes schools feel unsafe for many of my peers. I faced many challenges adjusting to my new environment. One of the biggest challenges I faced when I came back to this country was discrimination. Students mocked the way I spoke because of my different accent. When I tried to make friends, other students ignored me, saying they didn't want to be friends with me because they didn't understand me. What I didn't expect was facing the same discrimination and racism by adults who were supposed to be there to protect me. When my principal was disciplining me, I tried to advocate for myself by explaining that I was new and didn't realize I was breaking rules. That's when an elementary school officer commented on my background. He said, "It's because you are Mexican, that's why." The passive-aggressive tone made me feel humiliated and afraid to keep speaking up. At that moment, I didn't feel protected. I felt interrogated and silenced by authority, a feeling that I still remember now. As a high school student, I've never felt safer than I do now. My school has a strong mental health support. When my father was in and out of the hospital for 2 years, my counselor supported me every day and even organized a t-shirt fundraiser to help with his medical bills. They prioritize understanding over punishment, and it shows. We haven't had any major conflicts in my school because of the strong and supportive community these student-centered resources create. These resources are critical now as many students fear family separation and harassment by any type of law enforcement. Without support, fear takes over and learning stops. During the Adams administration, more funding went towards policing in our schools. I have seen firsthand that when schools invest in care and support, students succeed. I urge the City Council to redirect funding from schools, police, to programs that actually keep students safe and supported, like mental health services, guidance counselors, and restorative justice programs. Every student deserves to feel safe, supported, no matter what they look like or where they come from. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for testifying on behalf of your friend. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sebastian, and I'm a senior in a community high school in Bushwick, Brooklyn, and make the road New York leader. I've had the privilege of working with restorative justice with a restorative justice coordinator at my school for 2 years now. I've learned how to emotionally regulate and help others do the same. I'm here to talk about restorative justice in schools and the importance of these programs. New York City has an opportunity to create more space for RJ to happen in schools. Expanding the number of coordinators and providing staff with more de-escalation and circle training would help schools feel better equipped to handle student conflicts. With the right support, these situations could become meaningful conversations where students work through their differences together. Instead, students get suspended for issues that could have otherwise been resolved. I've seen this firsthand in my school, where 2 of my close friends got into a fight, and afterward, the school sat them down and forced them to resolve it on the spot. On the surface, it looked resolved, but the real problems were never addressed. Both of them still had grudges and animosity toward each other. The root of the conflict was never really talked through, and it all happened because there are not enough RJ practitioners on campus who can guide these conversations in a more thoughtful and lasting way. The city decides where the money goes and what positions are created, and right now, restorative justice is not receiving the investment it urgently needs. Schools required dedicated funding, trained staff, and protected time to implement RJ effectively. Students in this city deserve schools where conflict is treated as an opportunity for growth, not just punishment. Restorative justice is not just an add-on. It is a proven approach that creates lasting, meaningful change in school communities. By being an RJ youth leader, I have learned that the core foundation of RJ is building strong, healthy relationships. Schools.
Finish your last thought.
Yeah. RJ directly addresses these challenges by fostering environments where students feel seen, heard, and respected, and it should be implemented in every school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you all for your testimony today. And similar to a previous panel, it's wonderful that you're RJ ambassadors. Is that the title? What's the RJ restorative justice leaders? Leaders. It's wonderful, but it shouldn't rely on schools being fortunate enough to have students who care like you do and proactively seek it out. It should be sort of built into all of our schools. I think you're absolutely right. So thank you for all of your testimony today. I'll now call the next panel. Hermione Lopez, Sophia Vasquez, Shari Westa Stewart, Katie Castor, Ruth Aguirre. I don't know. Graduate students. Okay, and on deck we have Diare Ba, Alina Flores Veliz, Brianna Lucero, Gray Bruce, and Allison Ravello Castillo. That's on deck. We will start from the left, your right. You're starting out, you got this, all right?
Good afternoon, Chair Donowitz, committee, and council members. My name is Hermione Lopez, and I'm currently a high school senior attending the Beacon School. For the past 2 school years, I have been a student researcher with the Latinidad Curriculum Initiative. As a student researcher, I have worked along TC students, educators, and fellow New York City public school students to develop a culturally responsive curriculum that bridges the gap between students and education. I have facilitated online and in-person town halls and served as a panel speaker at the Hispanic Education Summit 2025 and at our Talleres event, where our educators and students presented projects curated during their time as Latinidad researchers, and where I was able to work directly with numerous educators who were equally driven to share the Latino culture amongst their students but lacked the resources and support to do so. Our work together felt invaluable and makes up the fabric of the lessons in the curriculum today. I have watched intergenerational groups of New Yorkers come together for the Latinidad Curriculum Initiative to support the need for a curriculum that acknowledges the culture, history, and art of the 40% of New York City Latino public school population and beyond. As a student, I have seen with my own eyes the importance of highlighting one's culture in the education system. Growing up as a Mexican-American student in the South Bronx, I have never once questioned my culture, identity, and place in school until I went to high school. 40 minutes away from my family, friends, and safety net lies a school that I thought was a guarantee to accomplish what my family couldn't. Yet throughout my 4 years in high school, I have realized the need for an education that both acknowledges my Chicano history while simultaneously upholds a rigorous curriculum. Despite New York City having some of the best public schools, I have not been able to ignore the disparities plaguing our schools, namely prioritizing test scores over student integration and cultural acceptance. In my junior year, I grew tired of the segregation in our school system and decided to join the Latinidad team after realizing this work was rooted in a shared desire to feel represented in the curriculum and to push for change that the Latinidad curriculum has helped create. Today, I sit before you all hoping that you all are just as driven to challenge the disparities within our education system through supporting and funding the Latinidad Curriculum Initiative. I believe that education isn't only about test scores and data, but rather the social culture reflected in schools. Students care about their education when they believe their education cares about them. That is why LCI is important work to support. Thank you.
Thank you. Did your speech say standing before
Yeah.
you? Okay. You fixed on the fly. That was very, very talented. Very good. All right. You may begin when ready.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chair Dinowitz, committee, council members. My name is Sofia Vasquez. I am currently a doctoral student at Teachers College, a former educator of New York City schools, and a member of the Latinidad Curriculum Initiative team. I'm here to deliver testimony on behalf of Dr. Ezekiel Dixon Roman, Director of the Edmund W. Gordon Institute for Advanced Study and member of the leadership team of the LCI. So here is his testimony. We are grateful for the council's support in our first 2 years and respectfully make our budget request of $2.35 million on behalf of Teachers College. Founded in 1973, the Gordon Institute is committed to critically examining and reshaping the lives and education of socially precarious and racialized populations. Through the development of a culturally responsive ethnic studies curriculum and the centering of students, teachers, and community interests, the LCI is one of many initiatives that follows the mission and legacy of the Gordon Institute that seeks to enable the success of all New York City public school students. Given that over 85% of educators are using AI in classrooms, we introduced a focus on AI in the LCI for 2026. We're developing and conducting a survey on Latina youth understandings, uses, and perspectives on ethics and fairness with AI, as well as how English or Spanish prompting and AI-generated output may impact them. This survey data will be used to inform culturally responsive professional learning and curricular content with AI. Full funding of our proposal will allow us to engage youth in workshops with the AI survey data and to develop curricular materials to design and pilot lessons and resources. It will enable us to use this AI survey data and implications in a series of workshops with educators to develop professional learning frameworks and modules. Through the workshop series, we will learn from educators how they are using AI while also developing professional learning in collaboration with them. In this rapidly changing technological landscape of education, we thank you for your time.
There you go. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Oh, the red light has to be on. Yeah.
I don't know if you need to turn
You're on.
It's on.
Okay.
You got it.
Good evening. My name is Shari Waisa Stewart, and I'm a doctoral student at Teachers College, Columbia University, and former high school social studies teacher. I'm speaking on behalf of the team by Dr. Regina Cortina that has been working on the Latinidad Curriculum Initiative. This initiative is a citywide effort to develop a culturally responsive curriculum and professional learning for New York City public schools, reflecting the histories, identities, and contributions of Latino communities. I'm here to testify to what we accomplished in our second year and to ask for funding next year to continue this crucial work. Over the past academic year, we have written 20 lessons for grades 6 through 9 structured around our 4 pedagogical pillars, which together foster inclusive, interdisciplinary, and student-centered learning. We have also created a cohort of 20 teachers from multiple districts who've been writing additional lesson plans to support the curriculum. This year, we held 9 curriculum writing sessions, guiding teachers from planning and standards alignment to assessment and differentiation so they could design lessons that reflect students' identities and experiences. To support the professional learning of New York City educators to implement the curriculum, we hosted a series of knowledge-building workshops, bringing together teachers, scholars, and school leaders to explore how Latinidad can be taught across disciplines. In October, participants examined Afro-Latinidad and intersectional identities. In November, workshops focused on narratives of Latinidad in New York City, including immigration and activism. In January, educators explored the role of music and arts in deepening students' understanding of identity and community. And in March, teachers worked with our team to translate these ideas into classroom-ready lessons on activism, history, and community well-being, such as exploring how community gardens serve as spaces of cultural preservation, resilience, and collective care. Teachers' responses have been overwhelmingly positive, with many requesting more workshops. One described a session as a rich and powerful workshop with insights I will use to prepare ideas for learning, while another called the work groundbreaking, healing the inner childhood of many Latino people who have not been represented for so long. This work is building a strong foundation, not just new materials, but a growing community of culturally responsive educators. Thank you.
Okay. Your timing is competitive with that of the youth. Good job. Next, please.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Dinowitz, committee, and council members. My name is Katie Castor, and I'm a former special education and ELA teacher, and I'm currently a doctoral student at Teachers College and a member of the Latinidad Curriculum Initiative, or LCI. I'm here to deliver testimony on behalf of Dr. Limeres Caraballo, co-director of the LCI. This is her testimony. We are grateful for the council's support in our first 2 years and respectfully make our budget request of $2.35 million on behalf of Teachers College. Our team is uniquely positioned as academic leaders in this partnership to develop and implement a culturally responsive, inclusive, and accessible Latinidad curriculum. The LCI centers student, teacher, and community perspectives as it's invested in the learning, achievement, and post-secondary success of all students in New York City public schools. In 2025, we led with our expertise and worked directly with students and teachers to include multiple voices, developing our conceptual framework and blueprint, which is the outline vision of our initiative. This blueprint and our report are publicly available on our website. In 2026, we had an overwhelming response to an open call for student and teacher inquiry groups, with over 300 students and teachers applying to participate. We formed a cohort of 60 students and teachers due to the available funding, and this intergenerational cohort supported the team in developing an elective course on Latinidad, modules and lessons for all high school students. We have a teacher and a student cohort member here with us today who will share or have shared their experiences. Full funding of our proposal will allow us to build upon all of these innovations to make resources available to all teachers, develop elementary curriculum, implement scalable professional learning, and support citywide implementation of this curriculum, and create an online platforms for teachers and students across all 5 boroughs. We look forward to contributing to the important goals of this committee of making equity, access, and critical hope a reality for all of our students, but especially for those who are most underrepresented. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. You may begin when ready.
Good afternoon, buenas tardes, Chair Dinowitz, committee members, and members of the council. My name is Ruth Aguirre. I'm a music teacher at PS 189 in the heart of Washington Heights, a doctoral candidate at Teachers College, and a curriculum contributor to the Latinidad Curriculum Initiative, LCI. I testify today on the transformative power of the Latinidad curriculum for NYC students and families. New York City's history thrives on the contributions of diverse people. When students see their community's achievements reflected in lessons, it affirms their identity and builds self-efficacy. At LCI's Talleres en Comunidad workshops, high school students gained new knowledge of Latino culture, sparking gratitude for seeing people from their communities represented. The students also sought advice on their educational and career aspirations, as most of the presenters were graduate students and leaders peers in professional fields, also of Latino heritage, who could relate to their experiences. These connections during students' formative years provide a foundation for self-efficacy and plans for a successful future in New York City and beyond. Latinidad topics also boost engagement and critical thinking. At my school, where 93% of students are Hispanic, many of them of Dominican heritage, music lessons from Latin America ignites excitement. Students compare and contrast rhythms, share family stories, and create new lyrics. These innovative students are in the process of becoming the next wave of New York City cultural and thought leaders. In closing, the Latinidad curriculum serves as a mirror for students who see themselves represented in it, and a window for others seeking to learn more about the people in their world. It celebrates Latino art, music, stories, and resilience, enriching all New Yorkers. When New York City shows support for this in our schools, the message is clear. Our students' cultures are important, celebrated, and essential to our city's future. Let us all commit to supporting the Latinidad curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to this panel for your testimony. We have a slight change in the order. I know I had said a certain panel was on deck. Going to wait one more round. Apologies for the confusion. The next panel is Madison Mounty, Sophie Stelbaum, Matt Chaco, Janice Wyman Shorenstein, Gilberto Alvarado. We'll start with Madison. Mix it up. You may begin when ready.
All right. Good evening, Education Chair Dinowitz and members of the Education Committee. My name is Madison Mounty, and I serve as the Director of Government Relations and Advocacy at the Simon Wiesenthal Center. New York City stands at a pivotal educational moment. Rising hate incidents, the fading presence of survivor testimony, and increasing historical misinformation converge to create an urgent need for media literacy. That's where our programs come in. Our current City Council-supported workshop, Combating Hate in Digital Spaces, is a learning experience designed for middle and high school students. Learners explore the formation of online identities and examine how digital systems such as AI and the algorithm influence and manipulate individual actions in digital spaces. This workshop supports student reflection on how their digital selves are shaped and equips students with holistic strategies for ethical online engagement that situates them as contributors to the reduction of digital harm, online hate speech, bias, bigotry, and bullying. Funding for FY25 was used to deliver a total of 463 workshops and assemblies to over 11,000 public middle and high school students in 47 schools across the 5 boroughs. This year, we are continuing to work in partnership with schools in 12 council districts to schedule these workshops and assemblies. Our new initiative request, Witness to History, is a workshop for students in grades 9 through 12 that uses survivor testimony from the Holocaust and the Rwandan genocide to teach how history is created, remembered, and communicated. Research in genocide and human rights education shows that testimony-based learning is among the most effective ways to reduce dehumanization and build lasting ethical awareness. Enhanced restoration of funding through the Speakers Initiative, citywide initiatives, as well as youth and local discretionary funding at the levels requested will allow us to provide workshop sessions for as many as 14,000 students and expand to schools and communities beyond our current reach. We look forward to our continued partnership with the City Council. Thank you for your consideration, and we hope to have your support.
Thank you. The timing is beautiful this evening. I love it.
Good afternoon, Chair Dinowitz and other members of the Education Committee. My name is Sophie Stelbaum, and I'm a Program and Operations Coordinator at the Trust for Public Land in New York City. Since 1996, Trust for Public Land has partnered with city agencies and many city council members to convert over 230 asphalt lots into vibrant school community playgrounds, featuring shade trees, gardens, athletic courts, running tracks, and outdoor classrooms. These sites provide close-to-home places to gather, exercise, and play for students and neighbors alike. Numerous studies show that access to outdoor play and nature relieves stress, increases physical activity, improves mental health, and decreases social isolation for both adults and youth. These playgrounds depend on annual custodial funding to ensure they remain safe, clean, and accessible to the community outside of school hours. While roughly 270 sites receive this essential funding for maintenance through Plan YC and the Parks Department, it is possible to open more than 300 additional sites to the public through baseline funding for custodial support. The Division of School Facilities estimates that it costs $72,000 per year to open a schoolyard to the public. Adding 15 schoolyards per year moving forward, as stated in Councilmember Brewer's Bill 0566, would cost the city a little over $1 million per year, an easy, cost-effective way to increase play space within a walkable distance from home while prioritizing those in environmental justice areas. Parks and playgrounds are more crucial than ever, affording economic and research-based solutions to public health and loneliness in every neighborhood. Thank you for the opportunity to address this committee this afternoon. We greatly appreciate your attention to these important issues.
Thank you so much. One quick question
Sure.
for Madison. Sorry, for Madison. Similar to the questions I had for the DOE about restorative justice, the work that you guys do is, I think, inherently good. But do you have any sort of metric evaluative tool you use to demonstrate that these programs are positively impacting our students?
Yeah, I can certainly go back to the education team that collects a holistic view of data based on return visits from schools, our incident response when things occur at specific schools, and how teachers and students respond. So I can reach out to you separately on that.
Thank you so much. And thank you to this panel for your testimony today. Okay, now after that brief interlude, Diarra Ba, Alina Flores Veliz, Brianna Lucero, Allison Ravello Castillo, and Gray Bruce. Okay, we'll start from my right, your left. We'll start with you, and you'll begin whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Alina Flores. I'm a student at the Young Women's Leadership School of the Bronx, and I'm a youth activist with the Yaya Network. I'm here to talk about the importance of funding mental health resources in schools and share a bit of my experience regarding that. Within my school, my time to talk to our counselor felt limited, considering it's one staff that accounts for 300 plus high school students. That being said, I never felt like my time to talk about my personal issues impacting myself and well-being was valued or important enough, since it was so hard to get time with my counselor. Students come to school to not only learn but also feel safe. We should feel that our stories are valid and heard. Therefore, our funding for counselors in schools should be a necessity that we shouldn't have to fight for. So I'm here asking you to freeze the hiring of new school cops and reinvest those funds into real support through more counselors, social workers, and restorative justice programs by shifting at least $75 million directly into schools to hire community-based staff who actually keep students safe. This would allow our students the support they need in the journeys they face. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much.
My name is Allison Aida Ravello Castillo. I'm a 12th student representing Yaya Network. Today I'm here to speak about the importance of supporting immigrant students in our city schools. Many immigrant students like myself come to school not only to learn but also find safety, stability, and opportunity. I still remember how my elementary school resources for bilingual kids were very scarce. Children who had immigrated and didn't speak English were all taught by a single guidance counselor. She was not even a teacher and didn't know all of her different languages. Communicating was very hard. Now it's even harder for immigrant children as they always have to be on the lookout for ICE. Therefore, increased funding for bilingual education programs, school counselors, and staff who understand the needs of immigrant communities is essential to creating welcoming environments. This funding must include the renewal of $4 million budget for immigrant family communities and outreach to ensure families stay informed and connected to schools. Additionally, policies like Intro 460, which include eliminating the GAN database, are critical to protecting immigrant students. Such measures help ensure that minor incidents do not have lasting consequences on students' immigration cases, allowing young people to learn, grow, and contribute positively to their communities without fear. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Whenever you're ready, you may begin your testimony. If you see the red light on, that means the microphone's on.
Hi, my name is Brianna, and I'm from BHS and a youth leader in Circle Keepers. I come before you all since the budget cuts threatens the immigrant family communications and outreach initiatives, and this unfortunately impacts immigration communities that are built on immigrants. Children and parents are always in fear about like if they're going to lose somebody, if something's going to happen while they're not close to each other. And I think that that's not a way any child or person or adult has to live. And I hope that that this can that this can just like show you that people are scared and that we are all students and that we just want you to reconsider where the money goes, because we want to be able to help our community and not be able to just live in fear, because there are people that are really smart and willing to go to school but are held back by that because of surveillance and wrongful accusations, that they don't deserve to live in fear or constant stress. And I hope that this can change your mind. And thank you for considering my testimony, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony and all the people who you're advocating for. The people living, as you say, in fear and in stress are also deeply grateful for your advocacy today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is DeRay. I am a high school junior, and I am a leader at Make the Road New York. Councilmember Williams represents where I live in Jamaica, and Speaker Menon represents the area where I go to school. I am here today because I want New York City to invest more resources for mental health support, restorative justice, and student success centers in my school. We do not need more school cops. There are 6 schools in my building. The majority of students walk through a main entrance where the first people they see every morning are school cops. It feels like I'm walking into jail. Their presence makes me feel like I've done something wrong or that I am in trouble. I should not have to feel this way. I come to school to learn. I want to feel like I belong there. But the constant presence of school cops makes me feel like people from my background are dangerous and need more surveillance. That's racist. Black immigrant students like me are capable of achieving amazing things. We just need genuine support and resources to grow. Instead of wasting money on school cops, we need to invest in real school safety, like restorative justice and mental health support. School police cause direct harm to young people. They escalate conflicts in schools and disproportionately punish Black and Latinx students. There is no proof that school police prevent conflict in our schools, but yet the New York City budget currently prioritizes funding school police instead of fully funding my education. New York City has the largest school police force in the country. As Mayor Mamdani and this city council begin making positive changes, we are calling on you to stop recruiting, hiring, and training school police. If we stop hiring new school cops and cut the vacant school cop positions, we could immediately have billions of dollars to invest in real school safety. Under the new administration, young people and schools are under attack. These threats are really scary. All young people deserve to feel safe and respected in schools, regardless of immigration status. We need this New York City Council to pass a budget that protects young people and invest in real school safety by expanding funding for restorative justice, mental health, and student success centers.
Thank you. If you can finish up your last thought, please, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. In the near future, I see myself going to college, going to law school, and becoming an immigration attorney. Invest in me, invest in the young people. We need police-free schools now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our last panelist.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today about the proposed budget. My name is Gray Burse, and I am a senior at School of the Future High School. Today, I'm testifying on behalf of the Coalition for Equitable Education Funding, a group of more than 120 organizations advocating for the resources needed to ensure every student receives a high-quality education with a focus on those who have the greatest needs. We are pleased that Mayor Mamdani's fiscal year 2027 preliminary budget extends and baselines funding for 2 essential initiatives: preschool special education services, and summer programming. However, the preliminary budget leaves out funding for other critical education programs that are currently benefiting thousands of New York City students and their families. The following programs are funded for this year only and are therefore at risk of being rolled back or eliminated as soon as this July. Restorative justice, which helps students stay in schools, repair relationships, and resolve conflicts instead of being suspended. The mental health continuum, which provides expedited mental health care to students at 50 high-need schools. The Learning to Work program, which provides support to overage, undercredited students to help them earn a high school diploma and develop a post-secondary plan. Sensory exploration, education, and discovery, otherwise known as SEED, which supports students with intensive sensory needs. Infant toddler childcare seats in high needs communities, which are programs that just got up and running this January and represent the first city-funded non-means tested childcare for infant and toddlers. Early childhood education outreach, which helps families learn about early childcare programs. Immigrant family communications and outreach, which helps families receive information about their child's school in language and mode they can access. And student success centers, which allow trained youth leaders to build a culture of college going and help their peers with the college admissions process. We call on the city to baseline funding for these programs in the fiscal year 2027 budget so that students and families will know that they can continue relying on these programs in future years and to make additional investments that are needed to support students, especially those who have the greatest needs. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I would be happy to answer any of the questions you have.
Thank you. Thank you, Gray. Just a moment of personal privilege just for Alina and Allison and all the other young ladies, women from Young Women Leadership Academy. You have a dynamite teacher in Miss Ritz, who is so incredibly proud of you. And I can tell you from my personal experience, she was my co-teacher my very first year when I was a teacher. And I know that I learned so much about our teenagers, about being a teacher from her, and she is doing incredible things in the classroom. And you are so very lucky to have her as your teacher. I want to thank this panel for their testimony today and call the next panel. Reynali Bran, Mariama Jallo, Sadea Rahman, and Miley Gomez. Is this on deck? Okay, and on deck, we have Esperanza Vasquez, Hermione Alea Raymond, Adia Ali, Cassidy, it's hard to read that, Cassidy with a K, and Yuretsi Vidals Hernandez. And for the translation, who we're looking for? Who's doing the translation? Okay, we have a translator in the back. Si necesita traducción, vas a la atrás. Okay. Y lo siento por mi español. I'm sorry. We'll start from my right, your left. You may begin whenever you're ready. Whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Mariama Jallo. I'm also a senior at the Young Women's Leadership School of the Bronx, and I am a youth activist at the Yaya Network. I'm here today to talk to you about mental health resources in schools, and specifically, I want to express the lack of help I have received from my school that dates back to when I was a middle schooler. I've always had a problem with stress, whether that was my future, my homework, or my home life. It always felt so overwhelming to deal with, so much so that it overflowed my mind with so much anxiety. Since I was and still am very hyper aware of myself, I knew that the help I needed was going to be from my school counselor. Everything was going great. I was given sessions and I saw my mental state improving the more sessions I had access to. But my sessions had to end because my counselor had too much on her plate, being one of 2 counselors throughout the whole school building. I'm not alone. I know that there are many students that yearn for the same mental health access as me. I also know that 1 or 2 counselors to a school of 800 kids or any amount of kids is not enough. The confidence from a child and teen, knowing that they have many support systems that they can go to school, should not be normalized. That is why I am asking you to provide more funding for the programs in the mental health continuum and direct $80 million to hire 500 positive school climate coordinators that would provide more mental health capacity in schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Mariama?
Yeah.
Sorry, thank you so much. Next.
Hello, Education Committee. My name is Reina Libran. I am a student at the Young Women's Leadership of the Bronx and an activist at the Yaya Network Action Committee. I'm here today because I want to talk about the fact that more counselors are needed in schools instead of cops. Not only are cops intimidating, but they are also not a very good solution to keeping a school safe, as it can negatively impact a student's mental health and more. I still remember my times of going through a metal detector in my school, a place where I am supposed to feel safe and protected. It honestly unsettles me every time they do one of these surprise checkups. I can't even imagine how kids who have them every day in their schools feel. I can still recall a time where my school had an event along with another school, a game night. As soon as I got there, I was greeted by metal detectors, and soon after, a wand-held metal detector. It felt like an invasion of my personal space, and I had to grab onto a table and put a leg behind me, as well as other stances for them to check me, all because I had a quarter in my coat pocket that I wasn't aware of. This is why we want no funding for new or existing student surveillance and scanning equipment. We are calling on the New York City Council to freeze hiring of school cops and forbid the city from filling empty positions, and instead to provide an $80 million funding to hire 500 school-based roles responsible for training staff and implementing restorative justice and healing-centered programming. In addition to this, we demand that the baseline funding for restorative justice increases from $17.6 million to $22.6 million. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Good evening. My name is Miley Gomes. I'm a youth activist with the Yaya Network and a 9th grader at the Beacon School. I'm here today because every student deserves access to real mental health support and school environments rooted in care, dignity, and safety. Currently, that is not the reality for many of us. I remember a day when a student in my school was having a panic attack during class. They were visibly overwhelmed, shaking, and didn't know where to go. When they tried to get help, the nurse's office was already full, and there wasn't a counselor available. They didn't know where to go. Eventually, they were sent back to class without getting the support they needed. Moments like that stay with you, because in that moment, it sends a message that our mental health isn't a priority. And when students don't get help, it affects everything: our focus, our attendance, and our ability to succeed. The solutions are clear and they already exist. Schools need restorative justice practices and consistent, accessible mental health support, trained staff, de-escalation spaces, and services students can actually access when they need them. That is why we are calling on the City Council to invest $80 million to hire 500 school climate coordinators, increase restorative justice funding from $17.6 million to $22.6 million, and sustain programs like the $5 million mental health continuum. If we want safer schools, we need to invest in care, not punishment. Students shouldn't have to go through struggles and worries just to get through the school day. Thank you for your time.
Miley, thank you for your testimony.
Hello, my name is Sadia, and I'm a high school senior at School of the Future High School, and I'm a proud first-gen immigrant. And I'm here to ask the city to baseline the $4 million for immigrant family outreach and communications. Around COVID, the city was able to secure $4 million for immigrant family outreach because it was recognized that immigrant parents were not getting communication from schools and were being left out from receiving services that are incredibly important. The program helped ensure that immigrant families have access to the information that they need about their children's education to access services and resources. It is critical for this initiative to continue given the increasing numbers of newcomer immigrant families in New York City, as well as the toxicity of the federal policies. I'm glad to learn that over COVID, the school system added money to make immigrant communications and engagement better. And while it's still not perfect, we can't go back. In fact, we need to do more to support and protect immigrants. One of my friends whose parents speak a less common Russian dialect, which is much less common than Bengali, the language I speak, she has an offer for an after-school STEM curricular, which requires her to leave school premises. This extracurricular is something that she deeply enjoys and is a way for her to get further experience in STEM that is beyond what her school had available for her. The school, however, did not have a translator or translator permission slip for her parents. The school did not call with the translator, and since the family spoke very little English and she was not fluent, the information that they were able to infer from the call was missing the crucial fact that she would be leaving school premises and how to get in contact with her. This is a safety risk for her and her family. Without the translation, it leaves her out of contact with her parents when she's outside of school, and it should not be a burden on her for her to translate. So I want to say that I'm happy we have this money now, but I'm scared that the city would lose it. Because we need to do even more to improve how we communicate with immigrants, this is why we are asking to baseline $4 million for immigrant family outreach.
Donabar. Thank you. I'm sure your teachers, your family are so proud of you. And again, Ms. Ritz texted me saying she's kfelling. That's like really proud. All right, so I hope you're all very proud of yourselves, and I know your teachers and your families all are. I'd like to call the next panel Esperanza Vasquez, Hermione Aliyah Raymond, Adia Ali, Cassidy, I can't read the handwriting, I apologize, Ku, Yuretsi Vidals Hernandez. Puedes comenzar. You may begin. Sí.
Buenas tardes, miembro del Consejo Municipal. Mi nombre es Esperanza Vázquez y yo soy una madre de 2 hijos.
Good afternoon, City Council.
I'm sorry, can you please speak into the microphone?
Yes. Good afternoon, my name is Esperanza Vázquez and I am the mother of 2 children.
Mis 2 hijos, yo nací en México y mis 2 hijos nacieron en el Bronx.
I was born
y
in
fueron a la
Mexico.
escuela en el Bronx, el Distrito 9.
I was born in Mexico. My 2 children were born in the Bronx in District 9.
El mayor está en la universidad.
The oldest one is in university.
El segundo salió del campus de New Settlement.
The second one came out of the campus of New Settlement.
Yo soy un padre líder del Comité de Padres en Acción del Bronx.
I am a leader of the Parents Committee in the Bronx.
Desde 2001.
Since 2001.
Y para mí, como padre, es una gran oportunidad estar en este panel con todos ustedes y representar a los padres como yo, que trabajamos juntos.
For me, it's a great It's a great opportunity for me to be here in front of this panel and to be here in name of all the other parents.
Para poder darles una mejor educación a nuestros hijos.
To be able to give a better education to our children.
Y ser parte de una educación positiva y estar aquí con ustedes para trabajar con el presupuesto y ver.
To be able to give a positive education and to work with you all in regards to the budget.
Nuestra organización de Padres en Acción del Bronx fue fundada en 1996.
This organization called Padres en Acción en el Bronx was founded in 1996.
Y yo me uní en el 2001.
I joined in 2001.
Y hemos estado trabajando juntos. Es liderada por padres y miembros de la comunidad.
And we've been working together. It's led by parents from the community.
Y también somos parte de muchas coaliciones de la ciudad de Nueva York para trabajar juntos.
We're also part of many coalitions in the city of New York to work together.
Y el propósito es para poder darles una educación a nuestros hijos y se integren a la sociedad de los Estados Unidos.
And the purpose is for us to be able to give the education to our children and for them to integrate to the U.S. society.
Y ver, trabajamos juntos también con los jóvenes que expusieron y otros padres hemos parte también de, los padres de Yaya que expusieron hoy.
And so we work together with Yaya's parents who exposed today or who talked today.
Porque ya que nuestra organización también es parte de la coalición Dignidad de las Escuelas, la
Because habla más despacio, por favor, para que yo te pueda traducir. Sí. Gracias. Repíteme otra vez.
Nuestra organización es parte de la coalición Dignidad de las Escuelas.
So our organization is also part of Coalition Dignity of Schools.
Que trabajamos para que las suspensiones y arrestos de los jóvenes.
And we work towards
y también necesitamos que apoyen los consejeros, trabajadores sociales.
And we also need you to please support the counselors, the social workers.
Y que inviertan más en la educación, no en suspensiones y en curación, en programas
and to invest more in education, not in suspensions, but in positive programs.
Ya que todos esos programas positivos le dan la oportunidad a que nuestros hijos vayan a la universidad y no a las
Because all these
cárceles.
positive programs allow our children to go to university rather and not to jail.
Ya que nosotros los latinos y afroamericanos tenemos más desafíos a que nuestros hijos puedan ingresar a una universidad.
Because Afro-Americans and Latinos, we have more challenges when our children want to go to university than other people.
Y es la razón que yo estoy hoy como madre latina que no habla inglés.
This is the reason why I'm here today as a
soy el
Latina mother.
soporte de mis hijos y de muchos padres que queremos que también
Habla más
nuestros
despacio para que te pueda traducir, por favor. That's why I'm here as a Latina mother who doesn't speak English, as a support to other parents who, ¿sigue?
para que nuestros hijos puedan ingresar a las universidades y ser parte de esta sociedad también que nacieron aquí.
So our children can go to university and part of this society because they were born here.
Y entonces yo me emociono cuando hablo todo esto porque es mi pasión, mi dedicación a trabajar por la educación.
When I talk about this because it is my passion and to work towards education.
Y es por eso que nosotros trabajamos junto con muchas coaliciones
and that's why we work together with many coalitions.
Y soy un líder del comité de padres para envolver además padres.
And that's why I'm a leader in the parents committee.
Porque nosotros tenemos que trabajar como equipo con el departamento de educación
we have
juntos,
to work as a team
no
together.
divididos.
Okay, déjame traducir por favor. We have to work together with the Department of Education all together.
Y necesitamos que el presupuesto ponga fondos para los programas educativos a nuestros hijos, a las escuelas públicas.
So we need you to put up financing for our public schools programs.
Eso es hoy mi testimonio.
This is my testimony today.
Para nuestras comunidades y estudiantes y los niños neoyorquinos.
For our communities, our students, and New Yorker children.
Gracias.
Gracias por tu testimonio y por el trabajo por nuestros niños. Thank you.
Un placer.
Placer.
Gracias.
Good afternoon, Chair Dinowitz and members of the committee. My name is Hadia Ali, and I'm a senior in Midwood High School and a youth organizer with the Yaya Network in DSC. I would like to share with the committee something I witnessed last week. After a school festival, when students were leaving, a play fight broke out and got out of hand. Within seconds, 2 NYPD officers rushed in, but in trying to break it up, they pushed my friend up against the wall and began cuffing him, even though he was defending himself. He was left standing outside with no jacket in the cold and handcuffs, and as they walked him to the car, more police arrived, and soon over 15 officers formed a barricade around students. When we expressed our concern for our friend, asking whether he was being arrested and where he was being taken, not only were we not reassured, but we were blatantly ignored and dismissed. Instead of de-escalating the situation, their response escalated it into something it did not need to be. And the fact that there was such a large police presence in the neighborhood immediately after a school event that was almost entirely black students is not coincidental. And it's not one incident. It reflects the broader culture in and around black and brown communities and schools where we're constantly fed the myth that more policing means more safety, when in reality it leads to the further criminalization of young people. With proposals like the Buffer Zone Bill 175A, that kind of policing would only increase in our own communities, and we know that that kind of presence has never been kind to our young people and only criminalizes them. This is why we are calling on the city to freeze the hiring of new school cops and reinvest those funds into real support through more counselors, more social workers, and restorative justice programs by shifting at least $75 million directly into schools to hire community-based staff who actually keep students safe. As a senior, I've spent the past 4 years watching my school respond to conflict, peaceful demonstrations, and everyday issues with punitive policies and hostile measures. I've seen friends transfer out, be suspended, and others lose trace
lose trust and faith in our school's ability to protect their well-being and their futures. However, because of the work of members of this coalition, I have faith that we can move towards education policies that can actually respond to the needs of students, but only if we choose to fund the support systems that truly help us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Hadia.
Good afternoon, Chair Dinowitz and members of the Education Committee. My name is Yuretsi Vidal Hernandez, and I'm currently a CUNY student from District 40. I'm currently a youth organizer at the Yaya Network and with the Dignity in Schools Coalition, both organizations that advocate for the elimination of policing in schools, increase of restorative justice resources, and for further protections for immigrant students. I stand here before the committee to talk about the protections that are needed to protect not just immigrant students, but immigrant families in general. As a daughter of 2 immigrant parents, my first language was Spanish, not English. I grew up receiving English as a second language services to improve my English comprehension and to be prepared to succeed throughout my academic career. My elementary school was well funded and had the resources necessary to communicate with immigrant parents, and was a privilege that I continued to receive throughout the rest of my school years. However, I'm aware that not all schools in the city have the funds to offer the same resources to immigrant parents and cannot provide comprehensive training for school staff. Therefore, I'm asking the Education Committee to invest in providing a baseline funding of $4 million to fund the communication and outreach between the DOE and immigrant families. By overcoming language barriers, families will be able to engage with their school community and become aware of their child's progress in school. It would also alleviate the pressure off of our students to be both an excellent student and being the translator for their family, which is something that I've personally experienced and I know so many students have as well, especially first-generation students. I'm also asking for the committee to ensure that all schools have a comprehensive school response plan to ICE that includes the training of school staff in order to protect their immigrant students. We need to protect our students and strengthen immigration guidance across all schools. Without this city will be failing our students. Thank you for listening, and I hope that the committee can take this demand into consideration and create careful and concise action. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your words today. Gracias por tu testimonio, tus palabras esta noche. I'm going to call again 3 names that were called earlier. They didn't come down. If they're here, then please come down. And if you are a student and you haven't testified but would like to, please fill out a slip in the back so we can get you on a panel. Paulina Miluska, Amy Heredia, Amina Jallo. Okay, we'll begin with you on my left. Your right. You may begin when ready and state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Amy Heredia. I'm a high school student, senior at Community School in Brooklyn. I am also a youth leader at Make the Road New York and Youth Urban Collaboratives. With the current federal administration, New York must continue to protect immigrant students by moving away from all forms of school policing and punitive practices. It is time to redirect funding from systems that fuel the school-to-prison and deportation pipelines, and invest in systems that truly support and protect students like me. After a long day at school, I am here because I care about real safety, not because I want more police in school. I want more counselor and mental health, restorative justice, and college access. Schools should be a place where students feel safe to learn and grow. There's no evidence that police in schools prevent conflict. If anything, they often make it worse. In my experience, having school in my school is destructive. Every morning, school arrived on time for school, but we're forced to stand in long lines waiting to go through scanning and metal detector, which makes us late to class. On top of that, the school police often speak to us disrespectfully and pull students aside for extra searches. It feels like there's no way to win, despite my best efforts to be on time and do well. I do not feel welcome. Instead, I feel targeted. I have seen my friends humiliated and embarrassed for unnecessary searches. That turns up to be nothing. During scan, they suspected my friends of hiding something in her shirt. So they have taken her to inside the bathroom and lifted up her shirt for a full search. Nothing was found. She came out angry, and that moment stayed with her for the rest of the day, and honestly affected all of us who witnessed it. We all still remember that moment vividly. Experiences like this make schools feel less like a place of learning and more like a place where we are treated with suspicion instead of care. At the same time, I have two amazing teachers, my ELA teacher and my Model United Nations teacher, who make me feel truly safe in school, who they've supported me through tough times and also helped me grow as a student. Just seeing them smile when I walk in reminds me that I am in a place where I am valued. Now imagine every student had supported staff like them. The impact would be powerful. Instead of being greeted by police yelling at us in the hallways, we will be met with care and respect and the support we need to succeed.
Thank you. Make sure your microphone's on and then state your name for the record. Is the red light on? Just push that white.
Okay.
There, you got it.
There.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Chair Dinowitz, and to the members of the Education Committee. My name is Paulina Milewska, and I, like many of you, used to attend a New York City public high school, which is Brooklyn Latin, as a sophomore. I'm also a youth leader with the Circle Keepers and a proud member of the Dignity in Schools campaign, New York. In middle school, I had two counselors for over 450 eighth graders. With proportions like these, students only got attention after they had engaged in some form of bad behavior. This is because our overworked staff could only attend to the problem after the fact. Our schools need the time and resources to address the students' feelings before they act on them. This is why we are here to increase mental health and restorative justice funding and redirect money away from policing. Students don't misbehave for no reason. High school can be hard, and judgment and police interventions don't make it any easier. Statistics of student misconducts are not something to say kids these days to, but they are a plea for help. Kids these days are being treated like criminals by school police. Kids these days are taught to think of themselves as criminals, and kids these days are conditioned to be criminals, and the people who conditioned them act shocked when they carry that mindset into adulthood. Help abolish the school-to-prison pipeline. Help us bring respect back to hallways, and help us do that by raising restorative justice funding from $17.6 to $22.6 million. Give our schools funding that will support more mental health professionals in learning spaces and give youth after-school programs to practice restorative justice. Do this and build a safer future for the younger generations. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony today. Our last student panel will be August Hoyt, Juniper Wang, and Charles H.
Sorry. That's on me.
All right, let's switch it up. We'll start on the left and go your right, my left, and we'll go across.
Hello and good afternoon to the City Council's Education Committee. I'm August Hoyt, a sophomore at Bard High School, Manhattan, and a member of the Transportation Alternatives Youth Activist Committee, or TIAC for short. TIAC is a group of teens who advocate for better transportation options for New York City students. Oh, I see. We are doing that through our Expand Student Omni campaign. You've already heard from one of our other committee members a little earlier, but I'm here today to express the concerns of both myself and many of my fellow peers surrounding the deactivations of student Omni cards. It is not an uncommon occurrence for student Omni cards to suddenly not work, leaving students without a means of paying for the subway or bus, and either resulting in fare evasion or students being forced to pay out of pocket. I've personally had my student Omni card permanently deactivated over a half dozen times since they were first distributed over a year and a half ago, as have many of my peers.